Shall I bend in vain? Shall I shake the old, hard, immovable bars? They will not stretch, they will not break, for the bars are riveted and forged inside myself, and the bars will not shatter until I shatter too. From A Gossel by Gustav Frühling. Dominican Republic, 1978. Prologue. Just before dawn, Pedro Santana woke. The kerosene lamp had started to smoke. When he opened his eyes, he didn't know where he was. He had been roused from a dream in which he wandered through a peculiar, rocky landscape where the air was very thin, and he knew that all his memories were about to leave him. The smoking kerosene lamp had penetrated his consciousness like the distant smell of volcanic ash. But suddenly there was something else, a human sound, tormented, panting. And then the dream evaporated, and he was forced to return to the dark room where he had now spent 6 days and 6 nights without sleeping more than a few minutes at a time. The kerosene lamp had gone out. He lay completely still. The night was very warm. He smelt of sweat. It had been a long time since he had last managed to wash. He got up cautiously from the earthen floor and groped for the plastic jug of kerosene over by the door. It must have rained while he had slept. The floor was damp under his feet. Off in the distance he heard a rooster crow. Ramirez's rooster. It was always the first in the village to crow, before dawn. That rooster was like an impatient person, like someone who lived in the city, someone who always seemed to have too much to do, but never did anything other than attend to his own haste. Life wasn't like that in the village. Here everything moved as slowly as life itself. Why should people hurry when the plants that nourished them grew so slowly? He found the jug of kerosene and pulled out the piece of cloth stuffed into the opening. The panting that filled the darkness grew more and more uneven. He found the lamp, pulled out the cork, and carefully poured in the kerosene. He struck a match, lifted the glass cover, and watched the wick start to burn. Then he forced himself to turn around. He couldn't bear to see what was waiting for him. The woman lying in the bed next to the wall was going to die. He knew this now, even though for a long time he had tried to persuade himself that she would recover. His last attempt to flee had been in his dream. But a person could never escape death, not his own, nor that of someone he loved. He squatted down by the bed. The kerosene lamp threw restless shadows across the walls. He looked at her. She was still young. Even though her face was pale and sunken, she was beautiful. The last thing to leave my wife will be her beauty, he thought, as tears came to his eyes. He touched her forehead. The fever had risen again. He glanced through the broken window patched with a piece of cardboard. Not dawn yet. If only it would come, he thought. Just let her have the strength to keep breathing until dawn. Then she won't leave me all alone in the night. Suddenly her eyes flew open. He grasped her hand and tried to smile. "Where is the child?" she asked, in a voice so weak that he could hardly understand her. "She's sleeping at my sister's house," he replied. "It's best that way." She seemed reassured by his answer. "How long have I been asleep?" "For many hours." "Have you been sitting here the whole time? You must rest. In a few days I won't need to lie here any longer." "I've been sleeping," he replied. "Soon you're going to be well again." He wondered whether she knew he was lying, whether she knew she would never get up again. Were both of them lying to each other in their despair, to make the inevitable easier? "I'm so tired," she said. "You must sleep, so you'll get well," he answered. turning his head at the same time so she wouldn't see his face. Soon the first light of dawn seeped in. She had slipped into unconsciousness again. He was so tired that he could no longer control his thoughts. He had met Dolores when he was 21. He and his brother Juan walked the long road to Santiago de los 300 Caballeros to see the carnival. Juan, who was older, had visited the city once before, but it was Pedro's first time. It took them 3 days to get there. Once in a while they got a ride for a few kilometers with an ox and cart, but they walked most of the way. At last they reached their destination. It was a February day, and the carnival was in full swing. Astonished, Pedro had stared at the garish costumes and the terrifying masks of devils and animals. The whole city was dancing to the beat of thousands of drums and guitars. Juan piloted him through the streets and alleys. At night they slept on benches in Parque Duarte. Pedro was afraid that Juan would disappear into the swirling crowds. He felt like a child frightened of losing his parents. But he didn't let on. He didn't want Juan to laugh at him. On their last evening, Juan did suddenly vanish among the costumed, dancing people. They hadn't agreed on a place to meet if they were separated. Pedro searched for Juan all night. At daybreak, he stopped by the fountain in the Plaza de Cultura. A girl about his own age sat down beside him. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He watched as she took off her sandals and rubbed her sore feet. When she met his gaze, he lowered his eyes, embarrassed. That was how he met Dolores. They sat by the fountain and started talking. Dolores had been looking for work as a housekeeper, going from house to house in the rich neighborhood without success. She, too, was the child of a campesino, and her village was not far from Pedro's. They left the city together, plundered banana trees for food, and walked more and more slowly the closer they came to her village. 2 years later they were married and moved into a little house in Pedro's village. Pedro worked on a sugar plantation while Dolores grew vegetables and sold them. They were poor, but they were happy. Only one thing was not as it should be. After 3 years, Dolores was not yet pregnant. They never talked about it, but Pedro sensed Dolores's increasing anxiety. Without telling him, she had visited some curiositas on the Haitian border to seek help. 8 years passed, and then one evening when Pedro was returning from the sugar plantation, Dolores met him on the road and told him she was pregnant. At the end of the 8th year of their marriage, she gave birth to a daughter. When Pedro saw his child for the first time, he could see at once that she had inherited her mother's beauty. That evening, Pedro went to the village church and made an offering of some gold jewelry his mother had given him. Then he went home, singing so loudly and fervently that the people he met thought he had drunk too much rum. Dolores was asleep. She was breathing harder and stirred restlessly. "You can't die," whispered Pedro, no longer able to control his despair. "You can't die and leave me and our child." 2 hours later it was all over. For a brief moment her breathing grew completely calm. She opened her eyes and looked at him. "You must baptize our daughter," she said. "You must baptize her and take care of her." "You'll be well soon," he answered. "We'll baptize her together." "I don't exist anymore," she said, and closed her eyes. Then she was gone. 2 weeks later, Pedro left the village, carrying his daughter in a basket on his back. His brother Juan followed him down the road. "What are you doing?" he asked. "What has to be done?" "Why must you go to the city to baptize your daughter? Why can't you have her baptized here in the village? That church has served us well. And our parents before us." Pedro stopped and looked at his brother. "For 8 years we waited for a child. When our daughter finally came, Dolores died. She wasn't yet 30. She had to die because we are poor, because of poverty's diseases. Now I will return to the big cathedral on the plaza where we met. My daughter will be baptized in the biggest church there is in this country. That's the least I can do for Dolores." He didn't wait for Juan's reply. Late that evening, when he reached the village Dolores had come from, he stopped at her mother's house. Again he explained where he was going. The old woman shook her head sadly. "Your sorrow will drive you crazy," she said. Early the next morning, Pedro resumed his journey. As he walked, he told his daughter everything he could remember about Dolores. When he had no more to say, he started again. Pedro reached the city one afternoon as heavy rain clouds gathered on the horizon. He sat down to wait on the steps of the cathedral, Santiago Apostol, and watched the black-clad priests passing by. They seemed either too young or in too much of a hurry to be worthy of baptizing his daughter. He waited many hours. At last an old priest came slowly towards the cathedral. Pedro stood up, took off his straw hat, and held out his daughter. The old priest listened patiently to his story, then he nodded. "I will baptize her," he said. "You have walked a long way for something you believe in. In our day, that is rare. People seldom walk long distances for their faith. That's why the world looks the way it does." Pedro followed the priest into the dim cathedral. He felt that Dolores was near him as they made their way to the font. "What will the girl be named?" he asked. "She will be named Dolores, after her mother, and Maria. Dolores Maria Santana." After the baptism, Pedro went out to the plaza and sat down where he had met Dolores 10 years before. His daughter was asleep in the basket. He sat completely still, deep in thought. "I, Pedro Santana, am a simple man. I have inherited nothing but poverty and relentless misery. I have not even been allowed to keep my wife. But I vow that our daughter will have a different life. I will do everything for her. I promise you, Dolores, that your daughter will live a long and happy and worthy life." That evening, Pedro left the city with his beloved daughter, Dolores Maria Santana. She was then 8 months old. Skåne, 21st through 24th of June, 1994. Chapter 1. Before dawn, he started his transformation. He had planned everything meticulously so that nothing could go wrong. It would take him all day, and he didn't want to risk running out of time. He took up the first paintbrush and held it in front of him. From the cassette player on the floor, he could hear the tape of drum music that he had recorded. He studied his face in the mirror. Then he drew the first black lines across his forehead. He noted that his hand was steady, so he wasn't nervous, at least, even though this was the first time he had put on his war paint. Until this moment, it had been merely an escape, his way of defending himself against the injustices he was continually subjected to. Now he went through the transformation in earnest. With each stroke that he painted on his face, he seemed to be leaving his old life behind. There was no turning back. This very evening the game would be over for good. He would go out into the war, and people were going to die. The light in the room was very bright. He arranged the mirrors carefully so that the glare didn't get in his eyes. When he had locked the door behind him, he had first checked that everything was where it was supposed to be. The well-cleaned brushes, the little porcelain cups of paint, the towels and water. Next to the little lathe, his weapons in rows on a black cloth. 3 axes, knives with blades of various lengths, and spray cans. This was the only decision still to be made. Before sundown, he had to choose which to take with him. He couldn't take them all. But he knew that the choice would resolve itself once he had begun his transformation. Before he sat down on the bench and started to paint his face, he tested the edges of his axes and knives. They were as sharp as could be. He couldn't resist the temptation to press a little harder on one of the knives. His fingers started to bleed. He wiped it and the knife with a towel. Then he sat down in front of the mirrors. The first strokes on his forehead had to be black. It was as if he were slicing 2 deep cuts, opening his brain and emptying the memories and thoughts that had haunted him all his life, tormenting him and humiliating him. Then the red and white stripes, the circles, the squares, and at last the snake-like designs on his cheeks. None of his white skin should be visible. Then the transformation would be complete. What was inside him would be gone. He would be born again in the guise of an animal, and he would never speak as a human being again. He would cut out his tongue if he had to. Just after 6 p.m. he was done. By then he had chosen the largest of the 3 axes. He stuck the shaft into his thick leather belt. 2 knives were already there in their sheaths. He looked around the room. Nothing was forgotten. He stuffed the spray cans in the inside pockets of his jacket. He looked at his face in the mirror one last time and shuddered. Carefully, he pulled his motorcycle helmet over his head, switched off the light, and left the room barefoot just as he had come in. At 9:05 p.m., Gustav Wetterstedt turned down the sound on his TV and phoned his mother. It was a nightly ritual. Ever since he had retired as Minister of Justice more than 25 years earlier, leaving behind all his political dealings, he had watched the news with repugnance. He couldn't come to terms with the fact that he was no longer involved. During his years as minister, a man in the absolute center of the public eye, he appeared on TV at least once a week. Each appearance had been meticulously copied from film to video by a secretary, and the tapes now covered a whole wall of shelves in his study. Once in a while he watched them again. It was a great source of satisfaction to see that never once in all those years as Minister of Justice had he lost his composure when confronted by an unexpected question from a malicious reporter. He would recall with unbounded contempt how many of his colleagues had been terrified of TV reporters, how they would stammer and get entangled in contradictions. That had never happened to him. He was a man who couldn't be trapped. The reporters had never beaten him, nor had they discovered his secret. He had turned on his TV at 9 p.m. to see the top stories. Now he turned down the sound. He pulled over the telephone and called his mother. She was now 94, but with a clear mind and full of energy. She lived alone in a big flat in Stockholm's inner city. Each time he lifted the receiver and dialed the number, he prayed she wouldn't answer. He was more than 70, and he had begun to be afraid that she would outlive him. There was nothing he wanted more than for her to die. Then he'd be left alone. He wouldn't have to call her anymore, and soon he'd forget what she even looked like. The telephone rang at the other end. He watched the silent anchorman. At the 4th ring, he began to hope that she was dead. Then she answered. He softened his voice as he spoke. He asked how she was feeling, how had her day been, but now he knew that she was still alive. He wanted to make the conversation as brief as possible. Finally, he hung up and sat with his hand resting on the receiver. She's never going to die, he thought. She'll never die, unless I kill her. All he could hear was the roar of the sea, and then a lone moped going past the house. He walked over to the big balcony window facing the sea. The twilight was beautiful. The beach below his huge estate was deserted. Everyone is sitting in front of their TVs, he thought. There was a time when they sat there and watched me make mincemeat of the reporters, back when I was Minister of Justice. I should have been made Foreign Minister, but I never was. He drew the heavy curtains, making sure that there were no gaps. Even though he tried to live as discreetly as possible in this house, located just east of Ystad, occasional curiosity seekers spied on him. Although it had been 25 years since he left office, he had not yet been entirely forgotten. He went out to the kitchen and poured himself a cup of coffee from a thermos he had bought during an official visit to Italy in the late 1960s. He vaguely recalled that he had gone to discuss efforts to prevent the spread of terrorism in Europe. All over his house there were reminders of the life he had lived. Sometimes he thought of throwing them away, but to make the effort seemed pointless. He went back to the sofa with his coffee. He switched off the TV with the remote and sat in the dark, thinking through the day's events. In the morning he had had a visit from a journalist on one of the big monthly magazines. She was writing a series about famous people in retirement, but he couldn't really see why she had decided upon him. She had brought a photographer with her, and they took pictures on the beach and inside the house. He had decided in advance that he would present the image of a kindly old man reconciled with his past. He described his present life as very happy. He lived in seclusion so that he could meditate, he said, and he let slip with feigned embarrassment that he was thinking of writing his memoirs. The journalist, who was in her 40s, had been impressed and clearly respectful. Afterwards he escorted her and the photographer to their car and waved as they drove off. He hadn't said a single thing that was true during the entire interview, he thought with satisfaction. This was one of the few things that still held any interest for him. To deceive without being discovered. To continue with the pretense. After all his years as a politician, he realized all that was left was the lie. The truth disguised as a lie, or the lie dressed up as the truth. Slowly he drank the rest of his coffee. His sense of well-being grew. The evenings and nights were his best time. That was when his thoughts of all that he had lost sank beneath the surface, and he remembered only what no one could rob him of. The most important thing. The utmost secret. Sometimes he imagined himself as an image in a mirror that was both concave and convex at the same time. No one had ever seen anything but the surface. The eminent jurist, the respected minister of justice, the kindly retiree strolling along the beach in Skåne. No one would have guessed at his double-sided self. He had greeted kings and presidents. He had bowed with a smile. But in his head he was thinking, if you only knew who I really am, and what I think of you. When he stood in front of the TV cameras, he always held that thought, if you only knew who I really am and what I think of you, foremost in his mind. His secret, that he hated and despised the party he represented, the policies that he defended, and most of the people he met. His secret would stay hidden until he died. He had seen through the world, identified all its frailties, understood the meaninglessness of existence, but no one knew about his insight, and that was the way it would stay. He felt a growing pleasure at what was to come. Tomorrow evening his friends would arrive at the house, just after 9 p.m., in the black Mercedes with tinted windows. They would drive straight into his garage, and he would wait for them in the living room with the curtains drawn, just as now. He could feel his expectation swell as he started to fantasize about what the girl they delivered to him this time would look like. He had told them there had been far too many blondes lately. Some of them had also been much too old, over 20. This time he wanted a younger one, preferably of mixed race. His friends would wait in the basement where he had installed a TV. He would take the girl with him to his bedroom. Before dawn they would be gone, and he would already be daydreaming about the girl they would bring the following week. The thought of the next evening made him so excited that he got up from the sofa and went into his study. Before he turned on the light, he drew the curtains. For a moment, he thought he saw the shadow of someone down on the beach. He took off his glasses and squinted. Sometimes late-night strollers would stop on the edge of his property. On several occasions he had had to call the police in Ystad to complain of young people lighting bonfires on the beach and making noise. He had a good relationship with the Ystad police. They came right away and moved anyone disturbing him. He never could have imagined the knowledge and contacts he had gained as Minister of Justice. Not only had he learned to understand the special mentality that prevails inside the police force, but he had methodically acquired friends in strategic places in the Swedish machinery of justice. As important were all the contacts he had made in the criminal world. There were intelligent criminals, individuals who worked alone as well as leaders of great crime syndicates whom he had made his friends. Even though much had changed since he left office, he still enjoyed his old contacts, especially the friends who saw to it that each week he had a visit from a girl of a suitable age. He had imagined the shadow on the beach. He straightened the curtains and unlocked one of the cabinets in the desk he had inherited from his father, a distinguished professor of jurisprudence. He took out an expensive and beautifully decorated portfolio and opened it before him on the desk. Slowly, reverently, he leafed through his collection of pornographic pictures from the earliest days of photography. His oldest picture was a rarity, a daguerreotype from 1855 that he had acquired in Paris, of a naked woman embracing a dog. His collection was renowned in the discreet circle of men who shared his interest. His collection of pictures from the 1890s by Le Cadre was surpassed only by the collection owned by an elderly steel magnate in the Ruhr. Slowly, he turned the plastic-covered pages of the album. He lingered longest over the pages where the models were very young, and one could see by their eyes that they were under the influence of drugs. He had often regretted that he himself had not begun to devote himself to photography earlier. Had he done so, he would today be in possession of an unrivaled collection. When he had finished, he locked the album in the desk again. He had extracted a promise from his friends that upon his death they would offer the pictures to an antiquities dealer in Paris who specialized in the sale of such items. The money would be donated to a scholarship fund he had already established for young law students, which would be announced after his death. He switched off the desk lamp and remained sitting in the dark room. The sound of the surf was very faint. Once again he thought he heard a moped passing. In spite of his age, he still found it difficult to imagine his own death. During trips to the United States, he had managed twice to be present anonymously at executions, the first by electric chair, the second in the gas chamber, which even then was rather rare. It had been a curiously pleasurable experience to watch people being killed, but his own death he could not contemplate. He left the study and poured a little glass of liqueur from the bar in the living room. It was already approaching midnight. A short walk down to the sea was all that remained for him to do before he went to bed. He put on a jacket out in the hall, slipped his feet into a pair of worn clogs, and left the house. Outside it was dead calm. His house was so isolated that he could not see the lights of any of his neighbors. The cars on the road to Kasseberga roared by in the distance. He followed the path that led through the garden and down to the locked gate to the beach. To his annoyance, he discovered that the light on a pole next to the gate was out. The beach awaited him. He fished out his keys and unlocked the gate. He walked the short distance onto the sand and stopped at the water's edge. The sea was still. Far out on the horizon, he saw the lights of a boat heading west. He unbuttoned his fly and peed into the water as he continued to fantasize about the visit he would have the next day. Although he heard nothing, suddenly he knew that someone was standing behind him. He stiffened, seized with terror. Then he spun round. The man standing there looked like an animal. Apart from a pair of shorts, he was naked. The old man looked into his face with dread. He couldn't see if it was deformed or hidden behind a mask. In one hand, the man held an axe. In his confusion, the old man noticed that the hand around the shaft of the axe was very small, that the man was like a dwarf. He screamed and started to run back towards the garden gate. He died the instant the edge of the axe severed his spine, just below the shoulder blades. And he knew no pain as the man, who was perhaps an animal, knelt down and slit an opening in his forehead, and then with one violent wrench ripped most of the scalp from his skull. It was a little after midnight. It was Tuesday, 21st June. The motor of a moped started up somewhere nearby and moments later died away. Everything was once again very still. Chapter 2. Around noon on 21st June, Kurt Wallander left the police station in Ystad. So that no one would notice his going, he walked out through the garage entrance, got into his car, and drove down to the harbor. Since the day was warm, he had left his sports jacket hanging over his chair at his desk. Anyone looking for him in the next few hours would assume he must be somewhere in the building. Wallander parked by the theater, walked out on the inner pier, and sat down on the bench next to the red hut belonging to the Sea Rescue Service. He had brought along one of his notebooks, but realized that he hadn't brought a pen. Annoyed, he nearly tossed the notebook into the harbor, but this was impossible. His colleagues would never forgive him. Despite his protests, they had appointed him to make a speech on their behalf at 3 p.m. that day for Björk, who was resigning his post as Ystad Chief of Police. Wallander had never made a formal speech in his life. The closest he had come were the innumerable press conferences he had been obliged to hold during criminal investigations. But how to thank a retiring chief of police? What did one actually thank him for? Did they have any reason to be thankful? Wallander would have preferred to voice his uneasiness and anxiety at the vast, apparently unthought-out reorganizations and cutbacks to which the force was increasingly subjected. He had left the station so he could think through what he was going to say in peace. He had sat at his kitchen table until late the night before without getting anywhere, but now he had no choice. In less than 3 hours they would gather and present their farewell gift to Björk, who was to start work the next day in Malmö as head of the District Board of Immigration Affairs. Wallander got up from the bench and walked along the pier to the harbor cafe. The fishing boats rocked slowly in their moorings. He remembered idly that once, 7 years ago, he had been involved in fishing a body out of this harbor. But he pushed away the memory. Right now, the speech he had to make for Björk was more important. One of the waitresses lent him a pen. He sat down at a table outside with a cup of coffee and forced himself to write a few sentences. By 1 p.m. he had put together half a page. He looked at it gloomily, knowing that it was the best that he could do. He motioned to the waitress who came and refilled his cup. "Summer seems to be taking its time," Wallander said to her. "Maybe it won't get here at all," replied the waitress. Apart from the difficulty of Björk's speech, Wallander was in a good mood. He would be going on holiday in a few weeks. He had a lot to be happy about. It had been a long, grueling winter. He knew that he was in great need of a rest. At 3 p.m. they gathered in the canteen of the station, and Wallander made his speech to Björk. Svedberg gave him a fishing rod as a present, and Ann-Britt Högland gave him flowers. Wallander managed to embellish his scanty speech on the spur of the moment by recounting a few of his escapades with Björk. There was great amusement as he recalled the time when they had both fallen into a pool of liquid manure after some scaffolding they were climbing collapsed. In his reply, Björk wished his successor, a woman named Lisa Holgersson, good luck. She was from one of the bigger police districts in Småland and would take over at the end of the summer. For the time being, Hansson would be the acting chief in Ystad. When the ceremony was over and Wallander had returned to his office, Martinsson knocked on his half-open door and came in. "That was a great speech," he said. "I didn't know you could do that sort of thing." "I can't," said Wallander. "It was a lousy speech. You know it as well as I do." Martinsson sat down cautiously in the broken visitor's chair. "I wonder how it'll go with a woman chief," he said. "Why wouldn't it go well?" replied Wallander. "You should be worrying instead about what's going to happen with all these cutbacks." "That's exactly why I came to see you," said Martinsson. "There's a rumor going round that staff numbers are going to be cut back on Saturday and Sunday nights." Wallander looked at Martinsson skeptically. "That won't work," he said. "Who's going to deal with the people we've got in the cells?" "Rumor has it that they're going to take tenders for that job from private security companies." Wallander gave Martinsson a quizzical look. "Security companies?" "That's what I heard." Wallander shook his head. Martinsson got up. "I thought you ought to know about it," he said. "Do you have any idea what's going to happen within the force?" "No," said Wallander. "Cross my heart." Martinsson lingered in the office. "Was there something else?" Martinsson took a piece of paper out of his pocket. "As you know, the World Cup has started. Sweden was 2-2 in the game against Cameroon. You bet 5-0 in favor of Cameroon. With this score, you came in last." "How could I come in last? Either I bet right or wrong, didn't I?" "We run statistics that show where we are in relation to everyone else." "Good Lord. What's the point of that?" "An officer was the only one who picked 2-2, said Martinsson, ignoring Wallander's question. "Now for the next match. Sweden against Russia?" Wallander was totally uninterested in football, although he had occasionally gone to watch Ystad's handball team, which had several times been ranked as one of the best in Sweden. But lately, the entire country seemed to be obsessed by the World Cup. He couldn't turn on the TV or open a newspaper without being bombarded with speculation as to how the Swedish team would fare. He knew that he had no choice but to take part in the football pool. If he didn't, his colleagues would think he was arrogant. He took his wallet out of his back pocket. "How much?" 100 kroner, same as last time." He handed the note to Martinsson, who checked him off on his list. "Don't I have to guess the score?" "Sweden against Russia, what do you think?" 4-4, said Wallander. "It's pretty rare to have that many goals scored in football," Martinsson said, surprised. "That sounds more like ice hockey." "All right, let's say 3-1 to Russia," said Wallander. "Will that do?" Martinsson wrote it down. "Maybe we can take the Brazil match while we're at it," Martinsson went on. 3-0 to Brazil, said Wallander quickly. "You don't have very high expectations for Sweden," said Martinsson. "Not when it comes to football, anyway," replied Wallander, handing him another 100 krona note. Martinsson left, and Wallander began to mull over what he had been told, but then he dismissed the rumors with irritation. He would find out soon enough what was true and what wasn't. It was already 4:30 p.m. He pulled over a folder of material about an organized crime ring exporting stolen cars to the former Eastern Bloc countries. He had been working on the investigation for several months. So far, the police had only succeeded in tracking down parts of the operation. He knew that this case would haunt him for many more months yet. During his leave, Svedberg would take over, but he suspected that very little would happen while he was gone. There was a knock on the door, and Ann-Britt Högland walked in. She had a black baseball cap on her head.
"How do I look?"
she asked. "Like a tourist," replied Wallander.
"This is what the new caps are going to look like," she said. "Just imagine the word police above the peak. I've seen pictures of it."
"They'll never get one of those on my head," said Wallander. "I suppose that I should be glad I'm not in uniform anymore."
"Someday we might discover that Bjork was a really good chief," she said. "I think what you said in there was great."
"I know the speech wasn't any good," said Wallander, starting to feel annoyed. "But you are all responsible for having picked me."
Högland stood up and looked out of the window. She had managed to live up to the reputation that preceded her when she came to Ystad the year before. At the police academy, she had shown great aptitude for police work, and had developed even more since. She had filled part of the void left by Rydberg's death a few years ago. Rydberg was the detective who had taught Wallander most of what he knew, and sometimes Wallander felt that it was his task to guide Högland in the same way. "How's it going with the cars?" she asked.
"They keep on being stolen," said Wallander. "The organization seems to have an incredible number of branches."
"Can we punch a hole in it?" she asked.
"We'll crack it," replied Wallander. "Sooner or later. There'll be a lull for a few months, then it'll start up again."
"But it'll never end?"
"No, it'll never end. Because of Ystad's location. Just 200 kilometers from here across the Baltic, there's an unlimited number of people who want what we've got. The only problem is they don't have the money to pay for it."
"I wonder how much stolen property is shipped with every ferry," she mused.
"You don't want to know," said Wallander.
Together they went and got some coffee.
Högland was supposed to go on holiday that week.
Wallander knew that she was going to spend it in Ystad, since her husband, a machinery installer with the whole world as his market, was currently in Saudi Arabia. "What are you going to do?" she asked when they started talking about their upcoming breaks.
"I'm going to Denmark, to Skagen," said Wallander.
"With the woman from Riga?"
Högland wondered with a smile. Wallander was taken aback. "How do you know about her?"
"Oh, everybody does," she said. "Didn't you realize? You might call it the result of an ongoing internal investigation." Wallander had never told anyone about Baiba, whom he had met during a criminal investigation. She was the widow of a murdered Latvian policeman. She had been in Ystad over Christmas almost 6 months ago. During the Easter holiday, Wallander had visited her in Riga, but he had never spoken about her or introduced her to any of his colleagues. Now he wondered why not. Even though their relationship was new, she had pulled him out of the melancholy that had marked his life since his divorce from Mona.
"All right," he said. "Yes, we'll be in Denmark together. Then I'm going to spend the rest of the summer with my father."
"And Linda?"
"She called a week ago and said she was taking a theater class in Visby."
"I thought she was going to be a furniture upholsterer."
"So did I. But now she's got it into her head that she's going to do some sort of stage performance with a girlfriend of hers."
"Well, that sounds exciting, don't you think?"
Wallander nodded dubiously. "I hope she comes here in July," he said. "I haven't seen her in a long time." They parted outside Wallander's door.
"Drop in and say hello this summer," she said, "with or without the woman from Riga, with or without your daughter."
"Her name is Baiba," said Wallander. He promised he'd come by and visit. After Ann-Britt left, he worked on the file for a good hour. Twice he called the police in Göteborg,
trying without success to reach a detective who was working on the same investigation. At 5:45 p.m., he decided to go out to eat. He pinched his stomach and noted that he was still losing weight. Biba had complained that he was too fat. After that, he had no problem eating less. He had even squeezed into a tracksuit a few times and gone jogging, boring though he found it. He put on his jacket. He would write to Biba that evening. The telephone rang just as he was about to leave the office. For a moment he wondered whether to let it ring, but he went back to his desk and picked up the receiver. It was Martinsson. "Nice speech you made," said Martinsson. Bjork seemed genuinely moved. "You said that already," said Wallander. "What is it? I'm on my way home." "I just got a call that was a little odd," said Martinsson. "I thought I ought to check with you." Wallander waited impatiently for him to go on. "It was a farmer calling from out near Marsvin's home. He claimed that there was a woman acting strangely in his rape field." "Is that all?" "Yes." "A woman acting strangely out in a rape field. What was she doing?" "If I understood him correctly, she wasn't doing anything. The peculiar thing was that she was out in the field." Wallander thought for a moment before he replied. "Send out a squad car. It sounds like something for them." "The problem is that all the units seem to be busy right now. There were 2 car accidents almost simultaneously, one by the road into Svarta, the other outside the Hotel Continental." "Serious?" "No major injuries, but there seems to be quite a mess." "They can drive out to Marsvin's home when they have time, can't they?" "That farmer seemed pretty upset. I can't quite explain it. If I didn't have to pick up my children, I'd go myself." "All right, I can do it," said Wallander. "I'll meet you in the hall and get the name and directions." A few minutes later, Wallander drove off from the station. He turned left at the roundabout and took the road towards Malmö. On the seat next to him was a note Martinsson had written. The farmer's name was Salomonsson, and Wallander knew the road to take. When he got out onto the E65, he rolled down the window. The yellow rape fields stretched out on both sides of the road. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt as good as he did now. He stuck in a cassette of The Marriage of Figaro with Barbara Hendricks singing Susanna, and he thought about meeting Biba in Copenhagen. When he reached the side road to Marsvin's home, he turned left, past the castle and the castle church, and turned left again. He glanced at Martinsson's directions and swung onto a narrow road that led across the fields. In the distance he caught a glimpse of the sea. Salomonsson's house was an old, well-preserved Skåne farmhouse. Wallander got out of the car and looked around. Everywhere he looked were yellow rape fields. The man standing on the front steps was very old. He had a pair of binoculars in his hand. Wallander thought that he must have been imagining the whole thing. All too often, lonely old people out in the country let their imaginations run riot. He walked over to the steps and nodded. "Kurt Wallander from the Ystad police," he said. The man on the steps was unshaven, and his feet were stuck into a pair of worn clogs. "Edvin Salomonsson," said the man, stretching out a skinny hand. "Tell me what happened," said Wallander. The man pointed out at the rape field that lay to the right of the house. "I discovered her this morning," he began. "I get up early. She was already there at 5. At first, I thought it was a deer. Then I looked through the binoculars and saw that it was a woman." "What was she doing?" asked Wallander. "She was standing there." "That's all?" "She was standing and staring." "Staring at what?" "How should I know?" Wallander sighed. Probably the old man had seen a deer. Then his imagination had taken over. "Do you know who she is?" he asked. "I've never seen her before," replied the man. "If I knew who she was, why would I call the police?" "You saw her the first time early this morning," he went on, "but you didn't call the police until late this afternoon?" "I wouldn't want to put you out for no reason," the man answered simply. "I assume the police have plenty to do." You saw her through your binoculars, said Wallander. She was out in the field, and you had never seen her before. What did you do? I got dressed and went out to tell her to leave. She was trampling down the rape. Then what happened? She ran. Ran? She hid in the field. Crouched down so I couldn't see her. First, I thought she was gone. Then I discovered her again through the binoculars. It happened over and over. Finally, I got tired of it and called you. When did you see her last? Just before I called. What was she doing then? Standing there, staring. Wallander glanced out at the field. All he could see was the billowing rape. The officer you spoke with said that you seemed uneasy, said Wallander. Well, what's somebody doing standing in a rape field? There's got to be something odd about that. Wallander decided he ought to end the conversation as rapidly as possible. It was clear to him now that the old man had imagined the whole thing. He would contact social services the next day. There's not really much I can do, said Wallander. She's probably gone by now, and in that case, there's nothing to worry about. She's not gone at all, said Solomonson. I can see her right now. Wallander spun around. He followed Solomonson's pointing finger. The woman was about 50 meters out in the rape field. Wallander could see that her hair was very dark. It stood out sharply against the yellow crop. I'll go and talk to her, said Wallander. Wait here. He took a pair of boots from his car and put them on. Then he walked towards the field, feeling as though he were caught in something surreal. The woman was standing completely still, watching him. When he got closer, he saw that not only did she have long, black hair, but her skin was dark, too. He stopped when he reached the edge of the crop. He raised one hand and tried to wave her over. She continued to stand, motionless. Even though she was still quite far from him, and the billowing rape hid her face every so often, he had the impression that she was rather beautiful. He shouted to her to come towards him. When she still didn't move, he took a step into the field. At once she vanished. It happened so fast that she seemed like a frightened animal. He could feel himself getting angry. He went on walking out into the field, looking in every direction. When he caught sight of her again, she had moved to the eastern corner of the field. So that she wouldn't get away, he started running. She moved swiftly, and Wallander was soon out of breath. When he got as close as 20 meters or so from her, they were out in the middle of the field. He shouted to her. Police! He yelled. Stop where you are! He started walking towards her. Then he pulled up short. Everything happened very fast. She raised a plastic container over her head and started pouring a colorless liquid over her hair, her face, and her body. He thought fleetingly that she must have been carrying it the whole time. He could see that she was terrified. Her eyes were wide open, and she was staring straight at him. Police! He shouted again. I just want to talk to you. At the same moment, a smell of petrol wafted towards him. Suddenly she had a flickering cigarette lighter in one hand, which she touched to her hair. Wallander cried out as she burst into flame. Paralyzed, he watched her lurch around the field as the fire sizzled and blazed over her body. Wallander could hear himself screaming, but the woman on fire was silent. Afterwards, he couldn't remember hearing her scream at all. When he tried to run up to her, the field exploded in flames. He was suddenly surrounded by smoke and fire. He held his hands in front of his face and ran without knowing which direction he was heading. When he reached the edge of the field, he tripped and tumbled into the ditch. He turned around and saw her one last time before she fell over and disappeared from his sight. She was holding her arms up as if appealing for mercy. The entire field was aflame. Somewhere behind him, he could hear Solomonson wailing. Wallander got to his feet. His legs were shaking. Then he turned away and threw up. Chapter 3. Afterwards, Wallander would remember the burning girl in the rape field, the way you remember, with the greatest reluctance, a distant nightmare, sooner forgotten. If he appeared to maintain at least an outward sense of calm for the rest of that evening and far into the night. Later, he could recall nothing but trivial details. Martensson, Hansson, and especially Ann-Britt Högland had been astonished by his calm. But they couldn't see through the shield he had set up to protect himself. Inside him there was devastation, like a house that had collapsed. He got back to his flat just after 2 a.m. Only then, when he sat down on his sofa, still in his filthy clothes and muddy boots, did the shield crumble. He poured himself a glass of whiskey. The doors of his balcony stood open and let in the balmy night, and he cried like a baby. The girl had been a child. She reminded him of his own daughter, Linda. During his years as a policeman, he had learned to be prepared for whatever might await him when he arrived at a place where someone had met a violent or sudden death. He had seen people who had hanged themselves, stuck a shotgun in their mouth, or blown themselves to bits. Somehow, he had learned to endure what he saw and push it aside. But he couldn't when there were children or young people involved. Then he was as vulnerable as when he was first a policeman. He knew that many of his colleagues reacted the same way. When children or young people died violently, for no reason, the defenses erected out of habit collapsed. And that's how it would be for Wallander as long as he continued working as a policeman. He had completed the initial phase of the investigation in an exemplary manner. With traces of vomit still clinging to his mouth, he had run up to Salomonsson, who was watching his crop burn with astonishment, and asked where the telephone was. Since Salomonsson didn't seem to understand the question, maybe didn't even hear it, he dashed past him into the house. He was assailed by the acrid smell of the unwashed old man. In the hall he found the telephone. He dialed 90,000, and the operator said later that Wallander had sounded quite calm when he described what had happened and asked for a full team to be sent out. The flames from the field were shining through the windows like floodlights, lighting up the summer evening. He called Martensson at home, talking first with his daughter and then his wife before Martensson was called in from the backyard. As succinctly as possible, he described what had happened and asked Martensson to call Hansson and Högland too. Then he went out to the kitchen and washed his face under the tap. When he came back outside, Salomonsson was still rooted to the same spot as if mesmerized. A car arrived with some of his closest neighbors in it, but Wallander shouted to them to stay back, not allowing them to approach Salomonsson. In the distance he heard sirens from the fire engines, which almost always arrived first. Soon afterwards, 2 squad cars of uniformed officers and an ambulance arrived. Peter Edler was directing the firefighting, a man in whom Wallander had total confidence. "What's going on?" he asked. "I'll explain later," said Wallander, "but don't stamp around in the field. There's a body out there." "The house isn't threatened," said Edler. "We'll work on containing the fire." Edler turned to Salomonsson and asked how wide the tractor paths and the ditches between the fields were. One of the ambulance crew came over. Wallander had met him before, but couldn't remember his name. "Is anyone hurt?" he asked. Wallander shook his head. "One person dead," he replied. "She's lying out in the field." Then we'll need a hearse," said the ambulance driver. "What happened?" Wallander didn't feel like answering. Instead, he turned to Norén, who was the officer he knew best. "There's a dead woman in the field," he said. "Until the fire is put out, we can't do anything but block it off." Norén nodded. "Was it an accident?" he asked. "More like a suicide," said Wallander. A few minutes later, as Martensson arrived, Norén handed him a paper cup of coffee. He stared at his hand and wondered why it wasn't shaking. Hansson and Ann-Britt Högland arrived in Hansson's car, and he told his colleagues what had happened. Again and again he used the same phrase. She burned like a flare. "This is just terrible," said Högland. "It was worse than you can imagine," said Valander. "Not to be able to do anything. I hope none of you ever has to experience anything like this." Silently, they watched the firefighters work. A large group of bystanders had gathered, but the police kept them back. "What did she look like?" asked Martinsson. "Did you see her?" Valander nodded. "Someone ought to talk to the old man," he said. "His name is Salomonsson." Hansson took Salomonsson into his kitchen. Höglund went over and talked to Peter Edler. The fire had begun to die down. When she returned, she told them it would be all over shortly. "Rape burns fast," she said, "and the field is wet. It rained yesterday." "She was young," said Valander, "with black hair and dark skin. She was dressed in a yellow wind cheater. I think she had jeans on. I don't know about her feet. And she was frightened." "What of?" asked Martinsson. Valander thought a moment. "She was frightened of me," he replied. "I'm not absolutely sure, but I think she was even more terrified when I called out that I was a policeman and told her to stop. But beyond that, I have no idea." "She understood everything you said?" "She understood the word police, at least. I'm certain of that." All that remained of the fire was a thick pall of smoke. "There was no one else out there in the field?" asked Höglund. "You're sure she was alone?" "No," said Valander. "I'm not sure at all, but I didn't see anyone but her." They stood in silence. Who was she? Valander asked himself. Where did she come from? Why did she set herself on fire? If she wanted to die, why did she choose to torture herself? Hansson came back from the house where he had been talking with Salomonsson. "We should do what they do in the States," he said. "We should have menthol to smear under our noses. Damn, the smell in there. Old men shouldn't be allowed to outlive their wives." "Get one of the ambulance crew to ask him how he's feeling," said Valander. "He must be suffering from shock." Martinsson went to deliver the message. Peter Edler took off his helmet and stood next to Valander. "It's nearly out," he said, "but I'll leave a truck here tonight." "When can we go out in the field?" asked Valander. "Within an hour. The smoke will hang around for a while yet, but the field has already started to cool off." Valander took Peter Edler aside. "What am I going to see?" he asked. She poured a 5-liter container of petrol over herself, and the way everything exploded around her, she must have already poured more on the ground. "It won't be pretty," Edler replied candidly. "There won't be a lot left." Valander said nothing. He turned to Hansson. "No matter how we look at it, we know that it was suicide," said Hansson. "We have the best witness we can get, a policeman." "What did Salomonsson say?" "That he'd never seen her before she appeared at 5 a.m. this morning. There's no reason to think he's not telling the truth." "So we don't know who she is," said Valander. "And we don't know what she was running from either." Hansson looked at him in surprise. "Why should she be running from something?" he asked. "She was frightened," said Valander. "She was hiding, and when a policeman arrived, she set herself on fire. We don't know what she was thinking," said Hansson. "You may be imagining that she was frightened." "No," said Valander. "I've seen enough fear in my time to know what it looks like." One of the ambulance crew came walking towards them. "We're taking the old boy with us to the hospital," he said. "He looks in pretty bad shape." Valander nodded. Soon the forensic team arrived. Valander tried to point out where, in the smoke, the body might be located. "Maybe you should go home," said Höglund. "You've seen enough this evening." "No," said Valander. "I'll stay." Eventually the smoke had cleared, and Peter Edler said they could start their examination. Even though the summer evening was still light, Valander had ordered floodlights to be brought in. "There might be something out there apart from a body," said Valander. "Watch your step. And everyone who doesn't have work to do out there should stay back." He realized then that he really didn't want to do what had to be done. He would far rather have driven away and left the responsibility to the others. He walked out into the field alone. The others watched. He was afraid of what he would see, afraid that the knot he had in his stomach would burst. He reached her. Her arms had stiffened in the upstretched motion he had seen her make before she died, surrounded by the raging flames. Her hair and face, along with her clothes, were burned off. All that was left was a blackened body that still radiated terror and desolation. Valander turned around and walked back across the charred ground. For a moment he was afraid he was going to faint. The forensic technicians started to work in the harsh glare of the floodlights where moths swarmed. Hansson had opened Salomonsson's kitchen window to drive out the smell. They pulled out the chairs and sat around the kitchen table. At Höglin's suggestion, they made coffee on Salomonsson's ancient stove. "All he has is ground coffee," she said, after searching through the drawers and cupboards. "Is that all right?" "That's fine," said Valander. "Just as long as it's strong." Hanging on the wall beside the ancient cupboards with sliding doors was an old-fashioned clock. Valander noticed that it had stopped. He had seen a clock like that once before, at Biba's flat in Riga, and it, too, had had a pair of immobile hands, as though they were trying to ward off events that had not yet happened by stopping time, he thought. Biba's husband was killed execution-style on a frozen night in Riga's harbor. A lone girl appears as if shipwrecked in a sea of rape and takes her life by inflicting the worst pain imaginable. She had set herself on fire as though she were her own enemy, he thought. It wasn't him, the policeman with the waving arms, she had wanted to escape. It was herself. He was jolted out of his reverie by the silence around the table. They were looking at him and waiting for him to take the initiative. Through the window he could see the technicians moving slowly about in the glare of the floodlights. A camera flash went off, then another. "Did somebody call for the hearse?" asked Hansson. For Valander it was as if someone had struck him with a sledgehammer. The simple, matter-of-fact question from Hansson brought him back to painful reality. The images flickered inside his head. He imagined driving through the beautiful Swedish summertime, Barbara Hendricks's voice, strong and clear. Then a girl skitters away like a frightened animal in the field of tall rape. The catastrophe strikes. Something happens that shouldn't. The hearse on its way to carry off the summer itself. "Priest knows what to do," said Martinsson, and Valander recognized the ambulance driver whose name he had forgotten earlier. He knew he had to say something. "What do we know?" He began tentatively, as if each word were offering resistance. An elderly farmer, living alone, rises early and discovers a strange woman in his rape field. He tries calling to her, to get her to leave since he doesn't want his crop destroyed. She hides and then reappears again and again. He calls us late in the afternoon. I drive out here since the regular officers are all busy. To be honest, I have trouble taking him seriously. I decide to leave and contact social services since he seems so confused. But the woman suddenly pops up in the field again. So I try to reach her, but she moves away. She lifts a plastic container over her head, drenches herself in petrol, and sets fire to herself with a cigarette lighter. The rest you know. She was alone, she had a container of petrol, and she took her own life. He broke off abruptly, as if he no longer knew what to say. A moment later he went on. "We don't know who she is," he said. "We don't know why she killed herself. I can give a fairly good description of her, but that's all." Ann-Britt Högland got some cracked coffee cups out of a cupboard. Martinsson went out into the yard to have a pee. When he returned, Wallander continued his cautious summary. The most important thing is to find out who she was. We'll search through all missing persons. Since I think she was dark-skinned, we can start by putting a little extra focus on checking on refugees and the refugee camps. Then we'll have to wait for what the forensic technicians come up with. Well, at any rate, we know there was no crime committed, said Hansson. So, our job is to determine who she was. She must have come from somewhere, said Högland. Did she walk here? Did she ride a bike? Did she drive? Where did she get the petrol? And why here, of all places, said Martinsson. Why Solomonsson's place? This farm is way off the beaten track. The questions hung in the air. Noren came into the kitchen and said that some reporters had arrived who wanted to know what happened. Wallander, who knew that he had to get moving, stood up. I'll talk to them, he said. Tell them the truth, said Hansson. What else? Wallander replied in surprise. He went out into the yard and recognized the two newspaper reporters. One was a young woman who worked for Ystad Recorder, the other an older man from Labor News. It looks like a film shoot, said the woman, pointing at the floodlights in the charred field. It's not, said Wallander. He told them what had happened. A woman had died in a fire. There was no suspicion of criminal activity. Since they still didn't know who she was, he didn't want to say anything more at this time. Can we take some pictures? Asked the man from Labor News. You can take as many pictures as you like, replied Wallander, but you'll have to take them from here. No one is allowed to go into the field. The reporters drove off in their cars. Wallander was about to return to the kitchen when he saw one of the technicians working out in the field waving to him. Wallander went over. It was Sven Nyberg, the surly but brilliant head of forensics. They stopped at the edge of the area covered by the floodlights. A slight breeze came wafting from the sea across the field. Wallander tried to avoid looking at the body with its upstretched arms. I think we found something, said Nyberg. In his hand, he had a little plastic bag. He handed it to Wallander, who moved under one of the floodlights. In the bag was a gold necklace with a tiny pendant. It has an inscription, said Nyberg. The letters DMS, and it's a picture of the Madonna. Why didn't it melt? Asked Wallander. A fire in a field doesn't generate enough heat to melt jewelry, Nyberg replied. He sounded tired. This is exactly what we needed, said Wallander. We'll be ready to take her away soon, said Nyberg, nodding toward the black hearse waiting at the edge of the field. How does it look? Wallander asked cautiously. Nyberg shrugged. Well, the teeth should tell us something. The pathologists are excellent. They can find out how old she was. With DNA technology, they can also tell you whether she was born in this country of Swedish parents or if she came from somewhere else. There's coffee in the kitchen, said Wallander. No, thanks, said Nyberg. I'll be done here pretty soon. In the morning, we'll go over the entire field. Since there was no crime, it can wait until then. Wallander went back to the house. He laid the plastic bag containing the necklace on the kitchen table. Now we have something to go on, he said. A pendant, a Madonna inscribed with the initials DMS. I suggest you all go home now. I'll stay here a while longer. We'll meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, said Hansson, getting up. I wonder who she was, said Martinsson. The Swedish summertime is too beautiful and too brief for something like this to happen. They parted in the yard. Högland lingered behind. I'm thankful I didn't have to see it, she said. I think I understand what you're going through. I'll see you tomorrow, he said. When the cars had gone, he sat down on the steps of the house. The floodlights shone as if over a bleak stage on which a play was being performed, with him the only spectator. The wind had started to blow. They were still waiting for the warmth of summer. The night air was cold, and Valander realized that he was freezing, sitting there on the steps. How intensely he longed for the summer heat. He hoped it would come soon. After a while, he got up and went inside the house and washed the coffee cups. Chapter 4. Valander gave a start. Someone was trying to tear off one of his feet. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his foot was caught in the broken bed frame. He turned over onto his side to free it. Then he lay still. The dawn light filtered through the crookedly drawn shade. He looked at the clock on the bedside table. It was 4:30 a.m. He had hardly slept, and he was very tired. He found himself back out in the field again. He could see the girl much more clearly now. It wasn't me she was afraid of, he thought. She wasn't hiding from me or Salomonson. There was someone else. He got up and shuffled out to the kitchen. While he waited for the coffee to brew, he went into his messy living room and checked the answer machine. The red light was flashing. He pushed the replay button. First was his sister, Christina. "I need you to call me, preferably in the next couple of days." It must be something to do with their father. Although he had married his care worker and no longer lived alone, he was still moody and unpredictable. There was a scratchy, faint message from Skåne Daily asking if he was interested in a subscription. He was just on his way back to the kitchen when he heard the next message. "It's Baiba. I'm going to Tallinn. I'll be back on Saturday." He was seized with jealousy. Why was she going to Tallinn? She had said nothing about it the last time they spoke. He poured a cup of coffee and called her number in Riga, but there was no answer. He dialed again. His unease was growing. She could hardly have left for Tallinn at 5 a.m. Why wasn't she home? Or if she was home, why didn't she answer? He picked up his coffee cup, opened the balcony door facing Mariagatan, and sat down. Once again he saw the girl running through the rape. For an instant she looked like Baiba. He forced himself to accept that his jealousy was unwarranted. They had agreed not to encumber their new relationship with promises of fidelity. He remembered how they had sat up on Christmas Eve and talked about what they wanted from one another. Most of all, Valander wanted them to get married. But when Baiba spoke of her need for freedom, he had agreed with her. Rather than lose her, he would accept her terms. The sky was clear blue, and the air was already warm. He drank his coffee in slow sips and tried to keep from thinking of the girl. When he had finished, he went into the bedroom and searched for a long time before finding a clean shirt. Next, he gathered all the clothes strewn around the flat. He made a big pile in the middle of the living room floor. He would have to go to the laundrette today. At 5:45 a.m., he left his flat and went down to the street. He got into his car and remembered that it was due for its MOT by the end of June. He drove off down Regementsgaten and then out along Österleden. On the spur of the moment, he turned onto the road heading out of town and stopped at the new cemetery at Kronoholmsvagen. He left the car and strolled along the rows of gravestones. Now and then he would catch sight of a name he vaguely recognized. When he saw a year of birth the same as his own, he averted his eyes. Some young men in blue overalls were unloading a mower from a trailer. When he reached the memorial grove, he sat on one of the benches. He hadn't been here since the windy autumn day 4 years ago when they had scattered Rydberg's ashes. Björk had been there, and Rydberg's distant and anonymous relatives. Valander had often meant to come back. A gravestone with Rydberg's name on it would have been simpler, he thought, a focal point for my memories of him. In this grove, full of the spirits of the dead, I can find no trace of him. He realized that he had difficulty remembering what Rydberg looked like. He's dying away inside me, he thought. Soon even my memories of him will be gone. He stood up, suddenly distressed. He kept seeing the burning girl. He drove straight to the station, went into his office, and closed the door, forcing himself to prepare a summary of the car theft investigation that he had to turn over to Svedberg. He moved folders onto the floor so that his desk would be completely clear. He lifted up his desk blotter to see whether there were any items there that he had forgotten about. He found a scratch-off lottery ticket he had bought several months before. He rubbed it with a ruler until the numbers appeared, and saw that he had won 25 kroner. From the hall he could hear Martinsson's voice, then Ann-Britt Högland's. He leaned back in his chair, put his feet up on the desk, and closed his eyes. When he woke up, he had a cramp in one of his calf muscles, but he had slept for no more than 10 minutes. The telephone rang. It was Per Åkesson from the prosecutor's office. They exchanged greetings and some words about the weather. They had worked together for many years and had slowly developed a rapport that had become like a friendship. They often disagreed about whether an arrest was justified or whether remanding an offender in custody was reasonable, but there was also a trust that went deep, although they almost never spent time together off-duty. "I read in the paper about the girl who burned to death in a field by Marvinsholm," said Åkesson. "Is that something for me?" "It was suicide," replied Wallander. "Other than a farmer named Salomonsson, I was the only witness." "What in heaven's name were you doing there?" "Salomonsson called. Normally a squad car would have dealt with it, but they were busy." "The girl can't have been a pretty sight." "It was worse than you could imagine. We have to find out who she was. The switchboard has already started taking calls from people worried about missing relatives." "So you don't suspect foul play?" Without understanding why, Wallander hesitated before answering. "No," he said then. "I can't think of a more blatant way to take your own life." "You don't sound entirely convinced." "I had a bad night. It was, as you say, a pretty horrible experience." They fell silent. Wallander could tell that Åkesson had something else he wanted to talk about. "There's another reason why I'm calling," he said finally. "But keep it between us." "I usually know how to keep my mouth shut." "Do you remember? I told you a few years ago that I was thinking of doing something else? Before it's too late, before I get too old?" "I remember you talked about refugees and the UN. Was it the Sudan?" "Uganda. And I've actually got an offer, which I've decided to accept. In September, I'm going to take a year's sabbatical." "What does your wife think about this?" "That's why I'm calling. For moral support. I haven't discussed it with her yet." "Is she supposed to go with you?" "No." "Then I suspect she'll be a little surprised." "Have you any idea how I should break it to her?" "Unfortunately not. But I think you're doing the right thing. There has to be more to life than putting people in jail." "I'll let you know how it goes." They were just about to hang up when Wallander remembered that he had a question. "Does this mean that Annette Brolin is coming back as your replacement?" "She's changed sides. She's working as a criminal barrister in Stockholm now," said Åkesson. "Weren't you a little in love with her?" "No," Wallander said. "I was just curious." He hung up. He felt a pang of jealousy. He would have liked to travel to Uganda himself, to have a complete change. Nothing could undo the horror of seeing a young person set herself alight. He envied Per Åkesson, who wasn't going to let his desire to escape stop at mere dreams. The joy he had felt yesterday was gone. He stood at the window and gazed out at the street. The grass by the old water tower was still green. Wallander thought about the year before, when he had been on sick leave for a long time after he had killed a man. Now he wondered whether he had ever really recovered from that depression. "I ought to do something like Åkesson," he thought. "There must be a Uganda for me somewhere. For Baiba and me."
He stood by the window for a long time, then went back to his desk and tried to reach his sister. Several times he got a busy signal. He spent the next half hour writing up a report of the events of the night before. Then he called the pathology department in Malmö, but couldn't find a doctor who could tell him anything about the burned corpse. Just before 9 a.m., he got a cup of coffee and went into one of the conference rooms. Höglund was on the phone, and Martinsson was leafing through a catalog of garden equipment. Svedberg was in his usual spot, scratching the back of his neck with a pencil. One of the windows was open. Wallander stopped just inside the door with a strong feeling of déjà vu. Martinsson looked up from his catalog and nodded. Svedberg muttered something unintelligible, while Höglund patiently explained something to one of her children. Hansson came into the room. He had a coffee cup in one hand and a plastic bag with the necklace that had been found in the field in the other. "Don't you ever sleep?" asked Hansson. Wallander felt himself bristle at the question. "Why do you ask?" "Have you taken a look in the mirror lately?" "I didn't get home until early this morning. I sleep as much as I need to." "It's those football matches," said Hansson. "They're on in the middle of the night." "I don't watch them," said Wallander. "I thought everyone stayed up to watch." "I'm not that interested," Wallander admitted. "I know it's unusual, but as far as I know, the chief of the National Police hasn't sent out any instruction that it's a dereliction of duty not to watch the games." "This might be the last time we'll have a chance to see it," Hansson said somberly. "See what?" "Sweden, playing in the World Cup. I just hope our defense doesn't go pear-shaped." "I see," Wallander said politely. Höglund was still talking on the phone. "Ravelli," Hansson went on, referring to Sweden's goalkeeper. Wallander waited for him to continue, but he didn't. "What about him?" "I'm worried about him." "Why, is he sick?" "I think he's erratic. He didn't play well against Cameroon, kicking the ball out at strange times, odd behavior in the goal area." "Policemen can also be erratic," said Wallander. "You can't really compare them," said Hansson. "At least we don't have to make lightning-fast decisions about whether to rush out or stay back on the goal line." "Hell, who knows," said Wallander. "Maybe there's a similarity between the policeman who rushes to the scene of a crime and the goalie who rushes out on the field." Hansson gave him a baffled look. The conversation died. They sat around the table and waited for Höglund to finish her call. Svedberg, who had a hard time accepting female police officers, drummed his pencil on the table in annoyance to let her know they were waiting for her. Soon Wallander would have to tell Svedberg to put a stop to these tiresome protests. Höglund was a good policewoman, in many ways much more talented than Svedberg. A fly buzzed around his coffee cup. They waited. Finally, Höglund hung up and sat down at the table. "A bike chain," she said. "Children have a hard time understanding that their mothers might have something more important to do than come straight home and fix it." "Go ahead," said Wallander on impulse. "We can do this run-through without you." She shook her head. "They'd come to expect it," she said. Hansson put the necklace in its plastic bag on the table in front of him. "A woman commits suicide," he said. "No crime has been committed. All we have to do is work out who she was." Hansson was starting to act like Bjork, thought Wallander, just managing not to burst out laughing. He caught Anne Britt's eye. She seemed to be thinking the same thing. "Calls have started coming in," said Martinsson. "I've put a man on it." "I'll give you my description of her," said Wallander. "Otherwise we have to concentrate on people who have been reported missing. She might be one of them. If she's not on that list, someone is going to miss her soon." "I'll take care of it," said Martinsson. "The necklace," said Hansson, opening the plastic bag.
A Madonna and the letters DMS. I think it's solid gold. There's a database of abbreviations and acronyms, said Martinsson, who knew the most about computers. We can put in the letters and see if we get anything. Wallander reached for the necklace. It was still soot-marked. It's beautiful, he said. But people in Sweden mostly wear a cross, don't they? Madonnas are more common in Catholic countries. It sounds as though you're talking about a refugee or immigrant, said Hansson. I'm talking about what the medallion represents, replied Wallander. In any case, it has to be included in the description of the girl, and the person taking the calls has to know what it looks like. Shall we release a description? Hansson asked. Wallander shook his head. Not yet. He was thinking about the night before. He knew he wouldn't give up until he knew what it was that had made the girl burn herself to death alone in the rape field. I'm living in a world where young people take their own lives because they can't stand it anymore, he thought. I have to understand why, if I'm going to keep on being a policeman. He gave a start. Hansson had spoken. Do we have anything more to discuss right now? Hansson asked again. I'll take care of the pathologist in Malmö, Wallander said. Has anyone been in touch with Sven Nyberg? If not, I'll drive over and talk to both of them. The meeting was over. Wallander went to his office and got his jacket. He hesitated a moment, wondering whether he ought to make another attempt to get hold of his sister, or Baiba in Riga, but he decided against doing either. He drove first to Salomonsson's farm. Policemen were taking down the floodlights and rolling up the cables. The house was locked up, and he remembered that he must check and see how Salomonson was doing. Maybe he had remembered something that would be of help. He walked out into the field. The fire-blackened ground stood out sharply against the surrounding yellow crops. Nyberg was kneeling in the mud. In the distance he saw two other technicians who seemed to be searching along the edges of the burned area. Nyberg nodded curtly to Wallander. The sweat was running down his face. How's it going? Asked Wallander. Have you found anything? She must have had a lot of petrol with her, said Nyberg, getting up. We found 5 half-melted containers. They were apparently empty when the fire broke out. If you draw a line through the spots where we found them, you can see that she had surrounded herself. What do you mean? Wallander asked. Nyberg threw out one arm in a sweeping gesture. I mean that she built a fortress around herself. She poured petrol in a wide circle. It was a moat, and there was no way into her fortress. She was standing right in the middle with the last container, which she had saved for herself. Maybe she was hysterical and depressed. Maybe she was mad or seriously ill. I don't know. But that's what she did. She knew full well what she was going to do. Can you tell me anything about how she got here? I've sent for a dog unit, said Nyberg. But they probably won't be able to pick up her trail. The smell of petrol has permeated the ground. The dogs will just be confused. We haven't found a bicycle. The tractor paths that lead down towards the E65 didn't have anything either. She could have landed in this field by parachute. Nyberg took a roll of toilet paper out of one of his bags of equipment and wiped the sweat from his face. What do the doctors say? He asked. Nothing yet, said Wallander. I think they've got a difficult job ahead of them. Why would anyone do something like this? Nyberg asked. Could someone really have such strong reasons for dying that she'd end her life by torturing herself as much as she possibly could? I've asked myself the same question, said Wallander. Nyberg shook his head. What's happening? He asked. Wallander had no answer. He went back to the car and called the station. Ebba answered. To avoid her concern, he pretended to be in a hurry. I'm going to see the farmer, he said. I'll be in this afternoon. He drove back to Ystad. In the cafeteria at the hospital, he had some coffee and a sandwich, Then he looked for the ward where Salomonson was. He stopped the nurse, introduced himself, and stated his business. She gave him a quizzical look. "Edvin Salomonson?" "I don't remember whether his name was Edvin," Wallander said. "Did he come in last night after the fire outside Marsvinsholm?" The nurse nodded. "I'd like to speak with him," said Wallander. "If he's not too sick, that is." "He's not sick," replied the nurse. "He's dead." Wallander gave her an astonished look. "Dead?" "He died this morning in his sleep. Apparently it was a heart attack. It would probably be best if you spoke to one of the doctors." "I just came by to see how he was doing," said Wallander. "Now I have my answer." He left the hospital and walked out into the bright sunshine. He had no idea what to do next. Chapter 5. Wallander drove home knowing that he must sleep if he were ever going to be able to think clearly again. No one could be blamed for the old farmer's death. The person who might have been held responsible, the one who had set fire to his rape field, was already dead herself. It was the events themselves, the fact that any of this had happened, that made him feel sick at heart. He unplugged the phone and lay down on the sofa in the living room with a flannel over his eyes. But sleep wouldn't come. After half an hour, he gave up. He plugged in the telephone, lifted the receiver, and dialed Linda's number in Stockholm. On a sheet of paper by the phone, he had a long list of numbers, each crossed out. Linda moved often, and her number was forever changing. He let it ring a long time. Then he dialed his sister's number. She answered almost at once. They didn't speak very often, and hardly ever about anything but their father. Sometimes Wallander thought that their contact would cease altogether when their father died. They exchanged the usual pleasantries without really being interested in the answers. "You called?" Wallander said. "I'm worried about Dad," she said. "Has something happened? Is he sick?" "I don't know. When did you visit him last?" Wallander tried to remember. "About a week ago," he said, feeling guilty. "Can you really not manage to see him more often?" "I'm working almost round the clock. The department is hopelessly understaffed. I visit him as often as I can." "I talked to Gertrude yesterday," she went on, without commenting on what Wallander had said. "I thought she gave an evasive answer when I asked how Dad was doing." "Why would she?" said Wallander, surprised. "I have no idea. That's why I'm calling." "He was the same as always," Wallander said. "Cross that I was in a hurry and couldn't stay very long. But the whole time I was there, he sat painting his picture and made out as though he didn't have time to talk to me. Gertrude was happy, as usual. I have to admit I don't understand how she puts up with him." "Gertrude likes him," she said. "It's a question of love. Then you can put up with a lot." Wallander wanted to end the conversation as quickly as possible. As she got older, his sister reminded him more and more of their mother. Wallander had never had a very happy relationship with his mother. When he was growing up, it was as though the family had been divided into two camps, his sister and his mother against him and his father. Wallander had been very close to his father until his late teens when he decided to become a policeman. Then a rift had developed. His father had never accepted Wallander's decision, but he couldn't explain to his son why he was so opposed to this career, or what he wanted him to do instead. After Wallander finished his training and started on the beat in Malmö, the rift had widened to a chasm. Some years later, his mother was stricken with cancer. She was diagnosed at New Year and died in May. His sister Christina left the house the same summer and moved to Stockholm, where she got a job in a company then known as L.M. Ericsson. She married, divorced, and married again. Wallander had met her first husband once, but he had no idea what her present husband even looked like. He knew that Linda had visited their home in Kärrtorp a few times, but he got the impression that the visits were never very successful. Wallander knew that the rift from their childhood and teenage years was still there, and that the day their father died it would widen for good. "I'm going to see him tonight," said Wallander, thinking about the pile of dirty laundry on his floor. "I'd appreciate it if you called me," she said. Wallander promised he would. Then he called Riga. When the phone was picked up, he thought it was Baiba at first. Then he realized that it was her housekeeper, who spoke nothing but Latvian. He hung up quickly. At the same moment his phone rang, and he jumped. He picked up the phone and heard Martinson's voice. "I hope I'm not bothering you," said Martinson. "I just stopped by to change my shirt," said Wallander, wondering why he always felt it necessary to excuse himself for being at home. "Has something happened?" "A few calls have come in about missing persons," said Martinson. "Anne Britt is busy going through them." "I was thinking more of what you had come up with on the computer." "The mainframe has been down all morning," Martinson replied glumly. "I called Stockholm a while ago. Somebody there thought it might be up and running again in an hour, but he wasn't sure." "We're not chasing crooks," Wallander said. "We can wait." "A doctor called from Malmö," Martinson continued. "A woman. Her name was Malmström. I promised her you'd call." "Why couldn't she talk to you?" "She wanted to talk to you. I suppose it's because you were the last one to see the woman alive." Wallander wrote down the number. "I was out there today," he said. Nyberg was on his knees in the filth, sweating. He was waiting for a police dog. "He's like a dog himself," said Martinson, not disguising his dislike of Nyberg. "He can be grumpy," Wallander protested, "but he knows his stuff." He was about to hang up when he remembered Salomonsson. "The farmer died," he said. "Who?" "The man whose kitchen we were drinking coffee in last night. He had a heart attack." After he hung up, Wallander went to the kitchen and drank some water. For a long time he sat at the kitchen table doing nothing. Eventually he called Malmö. He had to wait while the doctor named Malmström was called to the phone. From her voice he could hear that she was very young. Wallander introduced himself and apologized for the delay in returning her call. "Has any new information come to light that indicates that a crime was committed?" she asked. "No." "In that case, we won't have to do an autopsy," she replied. "That will make it easier. She burned herself to death using petrol. Leaded." Wallander felt that he was about to be sick. He imagined her blackened body, as if it were lying right next to the woman he was speaking to. "We don't know who she was," he said. "We need to know as much as possible about her in order to be able to give a clear description." "It's always hard with a burned body," she said, without emotion. "All the skin is burned away. The dental examination isn't ready yet, but she had good teeth, no fillings. She was 163 centimeters tall. She had never broken a bone." "I need her age," said Wallander. "That's almost the most important thing." "That'll take a few more days. We can base it on her teeth." "What would you guess?" "I'd rather not." "I saw her from 20 meters away," said Wallander. "I think she was about 17. Am I wrong?" The female doctor thought a moment before she replied. "I don't like to guess," she said at last, "but I think she was younger." "What makes you think so?" "I'll tell you when I know. But I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out she was only 15. "Could a 15-year-old really kill herself in that way?" Wallander asked. "I have a hard time believing that." "Last week I put together the pieces of a 7-year-old girl who blew herself up," replied the doctor. "She had planned it very carefully. She made certain that no one else would be hurt. Since she could barely write, she left behind a drawing as her farewell letter. And recently I heard of a 4-year-old who tried to poke his own eyes out because he was afraid of his father." "That just is impossible," said Wallander. "Not here in Sweden." "It was here, all right," she said. "In Sweden. In the center of the universe. in the middle of summer." Walander's eyes filled with tears. "As we don't know who she was, we'll keep her here," the doctor said. I have a question," said Wallander. "Is it incredibly painful to burn to death?" "People have known that through the ages," she replied. "That's why they used fire as one of the worst punishments or tortures that someone could be subjected to. They burned Joan of Arc. They burned witches. In every era, people have been tortured by fire. The pain is beyond imagining. And you don't lose consciousness as fast as you would hope. There's an instinct to run from the flames that's stronger than the desire to escape the pain. That's why your mind forces you not to pass out. Then you reach your limit. For a while, the burned nerves become numbed. There are examples of people with 90% of their body burned who for a brief time felt uninjured. But when the numbness wears off..." She didn't finish her sentence. "She burned like a flare," said Wallander. "The best thing you can do is stop thinking about it," she said. "Death can actually be a liberator, no matter how reluctant we are to accept that." When the conversation was over, Wallander got up, grabbed his jacket, and left the flat. The wind had started blowing outside. Cloud cover had moved in from the north. On the way to the station, he pulled into the MOT garage and made an appointment. When he arrived at the garage, he stopped at the reception desk. Ebba had recently slipped and broken her hand. He asked how she was feeling. "Reminds me that I'm getting old," she said. "You'll never get old," said Wallander. "That's a nice thing to say," she said, "but it's not true." On the way to his office, Wallander stopped to see Martinsson, who was sitting in front of his computer. "They got it up and running 20 minutes ago," he said. "I'm just checking the description to see whether there are any missing persons who fit." "Add that she was 163 centimeters tall," said Wallander, "and that she was between 15 and 17 years old." Martinsson gave him a baffled look. "Only 15? That can't be possible, can it?" "I wish it weren't true," said Wallander. "But for now we have to consider it a possibility. How's it going with the initials?" "I haven't got that far yet," said Martinsson. "But I was planning to stay late this evening." "We're trying to make an identification," said Wallander. "We're not searching for a fugitive." "There's no one at home tonight anyway," said Martinsson. "I don't like going back to an empty house." Wallander left Martinsson and looked in on Höglin's room, which was empty. He went back down the hall to the operations center, where the emergency alerts and phone calls were received. Höglin was sitting at a table with a senior officer going through a pile of papers. "Any leads?" he asked. "We've got a couple of tip-offs we have to look into more closely," she said. "One is a girl from Tomalilla Folk College who's been missing for 2 days." "Our girl was 163 centimeters tall," said Wallander. "She had perfect teeth. She was between 15 and 17 years old." "That young?" she asked in amazement. "Yep," said Wallander. "That young." "And it's not the girl from Tomalilla, anyway," said Höglund, putting down the paper in her hand. "She's 23 and tall." She searched through the stack of papers for a moment. "Here's another one," she said. "A 16-year-old girl named Marie Lipmundsson. She lives here in Ystad and works in a bakery. She's been missing from her job for 3 days. It was the baker who called. He was furious. Her parents evidently don't care about her at all." "Take a look at her," Wallander said encouragingly, but he knew she wasn't the one. He got a cup of coffee and went to his room. The folder on the car thefts was still lying on the floor. He had better turn the case over to Svedberg now. He hoped no serious crimes would be committed before he started his holiday. Later that afternoon, they met in the conference room. Nyberg was back from the farm where he had finished his search. It was a short meeting. Hansson had excused himself because he had to read an urgent memo from National Headquarters. "Let's be brief," said Wallander.
Tomorrow we'll go over all the cases that can't wait." He turned to Nieberg, sitting at the end of the table. "How'd it go with the dog?" he asked. "He didn't find a thing," Nieberg replied. "If there was ever anything to give him a scent, it was covered up by the odor of petrol." Valander thought for a moment. "You found 5 melted petrol containers," he said. "That means that she must have come to Salomonson's field in some sort of vehicle. She couldn't have carried all that petrol by herself, unless she walked there several times. There's one more possibility, of course, that she didn't come alone, but that doesn't seem reasonable, to say the least. Who would help a young girl commit suicide?" "We could try to trace the petrol containers," said Nieberg dubiously. "But is it really necessary?" "As long as we don't know who she was, we have to trace her by any leads we have," Valander replied. "She must have come from somewhere. Somehow." "Did anyone look in Salomonson's barn?" asked Högland. "Maybe the petrol containers came from there." Valander nodded. "Someone had better drive out there and check," he said. Högland volunteered. "We'll have to wait for Martinson's results," Valander said, winding up the meeting, "and the pathologist's work in Malmö. They're going to give us an exact age tomorrow." "And the gold medallion?" asked Svedberg. "We'll wait until we have some idea of what the letters on it might mean," said Valander. He suddenly realized something he had completely overlooked earlier. Behind the dead girl there were other people who would mourn her, who would forever see her running like a living flare in their heads, in a totally different way from him. The fire would stay with them like scars. It would gradually fade away from him like a nightmare. They went their separate ways. Svedberg went with Valander to get the papers on the car thefts. Valander gave him a brief rundown. When they were done, Svedberg didn't get up, and Valander sensed that there was something he wanted to talk about. "We ought to, get together and talk," said Svedberg hesitantly, "about what's going on." "You're thinking about the cuts? And security companies taking over the custody of suspects?" Svedberg nodded glumly. What use are new uniforms if we can't do our jobs?" "I don't really think it'll help to talk about it," Valander said warily. "We have a union that's paid to take care of these matters." "We ought to protest at least," said Svedberg. "We ought to talk to people on the street about what's going to happen." "People have their own troubles," replied Valander, and at the same time it occurred to him that Svedberg was quite right. The public was prepared to bend over backwards to save their police stations. Svedberg stood up. "That's about it," he said. "Set up a meeting," Valander said. "I promise I'll come. But wait until summer's over." "I'll think about it," said Svedberg, and left the room with the files under his arm. It was late afternoon. Through the window, Valander could see that it was about to rain. He decided to have a pizza before he drove out to see his father in Luderup. On the way out, he stopped in on Martinsson. "Don't stay there too long," he said. "I haven't found anything yet," said Martinsson. "See you tomorrow." Valander went out to his car, which was already spattered with raindrops. He was just about to drive away when Martinsson ran out, waving his arms. "We've got her," he thought, and felt a knot in his stomach. He rolled down the window. "Did you find her?" he asked. "No," said Martinsson. Valander realized something serious had happened. He got out of the car. "What is it?" he asked. "Someone phoned in," said Martinsson. "A body has been found on the beach out past Sandskogen." "Damn," thought Valander. "Not now, not that." "It sounds like a murder," Martinsson went on. "It was a man that called. He was unusually lucid, even though I think he was in shock." "Get your jacket," said Valander. "It's raining." Martinsson didn't move.
The man who called seemed to know who the victim was. Wallander could tell by Martenson's face that he ought to dread what would come next. He said it was Wetterstedt, the former Minister of Justice. Wallander stared at Martenson. What? Gustav Wetterstedt, the Minister of Justice, and he said it looked as if he'd been scalped. It was Wednesday, 22nd June. Chapter 6. The rain was coming down harder by the time they got to the beach. On the way there, they had spoken very little. Martenson gave directions. They turned off onto a narrow road past the tennis courts. Wallander tried to picture what awaited them. What he wanted least of all had happened. If the man who called the station turned out to be right, his leave was in danger. Hanson would appeal to him to postpone it, and eventually he would have to give in. What he had been hoping for, that his desk would be cleared of pressing matters at the end of June, was not going to happen. They saw the dunes ahead of them and stopped. A man came forward to meet them. To Wallander's surprise, he didn't seem older than 30. If it was Wetterstedt who had died, this man couldn't have been more than 10 when the Minister of Justice had retired and vanished from public view. Wallander had been a young detective at the time. In the car he had tried to remember Wetterstedt's face. He wore his hair cropped short and glasses without frames. Wallander vaguely recalled his voice. Blaring, invariably self-confident, never willing to admit a mistake. The young man introduced himself as Göran Lindgren. He was dressed in shorts and a thin sweater, and he seemed very agitated. They followed him down to the beach, deserted now that it had started to rain. Lindgren led them over to a big rowing boat turned upside down. On the far side there was a wide gap between the sand and the boat's gunwale. "He's under there," said Lindgren in an unsteady voice. Wallander and Martenson looked at each other, still hoping the man had imagined it. They knelt down and peered in under the boat. In the dim light they could see a body lying there. "We'll have to turn the boat over," said Martenson in a low voice, as if afraid the dead man would hear him. "No," said Wallander. "We're not turning anything over." He got up quickly and turned to Göran Lindgren. "I assume you have a torch?" he said. "Otherwise you couldn't have described the body in such detail." The man nodded in surprise and pulled a torch out of a plastic bag near the boat. Wallander bent down again and shone the light inside. "Holy shit," said Martenson at his side. The dead man's face was covered with blood, but they could see that the skin from the forehead up over his skull was torn off. And Lindgren had been right. It was Wetterstedt under the boat. They stood up. Wallander handed back the torch. "How did you know it was Wetterstedt?" he asked. "He lives here," said Lindgren, pointing up towards a villa to the left of the boat. "Besides, everyone knows him. You don't forget a politician who was on TV all the time." Wallander nodded doubtfully. "We'll need a full team out here," he said to Martenson. "Go and call, I'll wait here." Martenson hurried off. It was raining harder now. "When did you find him?" asked Wallander. "I don't have a watch on me," said Lindgren, "but it couldn't have been more than half an hour ago." "Where did you call from?" Lindgren pointed to the plastic bag. "I have a mobile phone." Wallander regarded him with interest. "He's lying under an overturned boat," he said. "He's invisible from outside. You must have bent down to be able to see him." "It's my boat," said Lindgren simply. "Or my father's, to be exact. I usually walk here on the beach when I finish work. Since it was starting to rain, I thought I'd put my things under the boat. When I felt the bag bump into something, I bent down. At first, I thought it was a plank, but then I saw him." "It's really none of my business," said Wallander. "But I wonder why you had a torch with you." "We have a summer cottage in the woods at Sandskogen," replied Lindgren. over by Mirgangen? We're in the process of rewiring it so it has no lights. My father and I are electricians." Valander nodded. "You'll have to wait here," he said. "We'll have to ask you these questions again in a while. Have you touched anything?" Lindgren shook his head. "Has anyone other than you seen him?" "No." "When did you or your father last turn over this boat?" Lindgren thought for a moment. "It was over a week ago," he said. Valander had no more questions. He stood there thinking for a moment, and then left the boat and walked in a wide arc up towards the villa where Vetterstedt lived. He tried the gate. It was locked. He waved Lindgren over. "Do you live nearby?" he asked. "No. I live in Akosholm. My car is parked on the road." "But you knew that Vetterstedt lived in this house?" "He used to walk along the beach here. Sometimes he stopped to watch while we were working on the boat, Dad and I, but he never spoke to us. He was rather arrogant." "Was he married?" "Dad said that he had read in a magazine that he was divorced." Valander nodded. "That's fine. Don't you have a raincoat in that bag?" "It's up in the car." "Go ahead and get it," Valander said. "Did you call anyone besides the police and tell them about this?" "I think I ought to call Dad. It's his boat, after all." "Hold off for the time being," said Valander. "Leave the phone here and go and get your raincoat." Lindgren did as he was told. Valander went back to the boat. He stood looking at it and tried to imagine what had happened. He knew that the first impression of a crime scene was often crucial. During an investigation that was long and difficult, he would return to that first moment. Some things he was already sure of. It was out of the question that Vetterstedt had been murdered underneath the boat. Someone had wanted to hide him. Since Vetterstedt's villa was so close, there was a good chance that he had died there. Besides, Valander had a hunch that the killer couldn't have acted alone. The boat must have been lifted to get the body underneath, and it was the old-fashioned kind, clinker-built and heavy. Valander turned his mind to the torn-off scalp. What was it that Martinsson had said? Lindgren had told him on the phone that the man had been scalped. Valander tried to imagine what other reasons there might be for the wound to the head. They didn't know how Vetterstedt had died. It wasn't natural to think that someone would intentionally have torn off his hair. Valander felt uneasy. The torn-off skin disturbed him. Just then the police cars started to arrive. Martinsson had been smart enough to tell them not to turn on their sirens and lights. Valander walked about 10 meters away from the boat so that the others wouldn't trample the sand around it. "There's a dead man underneath the boat," said Valander when the police had gathered. "Apparently it's Gustav Vetterstedt, who was once our top boss. Anyone as old as I am, at least, will remember the days when he was Minister of Justice. He was living here in retirement, and now he's dead. We have to assume that he was murdered, so we'll start by cordoning off the area." "It's a good thing the game isn't on tonight," said Martinsson. "No doubt the person who did this is a football fan, too," said Valander. He was getting annoyed at the constant references to the World Cup, but he hid his irritation from Martinsson. "Nieberg is on his way," said Martinsson. "We'll have to work on this all night," said Valander. "We might as well get started." Svedberg and Ann-Britt Högland were in one of the first cars. Hansson showed up right after they did. Lindgren reappeared in a yellow raincoat. He explained again how he had found the dead man while Svedberg took notes. It was raining hard now, and they gathered under a tree at the top of one of the dunes. When Lindgren had finished, Valander asked him to wait. Since he still didn't want to turn the boat over, the doctor had to dig out some sand to get far enough in under the boat to confirm that Vetterstedt was indeed dead. "Apparently he was divorced," said Valander, "but we'll have to get confirmation on that. Some of you will have to stay here, and Britt and I will go up to his house." "Keys," said Svedberg. Martinsson went down to the boat, lay on his stomach and reached in. After a minute or so, he managed to find a key ring in Wetterstedt's jacket pocket. Covered in wet sand, Martensson handed Wallander the keys. "We've got to put up a canopy," Wallander said testily. "Where's Nyberg? Why the delay?"
"He's coming," said Svedberg. "Today is his sauna day."
Wallander and Höglen made their way up to Wetterstedt's villa.
"I remember him from the police academy," she said. "Somebody put up a photo of him on the wall and used it as a dartboard."
"He was never popular with the police," Wallander said. "It was during his administration that we noticed something new was coming, a change that snuck up on us. I remember it felt like someone had pulled a hood over our eyes. It was almost shameful to be a policeman then. People seemed to worry more about how the prisoners were doing than the fact that crime was steadily on the rise."
"There's a lot I can't recall. But wasn't he mixed up in some sort of scandal?"
"There were a lot of rumors," said Wallander, "about one thing and another, but nothing was ever proven. A number of police officers in Stockholm were said to be quite upset."
"Maybe time caught up with him."
Wallander looked at her in surprise, but he said nothing. They had reached the gate.
"I've been here before, you know," she said suddenly. "He used to call the police and complain about young people sitting on the beach and singing on summer nights. One of those young people wrote a letter to the editor of Ystad Recorder to complain. Björk asked me to look into it."
"Look into what?"
"I'm not really sure," she answered. "But Björk was very sensitive to criticism."
"That was one of his best traits," said Wallander. "He always defended us, and that isn't always the case." They found the key and opened the gate. Wallander noticed that the light was burned out. The garden they stepped into was well tended. There were no fallen leaves on the lawn. There was a little fountain with two nude plaster children squirting water at each other from their mouths. A swing hung in the arbor. On a flagstone patio stood a marble-topped table and chairs.
"Well cared for, and expensive," said Höglen. "What do you think a marble table like that costs?"
Wallander didn't answer, since he had no idea. They continued up towards the villa. He guessed that it had been built around the turn of the century. They followed the flagstone path around to the front of the house. Wallander rang the bell. He waited for over a minute before he rang again. Then he looked for the key and unlocked the door. They stepped into a lit hall. Wallander called out into the silence, but there was no one there. "Wetterstedt wasn't killed under the boat," said Wallander. "Of course, he could have been attacked on the beach. But I think it happened here."
"Why's that?"
"I don't know. Just a hunch." They went through the house slowly, from the basement to the attic, without touching anything but the light switches. It was a cursory examination. Yet for Wallander it was important. The man who now lay dead on the beach had lived in this house. They had to seek clues as to how his death had come about. But they didn't find the slightest sign of disorder. Wallander looked in vain for the place where the crime might have taken place. At the front door he had looked for signs of a break-in. As they had stood in the hall listening to the silence, Wallander had told Höglen to take off her shoes. Now they padded soundlessly through the huge villa, which seemed to grow with each step they took. Wallander could feel his colleague looking as much at him as at the objects in the rooms they passed through. He remembered how he had done the same thing with Rydberg when he was still a young, inexperienced detective. Instead of considering it flattering, it depressed him. The changing of the guard was underway already. She was the one on the way in. He was on the way out. He remembered when they had first met, almost 2 years ago. She was a pale, plain young woman who had graduated from the police academy with top marks. But the first thing that she said to him was that he'd teach her everything that the academy couldn't about the unpredictability of the real world. But maybe it was the other way round, he thought, as he looked at a rather blurry lithograph. Imperceptibly,
the transition had taken place. They stopped by a window on the upper floor where they had a view of the beach. The floodlights were in place. Nyberg was gesticulating angrily as he supervised the arrangement of a plastic canopy over the rowing boat. The cordon was guarded by policemen in raincoats. Only a few people stood outside the cordon in the driving rain. "I'm beginning to think I was wrong," Valander said as he watched the canopy finally settle into place. "There are no signs that Vetterstedt was killed in here."
"The killer might have cleaned up," Högland suggested.
"We'll find that out after Nyberg goes through the house with a fine-toothed comb. But I'm sure it happened outside." They went back downstairs in silence.
"There was no mail on the floor inside the front door. The property is walled off. There must be a letterbox somewhere."
"We'll take that up later." He walked into the living room and stood in the middle. She watched from the doorway as though expecting him to make an impromptu speech. "I make a habit of asking myself what I'm missing," Valander said. "But everything here seems in place. A man living alone in a house where everything is orderly, no bills are unpaid, and where loneliness lingers like old cigar smoke. The only thing that doesn't fit is that the man in question is now lying dead underneath a rowing boat down on the beach." Then he corrected himself. "No, there's one other thing. The light by the garden gate isn't working."
"It may have just burned out,"
she said, surprised. "Right," said Valander, "but it still breaks the pattern." There was a knock on the door. When Valander opened it, Hansson was standing there, raindrops streaming down his face. "Neither Nyberg nor the doctor are going to get anywhere unless we turn that boat over," he said.
"Turn it over," said Valander. "I'll be right there."
Hansson disappeared into the rain. "We have to start looking for his relatives," Valander said. "He must have an address book somewhere."
"There's one thing that's odd,"
said Högland.
"This house is full of souvenirs from a long life with lots of travel and countless meetings with people, but there are no family photographs."
They were back in the living room. Valander looked around and saw that she was right. It bothered him that he hadn't thought of it himself. "Maybe he didn't want to be reminded that he was sold," Valander said without conviction.
"A woman would never be able to live without pictures of her family. That's probably why I thought of it."
There was a telephone on a table next to the sofa. "There's a phone in his study, too," he said, pointing. "You look in there and I'll start here." Valander squatted by the low telephone stand. Next to the phone was the remote control for the TV. Vetterstedt could talk on the phone and watch TV at the same time, he thought. Just like me. We live in a world where people can't bear not to be able to change channel and talk on the phone at the same time. He riffled through the phone books but didn't find any private notes. Next he pulled out 2 drawers in a bureau behind the telephone stand. In one there was a stamp album, in the other some tubes of glue and a box of napkin rings. As he was walking towards the study, the phone rang. He stopped. Högland appeared at once in the doorway to the study. Valander sat down carefully on the corner of the sofa and picked up the receiver.
"Hello?"
said a woman's voice.
"Gustav? Why haven't you called me?"
"Who's speaking, please?" asked Valander. The woman's voice suddenly turned formal.
"Mrs. Gustav Vetterstedt's mother calling. With whom am I speaking?"
"My name is Kurt Valander. I'm a police officer here in Ystad." He could hear the woman breathing. He realized that she must be very old if she was Gustav Vetterstedt's mother. He made a face at Högland, who was standing looking at him.
"Has something happened?"
asked the woman. Valander didn't know how to react. It went against all written and unwritten procedures to inform the next of kin of a sudden death over the telephone, but he had already told her his name and that he was a police officer.
"Hello? Are you still there?" Wallander didn't answer. He stared helplessly at Högland. Then he did something which he couldn't decide was justified. He hung up. "Who was that?" she asked. Wallander shook his head. He picked up the phone and called the headquarters of the Stockholm police. Chapter 7. Later that evening, Gustav Wetterstedt's telephone rang again. By that time, Wallander had arranged for his colleagues in Stockholm to tell Wetterstedt's mother of his death. An inspector who introduced himself as Hans Vikander was calling from the Östermalm police. In a few days, 1st July, the old name would disappear and be replaced by City Police. "She's been informed," Vikander said. "Because she was so old, I took a clergyman along with me. I must say she took it calmly, even though she's 94. "Maybe that's why," said Wallander. "We're trying to track down Wetterstedt's 2 children," Vikander went on. "The older, a son, works at the UN in New York. The daughter lives in Uppsala. We hope to reach them this evening." "What about his ex-wife?" asked Wallander. "Which one?" Vikander asked. "He was married 3 times. "All 3 of them? We'll have to contact them ourselves later." "I've got something that might interest you," Vikander went on. "When we spoke with the mother, she said that her son called her every night at precisely 9 o'clock. Wallander looked at his watch. It was just after 9 p.m. At once he understood the significance of what Vikander had said. "He didn't call yesterday," Vikander continued. "She waited until 9:30 p.m., then she tried to call him. No one answered, although she claimed she let it ring at least 15 times. "And the night before?" "She couldn't remember too well. She's 94 after all. She said that her short-term memory was pretty bad." "Did she say anything else?" "It was a little hard to know what to ask." "We'll have to talk to her again. Since she's already met you, it would be good if you could take it on." "I'm going on holiday the 2nd week in July," said Vikander. "Until then, that's no problem." Wallander hung up. Högland came into the hall. She had been checking the letterbox. "Newspapers from today and yesterday. A phone bill. No personal letters. He can't have been under that boat for very long." Wallander got up from the sofa. "Go through the house one more time. See if you can find any sign that something is missing. I'll go down and take a look at him." It was raining even harder now. As Wallander hurried through the garden, he remembered that he was supposed to be visiting his father tonight. With a grimace, he went back to the house. "Do me a favor?" he asked Högland. "Call my father and tell him I'm tied up with an urgent investigation. If he asks who you are, tell him you're the new chief of police." She nodded and smiled. Wallander gave her the number, then he went out into the rain. The cordoned area was a ghostly spectacle, lit up by the powerful floodlights. With a strong feeling of unease, Wallander walked in under the temporary canopy. Wetterstedt's body lay stretched out on a plastic sheet. The doctor was shining a torch down Wetterstedt's throat. He stopped when he realized that Wallander had arrived. "How are you?" asked the doctor. Wallander hadn't recognized him until that moment. It was the doctor who had treated him in hospital a few years earlier when he had thought he was having a heart attack. "Apart from this business, I'm doing fine," said Wallander. "I never had a recurrence." "Did you take my advice?" asked the doctor. "Of course not," Wallander muttered. He looked at the dead man, who gave the same impression in death as he had on the TV screen. There was something obstinate and unsympathetic about his face, even when covered with dried blood. Wallander leaned forward and looked at the wound on his forehead, which extended up towards the top of his head, where the skin and hair had been ripped away. "How did he die?" asked Wallander. "From a powerful blow to the spine with an axe," the doctor replied. "It would have killed him instantly. The spine is severed just below the shoulder blades. He was probably dead before he hit the ground." "Are you sure it happened outside?" Wallander asked. "I think so. The blow to the spine must have come from someone standing behind him. It's most likely that the force of the blow made him fall forwards. He has grains of sand in his mouth and eyes. It probably happened right nearby. There must be traces of blood somewhere. The rain makes it difficult. But with a little luck, maybe you can scrape through the surface layer and find some blood that seeped deep enough that the rain hasn't washed it away. Wallander pointed at Vetterstedt's butchered head. How do you explain this? He asked. The doctor shrugged. The incision in the forehead was made with a sharp knife, or maybe a razor. The skin and hair seem to have been torn off. I can't tell yet if it was done before or after he received the blow to the spine. That'll be a job for the pathologist in Malmö. Malmström will have a lot to do, said Wallander. Who? Yesterday we sent in the remains of a girl who burned herself to death, and now we're sending over a man who's been scalped. The pathologist I talked to was named Malmström, a woman. Well, there's more than one, said the doctor. I don't know her. Wallander squatted next to the corpse. Give me your interpretation, he said to the doctor. What do you think happened? Well, whoever struck him in the back knew what he was doing, said the doctor. A sharpshooter couldn't have done better. But to scalp him? Oh, that's the work of a madman. Or an American Indian, said Wallander. He got up and felt a twinge in his knees. The days when he could squat without pain were over. I'm finished here, said the doctor. I've already told Malmö that we're bringing him in. Wallander didn't reply. He had noticed that Vetterstedt's fly was open. Did you touch his clothes? Just on the back, around the wound to his spine, said the doctor. Wallander nodded. He could feel the nausea rising. Could I ask you one thing? Could you check inside Vetterstedt's fly and see if he's still got what's supposed to be there? The doctor gave Wallander a questioning look. If someone cut off half his scalp, they might cut off other things too, Wallander explained. The doctor nodded and pulled on a pair of latex gloves. Then he cautiously stuck his hand in and felt around. Everything that's supposed to be there seems to be there, he said when he pulled out his hand. Wallander nodded. Vetterstedt's corpse was taken away. Wallander turned to Nyberg, who was kneeling next to the boat, which had been turned right side up. How's it going? Asked Wallander. I don't know, said Nyberg. With this rain, everything is washing away. We'll have to dig tomorrow, said Wallander, and told him what the doctor said. Nyberg nodded. If there's any blood, we'll find it. Any special place you want us to start looking? Around the boat, said Wallander, then in the area from the garden gate down to the water. Nyberg pointed at a case with the lid open. There were plastic bags inside. All I found in his pockets was a box of matches, said Nyberg. You've got his keys. The clothes are expensive, except for the clogs. The house seems to be untouched, Wallander said, but I'd appreciate it if you could take a look at it tonight. I can't be in two places at once, Nyberg grumbled. If we're going to secure any evidence out here, we'll have to do it before it's all washed away by the rain. Wallander was just about to return to Vetterstedt's house when he noticed that Lindgren was still there. He went over to him. He could see that the young man was freezing. You can go home now, Wallander said. Can I phone my father and tell him about it? Go ahead. What happened? Lindgren asked. It's too soon to say, Wallander replied. There were still a handful of people outside the cordon watching the police work. Some senior citizens, a younger man with a dog, a boy on a moped. Wallander thought about the days that lay ahead with dread. A former minister of justice who had been found scalped with his spine chopped in half was the sort of juicy tidbit that would drive the media wild. The only positive thing that he could think of was that the girl who burned herself to death in Salomonsson's rape field would not end up on the front pages after all. He had to have a pee.
He went down to the water and unzipped his fly. Maybe it's that simple, he thought. Vetterstedt's fly was open because he was standing taking a pee when he was attacked. He started to walk back up towards the house, then stopped. He was overlooking something. He went back to Nyberg. Do you know where Svedberg is? I think he's trying to find some more plastic sheeting and a couple of big tarpaulins. We got to cover up the sand. I'll talk to him when he gets back, said Wallander. Where are Martinsson and Hansson? I think Martinsson went to get something to eat, said Nyberg sourly. Who the hell has time for food? We can arrange to get you something, said Wallander. Where's Hansson? He was going to speak to the prosecutor's office, and I don't want anything. Wallander walked back to the house. After he hung up his soaked jacket and pulled off his boots, he realized he was hungry. He went to the kitchen and turned on the light. He remembered how they had sat in Salomonsson's kitchen, drinking coffee. Now Salomonsson was dead. Compared with the old farmer's kitchen, this was another world. Shiny copper pots hung on the walls. An open grill with a smoke hood attached to an old oven chimney stood in the middle of the room. He opened the refrigerator and took out a piece of cheese and a beer. He found some crisp bread in one of the cupboards and sat down at the kitchen table and ate, his mind empty. By the time Svedberg came in the front door, he had finished. Nyberg said you wanted to talk to me? How'd it go with the tarpaulins? We're still trying to cover up the sand as best we can. Martinsson called the weather office and asked how long the rain was going to last. It's supposed to keep raining all night. Then we'll have a few hours break before the next storm arrives. That one's expected to be a real summer gale. A puddle had formed on the kitchen floor around Svedberg's boots, but Wallander didn't feel like asking him to take them off. They were unlikely to find the clue to Vetterstedt's death in his kitchen. Svedberg sat down and dried off his hair with a handkerchief. I vaguely remember that you once told me you were interested in the history of the American Indians, Wallander began. Or am I wrong? Svedberg gave him a puzzled look. You're right. I've read a lot about American Indians. I never liked watching movies that didn't tell the truth about them. I corresponded with an expert named Uncas. He won a prize on a TV show once. I think that was before I was born. But he taught me a lot. I assume you're wondering why I ask. Actually, no, said Svedberg. Vetterstedt was scalped, after all. Wallander looked at him intently. Was he? If scalping is an art, then in this case it was done almost perfectly. A cut with a sharp knife across the forehead, then some cuts up by the temples to get a firm grip. He died from a blow to the spine, said Wallander, just below the shoulder blades. Svedberg shrugged. Native American warriors struck at the head. It's hard to hit the spine. You have to hold the axe at an angle. It's particularly hard, of course, if the person you're trying to kill is in motion. What if he's standing still? In any case, it's not very warrior-like, said Svedberg. In fact, it's not like an American Indian to kill someone from behind. Or to kill anyone at all, for that matter. Wallander rested his head in his hands. Why are you asking about this? Said Svedberg. It's hardly likely that an American Indian murdered Vetterstedt. Who would take his scalp? Asked Wallander. A madman? Anyone who does something like this has to be nuts. You must catch him as fast as possible. I know, said Wallander. Svedberg stood up and left. Wallander got a mop and cleaned the floor. Then he went in to see Höglund in the study. Your father didn't sound too happy, she said. But I think the main thing that was bothering him was that you hadn't called earlier. He's right about that, said Wallander. What have you found? Surprisingly little, she said. On the surface, nothing seems to have been stolen. No cabinets are broken open.
I think he must have had a housekeeper to keep this big place clean.
Why do you say that?
2 reasons. First, you can see the difference in the way a man and a woman clean. Don't ask me how, that's just the way it is.
And the second reason?
There's a note in his diary that says, charwoman, and then a time. The note comes up twice a month.
Did he really write charwoman?
A fine old contemptuous word.
When was she here last?
Last Thursday.
That explains why everything seems so clean and tidy. Belander sank down into a chair in front of the desk.
How did it look down there?
An axe blow severed the spine. He died instantly. The killer cut off his scalp.
Earlier you said there had to be at least 2 of them.
I know I did. But now all I'm certain about is that I don't like this one bit. Why would someone murder an old man who's been living in seclusion for 20 years? And why take his scalp? They sat for a while in silence. Belander thought about the burning girl, about the man with his hair torn off, and about the pouring rain. He tried to push these thoughts away by remembering himself and Biba in a hollow behind a dune at Skagen in Denmark. But the girl kept running through the field with her hair on fire, and Vetterstedt lay scalped on a stretcher on the way to Malmö. He forced himself to concentrate and looked at Höglund. Give me a rundown. What do you think? What happened here? Describe it for me. Don't hold anything back.
He went out. I walked down to the beach to meet someone or just to get some exercise, but he was only going for a short walk.
Why?
The clogs. Old and worn out. Uncomfortable, but good enough if you're just going to be out for a short time.
And then?
It happened at night. What did the doctor say about the time?
He's not sure yet. Keep going. Why at night?
The risk of being seen is too great in the daytime. At this time of year, the beach is never deserted.
What else?
There's no obvious motive, but I think you can tell that the killer had a plan.
Why?
He took time to hide the body.
Why did he do that?
To delay its discovery, so he'd have time to get away.
But nobody saw him, right? And why a man?
A woman would never sever someone's spine. A desperate woman might hit her husband with an axe, but she wouldn't scalp him. It's a man.
What do we know about the killer?
Nothing. Unless you know something I don't.
Belander shook his head. You've outlined everything we know. I think it's time for us to leave the house to Nyberg and his people.
There's going to be a big commotion about this.
I know. It'll start tomorrow. You can be glad you've got your holiday coming up.
Hansson has already asked me whether I'd postpone it. I said yes.
You should go home now. I think I'll tell the others that we'll meet early tomorrow morning to plan the investigation.
Belander knew that they had to form a picture of who Vetterstedt was. They knew that every evening at the same time he called his mother. But what about all the routines that they didn't know about? He went back to the kitchen and searched for some paper in one of the drawers. Then he made a list of things to remember for tomorrow morning's meeting. A few minutes later, Nyberg came in. He took off his wet raincoat.
What do you want us to look for? I want to be able to rule out that he was killed inside. I want you to go over the house in your usual way, Belander answered. Nyberg nodded and left the kitchen. Belander heard him reprimanding one of his crew. He knew he ought to drive home and sleep for a few hours, but instead he decided to go through the house one more time. He started with the basement. An hour later, he was on the top floor. He went into Vetterstedt's spacious bedroom and opened his wardrobe. Pulling the suits back, he searched the bottom. Downstairs, he could hear Nyberg's voice raised in anger. He was just about to close the wardrobe doors when he caught sight of a small case in one corner. He bent down and took it out, sat down on the edge of the bed and opened it. Inside was a camera. Belander guessed that it wasn't particularly expensive. He could see that it was more or less the same type as the one Linda had bought last year. There was film in it, and 7 pictures out of 36 were exposed. He put it back in the bag, then he went downstairs to Nyberg. There's a camera in this bag, he said. I want you to get the photos developed as quickly as possible.
It was almost midnight when he left Vetterstedt's villa. It was still pouring outside. He drove straight home. When he got to his flat, he sat down at the kitchen table, wondering what the photographs would be of. The rain pounded against his windows, and he was aware of a feeling of foreboding. He sensed that what had happened was only the beginning of something much worse. Chapter 8. On Thursday morning, 23rd June, there was no Midsummer Eve mood in the Ystad station. Wallander had been woken at 3 a.m. by a reporter from Daily News in Stockholm who had heard about Vetterstedt's death from the Östermalm police. Just when Wallander finally managed to get back to sleep, the Express called. Hansson had also been woken during the night. They gathered in the conference room just after 7 a.m., everyone looking haggard and tired. Niedberg was there, even though he had been going through Vetterstedt's house until 5 a.m. Before the meeting, Hansson took Wallander aside and told him that he would have to run the investigation. "I think Björk knew this would happen," said Hansson. "That's why he retired." "He didn't retire," said Wallander. "He was promoted. Besides, seeing into the future was definitely not one of his talents. He worried enough about what was happening around him from day to day." But Wallander knew that the responsibility for organizing the hunt for Vetterstedt's killer would fall to him. The big difficulty was the fact that they would be short of staff all summer. He was grateful that Ann-Britt Höglund had agreed to postpone her holiday. But what was going to happen to his? He had counted on being on his way to Skagen with Baiba in 2 weeks. He sat down at the table and took stock of the exhausted faces around him. It was still raining, but it was easing off. In front of him on the table, he had a pile of messages that he had picked up at the reception desk. He pushed them aside and tapped on the table with a pencil. "We have to get started. The worst thing possible has happened. We've had a murder during the summer holiday. We'll have to organize ourselves as best we can. We also have the midsummer holiday coming up that will keep the uniformed officers busy. We'll have to plan our investigation with this in mind." No one spoke. Wallander turned to Nyberg and asked how the forensic investigation was going. "If only it would stop raining for a few hours," said Nyberg. "To find the murder site, we'll have to dig through the surface layer of the sand. That's almost impossible to do until it's dry. Otherwise, we'll just end up with lumps of wet sand." "I called the meteorologist at Sturup Airport a while ago," said Martinsson. "He's predicting that the rain will stop here just after 8 a.m., but a new storm will come in this afternoon and we'll get more rain. After that, it'll clear up." "If it's not one thing, it's another," said Wallander. "Usually it's easier for us if the weather's bad on Midsummer Eve." "For once it looks like the football game will be a help," said Nyberg. "I don't think people will drink as much. They'll be glued to their TVs. "What'll happen if Sweden loses to Russia?" asked Wallander. "They won't," Nyberg proclaimed. "We're going to win." Wallander hadn't realized that Nyberg was a football fan. "I hope you're right," he said. "Anyway, we haven't found anything of interest around the boat," Nyberg continued. "We also went over the part of the beach between Vetterstedt's gate, the boat, and down to the water. We picked up a number of items, but nothing that is likely to be of interest to us, with one possible exception." Nyberg put one of his plastic bags on the table. "One of the officers found this. It's a mace spray, the kind that women carry in their handbags to defend themselves if they're attacked." "Aren't those illegal in Sweden?" asked Höglund. "Yes, they are," said Nyberg. "But there it was, in the sand just outside the cordon." "We're going to check it for prints. Maybe it'll turn up something." Nyberg put the plastic bag back in his case. "Could one man turn that boat over by himself?" asked Wallander. "Not unless he's incredibly strong," said Nyberg. "That means there were 2 of them." "The murderer could have dug out the sand under the boat," said Nyberg hesitantly, "and then pushed it back in after he shoved Vetterstedt underneath." "That's a possibility," said Wallander. "But does it sound plausible?" No one at the table answered. "There's nothing to indicate that the murder was committed inside the house," Nyberg continued. We found no traces of blood or other signs of a crime. No one broke in. We can't say whether anything was stolen, but it doesn't appear so."
"Did you find anything else that seemed unusual?" asked Wallander.
"I think the entire house is unusual. Vetterstedt must have had a lot of money."
They thought about that for a moment. Wallander realized he should sum up.
"It is important to find out when Vetterstedt was murdered," he began. "The doctor who examined the body thought that it probably happened on the beach. He found grains of sand in the mouth and eyes, but we'll have to wait to see what the doctors have to say. Since we don't have any clues to go on, or any obvious motive, we'll have to proceed on a broad front. We have to find out what kind of man Vetterstedt was. Who did he associate with? What routines did he have? We have to understand his character, find out what his life was like, and we can't ignore the fact that 20 years ago he was very famous. He was the Minister of Justice. He was very popular with some people, and he was hated by others. There were rumors of scandals that he was involved in. Could revenge be part of the picture? He was cut down with an axe and had his hair ripped off. He was scalped. Has anything like this happened before? Can we find any similarities with previous murders? Martinsson will have to get his computer going. And Vetterstedt had a housekeeper we'll have to find and talk to today."
"What about his political party?" asked Högland.
"I was just getting to that. Did he have any unresolved political disputes? Did he continue to see old party allies? We have to clear this up, too. Is there anything in his background that might point to a conceivable motive?"
"Since the news broke, 2 people have already called in to confess to the murder," said Svedberg.
"One of them called from a phone booth in Malmö. He was so drunk it was hard to understand what he said. We asked our colleagues in Malmö to question him. The other one who called was a prisoner at Österacher. His last leave was in February, so it's quite clear that Gustav Vetterstedt still arouses strong feelings." "Those of us who have been around for a while know that the police hold a grudge, too," said Wallander. "During his tenure as Minister of Justice, a lot of things happened that none of us can forget. Of all the ministers of justice and national police chiefs in my time, anyway, Vetterstedt was the one who did the least for us." They went over the various assignments and divided them up. Wallander himself was going to question Vetterstedt's housekeeper. They agreed to meet again at 4 p.m. "A few more items," said Wallander. "We're going to be invaded by reporters. We're going to be seeing headlines like the scalp murderer. So we might as well hold a news conference today. I would prefer not to have to run it."
"Well, you must," said Svedberg. "You have to take charge. Even if you don't want to, you're the one who does it best."
"All right, but I don't want to do it alone. I want Hansson with me and Ann Britt. Shall we say 1 p.m.?
They were all about to leave when Wallander asked them to wait.
"We can't stop the investigation into the girl who burned herself to death," he said. "You think there's a connection?" Hansson asked in astonishment.
"Of course not," said Wallander.
"But we still have to try and find out who she was, even though we're busy working on Vetterstedt."
"We've no positive leads on our database search," said Martinsson. "Not even on the combination of letters. But I promise to keep working on it."
"Someone must miss her," said Wallander. "A young girl. I think this is very odd."
"It's summer," said Svedberg. "A lot of young people are on the road. It could take a couple of weeks before someone is missed."
"You're right," Wallander admitted. "We'll have to be patient."
The meeting was over. Wallander had run it at a brisk pace, since they all had a lot of work ahead of them. When he got to his office, he went rapidly through his messages. Nothing looked urgent. He took a notebook out of a drawer, wrote Gustav Vetterstedt at the top of the page, and leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. What does his death tell me? What kind of person would kill him with an axe and scalp him? Wallander leaned over his desk again. He wrote, "Nothing indicates that Vetterstedt was murdered by a burglar, but of course that can't be excluded yet. It wasn't a murder of convenience either, unless it was committed by someone insane. The killer took the time to hide the body, so the revenge motive remains. Who
would want to take revenge on Gustav Wetterstedt, to see him dead. Wallander put down his pen and read through the page with dissatisfaction. It's too soon to draw conclusions, he thought. I have to know more. He got up and left the room. When he walked out of the station, it had stopped raining. The meteorologist at Sturup was right. Wallander drove straight to Wetterstedt's villa. The cordon on the beach was still there. Nyberg was already at work. Along with his crew, he was busy removing the tarpaulins over a section of the beach. There were a lot of spectators standing at the edge of the cordon this morning. Wallander unlocked the front door with Wetterstedt's key and then went straight to the study. Methodically, he continued the search that Högland had begun the night before. It took him almost half an hour to find the name of the woman Wetterstedt had called the Charwoman. Her name was Sarah Björklund. She lived on Stierbordsgangen, which Wallander knew lay just past the big warehouses at the west end of town. He picked up the telephone on the desk and dialed the number. Eventually, a harsh male voice answered. "I'm looking for Sarah Björklund," said Wallander. "She's not home," said the man. "Where can I get in touch with her?" "Who's asking?" said the man evasively. "Inspector Kurt Wallander from the Ystad Police." There was a long silence at the other end. "Are you still there?" said Wallander, not bothering to conceal his impatience. "Does this have something to do with Wetterstedt?" asked the man. "Sarah Björklund is my wife." "I have to speak with her." "She's in Malmö. She won't be back till this afternoon." "When can I get hold of her?" "What time? Try to be exact." "I'm sure she'll be home by 5 p.m. "I'll come by your house then," said Wallander, and hung up. He left the house and went down to Nyberg on the beach. "Find anything?" Nyberg was standing with a bucket of sand in one hand. "Nothing. But if he was killed here and fell into the sand, there has to be some blood. Maybe not from his back, but from his head. It must have spurted blood. There are some big veins in the scalp." Wallander nodded. "Where did you find the spray can?" Nyberg pointed to a spot beyond the cordon. "I doubt it has anything to do with this," said Wallander. "Me neither," said Nyberg. Wallander was just about to go back to his car when he remembered that he had one more question for Nyberg. "The light by the gate to the garden is out. Can you take a look at it?" "What do you want me to do?" Nyberg wondered. "Change the bulb?" "I just want to know why it's not working," said Wallander. "That's all." He drove back to the station. The sky was gray, but it wasn't raining. "Reporters are calling constantly," said Ebba as he passed the reception desk. "They're welcome to come to the press conference at 1 o'clock, said Wallander. "Where's Ann Britt?" "She left a while ago. She didn't say where she was going." "What about Hansson?" "I think he's in Per Akesson's office. Should I find him for you?" "We have to get ready for the press conference. Get someone to bring more chairs into the conference room. There are going to be lots of people." Wallander went to his office and started to prepare what he was going to say to the press. After about half an hour, Högland knocked on the door. "I was at Salomonsson's farm," she said. "I think I know where that girl got the petrol from." "Salomonson had petrol in his barn?" She nodded. "Well, that's something. That means that she actually could have walked to the farm. She wouldn't have had to come by car or bicycle." "Could Salomonson have known her?" Wallander thought for a moment before he answered. "No. Salomonson wasn't lying. He had never seen her before." "So the girl walks to the farm from somewhere. She goes into Salomonson's barn and finds a number of containers of petrol. She takes 5 of them with her out into the rape. Then she sets herself on fire." "That's about it. Even if we manage to find out who she was, we'll probably never know the whole story." They got coffee and discussed what they were going to say at the press conference. It was mid-morning when Hansson joined them. "I talked to Per Akesson," he said. "He told me he would contact the chief public prosecutor." Wallander looked up from his papers in surprise. "Why?" "Wetterstedt was an important person. 10 years ago, the prime minister of this country was murdered. Now we have a minister of justice murdered. I assumed that He wants to know whether the investigation should be handled in any special way." "If he were still in office, I could understand it," said Valander. "But he was an old man who had left his public duties behind a long time ago." "You'll have to talk to Åkesson yourself," said Hansson. "I'm just telling you what he said." At 1 p.m., they took their seats on the little dais at one end of the conference room. They had agreed to keep the meeting with the press as brief as possible. The main thing was to head off too many wild, unfounded speculations. So they decided to be vague when it came to answering how Vetterstedt had actually been killed. They wouldn't say anything at all about his having been scalped. The room was crowded with reporters. Just as Valander had imagined, the national newspapers were regarding Vetterstedt's murder as a major event. Valander counted cameras from 3 different TV stations when he looked in the crowd. It went unusually well. They were as terse as possible with their answers, citing the requirements of the investigation for limiting candor and withholding detail. Eventually, the press realized they weren't going to get anything more. When the newspaper reporters had gone, Valander allowed himself to be interviewed by the local radio station, while Höglund answered questions for one of the TV stations. He looked at her and was relieved that for once he didn't have to be the one on camera. At the end of the press conference, Åkesson had slipped in unnoticed to the back of the room. Now he stood waiting for Valander. "I heard you were going to call up the chief public prosecutor," said Valander. "Did he give you any directives?" "He wants to be kept informed," said Åkesson, "the same way you keep me informed." "You'll get a daily summary," said Valander, "and here as soon as we make a breakthrough." "Nothing conclusive yet?" "No." The investigative team had a quick meeting at 4 p.m. Valander knew that this was the time for work, not reports. He went rapidly around the table before asking everyone to go back to their tasks. They agreed to meet again at 8 a.m. the next morning, provided nothing crucial happened before then. Just before 5 p.m., Valander left the station and drove to Stierbordsgangen, where Sarah Björklund lived. It was a part of town that Valander almost never visited. He parked and went in through the gate. The door was opened before he reached the house. The woman standing there was younger than he had expected. He guessed her to be around 30, and to Vetterstedt she had been a charwoman. He wondered fleetingly whether she knew what Vetterstedt had called her. "Good afternoon," said Valander. "I called earlier today. Are you Sarah Björklund?" "I recognized you," she said, nodding. She invited him in. She had set out a tray of buns and coffee in a thermos in the living room. Valander could hear a man upstairs scolding some children for making a racket. Valander sat down in an armchair and looked around. He half expected one of his father's paintings to be hanging on the wall. "That's all that's missing," he thought. "Here's the old fisherman, the gypsy woman, and the crying child. My father's landscape is all that's needed, with or without the grouse." "Would you like coffee, sir?" she asked. "No need to call me sir. Yes, please." "You had to be formal with Vetterstedt," she said suddenly. "You had to call him Mr. Vetterstedt. He gave strict instructions about that when I started working there." Valander was thankful to start right away on the matter in hand. He took out a notebook and pen. "So you know that Gustav Vetterstedt has been murdered," he began. "It's terrible. Who could have done it?" "We're wondering the same thing," said Valander. "Was he really lying on the beach, under that ugly boat, the one you could see from upstairs?" "Yes, he was, but let's begin at the beginning. You cleaned the house for Mr. Vetterstedt?" "Yes." "How long have you been with him?" "Almost 3 years. I wasn't working. This house costs money, so I was forced to look for cleaning work. I found the job in the paper." "How often did you go to his house?" "Twice a month, every other Thursday." Valander made a note. "Always on Thursdays?" "Always." "Did you have your own keys?" "No, he never would have given them to me." "Why do you say that?" "When I was in the house, he watched every step I took. It was incredibly nerve-wracking. But he paid well." Did you ever come across anything odd? Such as... Was there ever anyone else there? No, never. He didn't have people to dinner? Not that I know of. There were never any dishes waiting for me when I came. Valander paused for a moment before continuing. How would you describe him as a person? Her reply was swift and firm. He was the type you'd call arrogant. What do you mean by that? He patronized me. To him, I was nothing more than a cleaning woman, despite the fact that he once belonged to the party that supposedly represented our cause, the cleaning woman's cause. Did you know that he referred to you as a charwoman in his diary? That doesn't surprise me in the least. But you stayed on with him. I told you he paid well. Try to remember your last visit. You were there last week? Everything was as usual. He was just the way he always was. Over the past 3 years, then, nothing out of the ordinary happened. She hesitated before she answered. He was immediately on the alert. There was one time last year, she began tentatively. In November. I don't know why, but I forgot what day it was. I went there on a Friday morning instead of Thursday. As I arrived, a big black car drove out of the garage, the kind with windows you can't see through. Then I rang the bell at the front door as I always do. It took a long time before he came to open the door. When he saw me, he was furious. He slammed the door. I thought I was going to get the sack. But when I came back the next time, he said nothing about it, just pretended that nothing had happened. Valander waited for her to go on. Was that all? Yes. A big black car leaving his house. That's right. Valander knew that he wouldn't get any further. He finished his coffee and stood up. If you remember anything else that might be helpful to the inquiry, I'd appreciate it if you'd call me, he said as he left. He drove back to Easthad. A big black car had visited Vetterstedt's house. Who was in the car? A strong wind began to blow and the rain started again. Chapter 9. By the time Valander returned to Vetterstedt's house, Nyberg and his crew had moved back inside. They had carted off tons of sand without finding what they were looking for. When it started raining again, Nyberg immediately decided to lay out the tarpaulins. They couldn't carry on until the weather improved. Valander returned to the house, feeling that what Sarah Bjorklund had said about showing up on the wrong day and the big black car meant they had knocked a small hole in Vetterstedt's shell. She had seen something that no one was supposed to see. Valander couldn't interpret Vetterstedt's rage in any other way, or the fact that he didn't fire her and never spoke of it again. The anger and the silence were two sides of the same temperament. Nyberg was in Vetterstedt's living room, drinking coffee from an old thermos that reminded Valander of the 1950s. He was sitting on a newspaper to protect the chair. We haven't found the murder site yet, said Nyberg, and now there's no point in looking because of the rain. I hope the tarpaulins are securely fastened, Valander said. It's blowing harder all the time. They won't move, said Nyberg. I thought I'd finish going through his desk, said Valander. Hansson called. He has spoken to Vetterstedt's children. It took him this long? I thought he had done that a while ago. I don't know anything about it. I'm just telling you what he said. Valander went into the study and sat down at the desk. He adjusted the lamp so that it cast its light in as big a circle as possible. Then he pulled out one of the drawers in the left-hand cabinet. In it lay a copy of this year's tax return. Valander placed it on the desk. He could see that Vetterstedt had declared an income of almost 1 million kroner, and that the income came primarily from Vetterstedt's private pension plan and share dividends. A summary from the Securities Register Center revealed that Vetterstedt held shares in traditional Swedish heavy industry. Ericsson, Asia Brown Boveri, Volvo, and Rottneros. Apart from this income, Vetterstedt had reported an honorarium from the Foreign Ministry and royalties from Tidens Publishing Company. Under the entry net worth, he had declared 5 million kroner. Wallander memorized this figure. He put the tax return back. The next drawer contained something that looked like a photo album. Here are the family pictures Anne Britt was missing, he thought. But he leafed through the pages with growing astonishment. Old-fashioned, pornographic pictures, some of them quite sophisticated. Wallander noted that some of the pages fell open more easily than others. Vetterstedt had a preference for young models. Martinsson walked in. Wallander nodded and pointed to the open album. "Some people collect stamps," said Martinsson. "Others evidently collect pictures like this." Wallander closed the album and put it back in the desk drawer. "A lawyer named Sugren called from Malmö," said Martinsson. "He said he had Vetterstedt's will. There are rather large assets in the estate. I asked him whether there were any unexpected beneficiaries, but everything goes to the direct heirs. Vetterstedt had also set up a foundation to distribute scholarships to young law students, but he put the money into it long ago and paid tax on it." "So we know that Gustav Vetterstedt was a wealthy man. But wasn't he born the son of a poor docker?" "Svedberg is working on his background. I gather he's found an old party secretary with a good memory who had a lot to say about Vetterstedt, but I wanted to have a word about the girl who committed suicide." "Did you find out who she was?" "No, but through the computer I found more than 2,000 possibilities for what the letter combination might mean. It was a pretty long printout." "We'll have to put it out on Interpol," said Wallander after a pause. "And what's the new one called? Europol?" "That's right." "Send out a query with her description. Tomorrow we'll take a photo of the medallion. Even if everything else is getting pushed aside in the wake of Vetterstedt's death, we have to try and get that picture in the papers." "I had a jeweler look at it," said Martinsson. "He said it was solid gold." "Surely somebody is missing her," said Wallander. "It's rare for someone to have no relatives at all." Martinsson yawned and asked whether Wallander needed any help. "Not tonight," he said, and Martinsson left the house. Wallander spent another hour going through the desk. Then he turned off the lamp and sat there in the dark. Who was Gustav Vetterstedt? The picture he had of him was still unclear. An idea came to him. He looked up a name in the telephone book. He dialed the number and got an answer almost at once. He explained who it was and asked whether he could come over. Then he hung up. He found Nyberg upstairs and told him he'd be back later that evening. The wind and the rain lashed at him as he ran to his car. He drove into town, to a block of flats near Österport School. He rang the bell, and the door was opened. When he reached the third floor, Lars Magnusson was waiting for him in his stockinged feet. Beautiful piano music was playing. "Long time no see," said Magnusson as they shook hands. "You're right," said Wallander. "It must be more than 5 years." Long ago, Magnusson had been a journalist. After a number of years at the Express, he had tired of city life and returned to his roots in Ystad. He and Wallander met because their wives became friends. The two men discovered that they shared an interest in opera. It wasn't until many years later, after he and Mona had divorced, that Wallander found out Magnusson was an alcoholic. But when the truth finally did come out, it came out with a vengeance. By chance, Wallander had been at the station late one night when Magnusson was dragged in, so drunk that he couldn't stand up. He had been driving in that state, and had lost control and gone straight through the plate glass window of a bank. He had ended up spending 6 months in jail. When he returned to Ystad, he didn't go back to his job. His wife had left their childless marriage. He continued drinking, but managed not to step too far over the line. He gave up his career in journalism and made a living setting chess problems for a number of newspapers. The only reason he hadn't drunk himself to death was that every day he forced himself to hold off on that first drink until he had devised at least one chess problem. Now that he had a fax machine, he didn't even have to go to the post office. Wallander walked into the simple flat.
He could smell that Magnusson had been drinking. A bottle of vodka stood on the coffee table, but Wallander didn't see a glass. Magnusson was a good many years older than Wallander. He had a mane of gray hair falling over his dirty collar. His face was red and swollen, but his eyes were curiously clear. No one doubted Magnusson's intelligence. Rumor had it that he once had a collection of poems accepted by Bonniers, but had withdrawn it at the last minute and repaid the small advance. "This is unexpected," said Magnusson. "Have a seat. What can I get you?" "Nothing, thanks," said Wallander, moving a pile of newspapers and making himself comfortable on a sofa. Magnusson casually took a swig from the bottle of vodka and sat down opposite Wallander. He had turned down the piano music. "It's been a long time," said Wallander. "I'm trying to remember when it was." "At the state-off license," Magnusson replied quickly. "Almost exactly 5 years ago. You were buying wine and I was buying everything else." Wallander nodded. He remembered now. "There's nothing wrong with your memory." "I haven't ruined that yet," said Magnusson. "I'm saving it for last." "Have you ever considered quitting?" "Every day. But I doubt you came here to talk me into going on the wagon." "You've probably read that Gustav Wetterstedt was murdered, haven't you?" "I saw it on the TV." "I seem to remember that you told me something about him once, about the scandals that were hushed up." "And that was the biggest scandal of them all," Magnusson interrupted him. "I'm trying to get a fix on what sort of man he was," Wallander went on. "I hoped you might be able to help me." "The question is whether you want to hear the unsubstantiated rumors or whether you want to know the truth," said Magnusson. "I'm not sure I can tell them apart." "Rumors don't usually get started without reason," said Wallander. Magnusson pushed away the vodka bottle as though it was too close to him. "I started as a 15-year-old trainee at one of the Stockholm newspapers. That was in the spring of 1955. There was an old night editor there named Ture Svanberg. He was almost as big a drunk as I am now, but he was meticulous at his work. And he was a genius at writing headlines that sold papers. He wouldn't stand for anything sloppily written. Once, he flew into such a rage over a story that he tore up the copy and ate the pieces, chewed the paper and swallowed it. Then he said, "This isn't coming out as anything but shit." It was Svanberg who taught me to be a journalist. He used to say that there were two kinds of reporters. The first kind digs in the ground for the truth. He stands down in the hole shoveling out dirt. But up on top, there's another man shoveling the dirt back in. There's always a duel going on between these two. The Fourth Estate's eternal test of strength for dominance. Some journalists want to expose and reveal things, others run errands for those in power and help conceal what's really happening. And that's how it really was. I learned fast, even though I was only 15. Men in power always ally themselves with symbolic cleaning companies and undertakers. There are plenty of journalists who won't hesitate to sell their souls to run errands for those men, to shovel the dirt back into the hole, paste over the scandals, pile on the semblance of truth, maintain the illusion of the squeaky clean society. With a grimace, he reached for the bottle again and took a swig. Wallander saw that he had put on weight around the middle. Wetterstedt. So what was it that actually happened? He fished a crumpled packet of cigarettes out of his shirt pocket. He lit one and blew out a cloud of smoke. Whores and art. For years, it was common knowledge that the good Gustav had a girl delivered to the block of flats in Vasastan every week, where he kept a small hideaway his wife didn't know about. He had a right-hand man who took care of the whole thing. The rumor was that this man was hooked on morphine, supplied by Vetterstedt. He had a lot of doctor friends. The fact that he went to bed with whores wasn't something the papers bothered with. He was neither the first nor the last Swedish minister to do that. Sometimes I wonder whether we're talking about the rule or the exception. But one day it went too far. One of the hookers got her courage up and reported him to the police for assault.
When was that?
Wallander interrupted. Mid-60s. Her complaint said he'd beaten her with a leather belt and cut the soles of her feet with a razor. It was probably the stuff with the razor and her feet that made the difference. Her version was newsworthy. The only problem was that the police had lodged a complaint against the highest defender of Swedish law and order next to the king. So the whole thing was hushed up, and the police report disappeared. Disappeared. It literally went up, poof, in smoke. But the girl who reported him, what happened to her? Overnight, she became the proprietor of a lucrative boutique in Västerås. Wallander shook his head. How do you know all this? I knew a journalist called Sten Lundberg. He dug around in the whole mess, but when the rumors started that he was about to snoop his way to the truth, he was frozen out, blacklisted. And he accepted it? He had no choice. Unfortunately, he had a weakness that couldn't be covered up. He gambled, had huge debts. There was a rumor that those gambling debts suddenly went poof. The same way the hooker's assault report did. So everything was back to square one, and Vetterstedt went on sending his morphine addict out after girls. You said there was one more thing? There was a story that he was mixed up in some of those art thefts carried out during his term as Minister of Justice. Paintings that were never recovered and which now hang on the walls of collectors who will never show them to the public. The police arrested a fence once, a middleman. Unintentionally, I'm afraid. The fence swore that Vetterstedt was involved, but it couldn't be proved. It was buried. There were more people filling up the hole than there were people standing down in it and tossing the dirt out. Not a pretty picture, said Wallander. Remember what I asked. Do you want the truth or the rumors? Because the rumor about Vetterstedt was that he was a talented politician, a loyal party member, an amiable human being, educated and competent. That's how his obituaries will read. As long as none of the girls he whipped talk. Why did he leave office? I don't think he got along so well with some of the younger ministers, especially the women. There was a big shift between the generations in those days. I think he realized that his time was over. Mine was, too. I quit being a journalist. After he came to Ystad, I never wasted a thought on him. Until now. Can you think of anyone who would want to kill him, so many years later? Magnusson shrugged. That's impossible to answer. Wallander had just one question left. Have you ever heard of a murder in this country where the victim was scalped? Magnusson's eyes narrowed. He looked at Wallander with a sudden, alert interest. Was he scalped? They didn't say that on TV. They would have if they knew about it. Just between the two of us, Wallander said, looking at Magnusson, who nodded. We didn't want to release it just yet, he went on. We can always say we can't reveal it for investigative reasons, the excuse the police have for presenting half-truths, but this time it's actually true. I believe you. Or I don't believe you. It doesn't really matter, since I'm no longer a journalist. But I can't recall a murderer who scalped people. Ooh, that would have made a great headline.
Tura Svanberg would have loved it. Can you avoid leaks? I don't know, Wallander answered frankly. I've had a number of bad experiences over the years. I won't sell the story, said Magnusson. Then he accompanied Wallander to the door. How the hell can you stand being a policeman? I don't know. I'll let you know when I work it out. Wallander drove back to Wetterstedt's house. The wind was gusting up to gale force. Some of Nyberg's men were taking fingerprints upstairs. Looking out of the balcony window, he saw Nyberg perched on a wobbly ladder leaning against the light pole by the garden gate. He was clinging to the pole so the wind wouldn't blow the ladder over. Wallander went to help him, but saw Nyberg begin to climb down. They met in the hall. I could have waited, said Wallander. You might have been blown off the ladder. If I fell off, I might have hurt myself, Nyberg said sullenly. And of course, checking the light could have waited, but it might have been forgotten. Since you were the one who wondered about it, and I have a certain respect for your ability to do your job, I decided to look at the light. I can assure you that it was only because you were the one who asked me. Wallander was surprised, but he tried not to show it. What did you find? He asked instead. The bulb wasn't burnt out, said Nyberg. It was unscrewed. Hold on a minute, Wallander said, and went into the living room to call Sarah Bjorklund. She answered. Excuse me for disturbing you so late at night, but I have an urgent question. Who changed the light bulbs in Wetterstedt's house? He did that himself. Outside also? I think so. He did all of his own gardening, and I think I was the only other person who set foot inside his house. Except for whoever was in the black car, thought Wallander. There's a light by the garden gate, he said. Was it usually turned on? In the winter, when it was dark, he always kept it lit. That's all I wanted to know. Thanks for your help. Can you manage to climb up the ladder one more time? He asked Nyberg when he came back to the hall. I'd like you to screw in a new bulb. The spare bulbs are in the room next to the garage, said Nyberg, and started to pull on his boots. They went back out into the storm. Wallander held the ladder while Nyberg climbed up and screwed in the bulb. It went on at once. Nyberg climbed back down the ladder. They walked out onto the beach. There's a big difference, said Wallander. Now it's light all the way down to the water. Tell me what you're thinking, said Nyberg. I think the place where he was murdered is somewhere within this circle of light, said Wallander. If we're lucky, we can get fingerprints from the light fixture. So you think the murderer planned the whole thing? Unscrewed the bulb because it was too bright? Yes, that's pretty much what I'm thinking. Nyberg went back into the garden with the ladder. Wallander stayed behind, the rain pelting against his face. The cordons were still there. A police car was parked just above the dunes. Except for a man on a moped, there were no onlookers left. Wallander turned around and went back inside the house. Chapter 10. He stepped into the basement just after 7 a.m. The floor was cool under his bare feet. He stood still and listened. Then he closed the door behind him and locked it. He squatted to inspect the thin layer of flour he had dusted over the floor the last time he was here. No one had intruded into his world. There were no footprints. Then he checked the traps. He had been lucky. He had a catch in all 4 cages. One of the cages held the biggest rat he had ever seen. Once, towards the end of his life, Geronimo told the story of the Pawnee warrior he had vanquished in his youth. His name was Bear with 6 Claws, since he had 6 fingers on his left hand. That had been his first enemy. Geronimo came close to dying that time, even though he was very young. He cut off his enemy's 6th finger and left it in the sun to dry. Then he carried it in a little leather pouch on his belt for many years. He decided to try out one of his axes on the big rat. On the small ones, he would test the effect of the can of mace. But that would be much later. First, he had to undergo the big transformation. He sat down before the mirrors, adjusted the light so that there was no glare, and then gazed at his face. He had made a small cut on his left cheek. The wound had already healed. It was the first step in his final transformation. The blow had been perfect. It had been like chopping down a tree when he cut into the spine of the first monster. He had heard the jubilation of the spirit world from within him. He had flopped the monster over on his back and cut off his scalp without hesitation. Now it lay where it belonged, buried in the earth, with one tuft of hair sticking up from the ground. Soon another scalp would join it. He looked at his face and considered whether he ought to make the second cut next to the first one, or should the knife consecrate the other cheek. Really, it made no difference. When he was finished, his face would be covered with cuts. Carefully, he began to prepare himself. From his backpack, he pulled out his weapons, paints, and brushes. Last of all, he took out the red book in which the revelations and the mission were written. He set it down on the table between himself and the mirrors. Last night he had buried the first scalp. There was a guard by the hospital grounds, but he knew where the fence had come down. The secure wing, where there were bars on the windows and doors, stood apart on the outskirts of the large grounds. When he had visited his sister, he had established which window was hers. No light shone from it. A faint gleam from the hall light was all that escaped from the menacing building. He had buried the scalp and whispered to his sister that he had taken the first step. He would destroy the monsters, one by one. Then she would come out into the world again. He pulled off his shirt. It was summer, but he shivered in the cool of the basement. He opened the red book and turned past what was written about the man named Vetterstedt, who had ceased to exist. On page 7, the second scalp was described. He read what his sister had written and decided that this time he would use the smallest axe. He closed the book and looked at his face in the mirror. It was the same shape as his mother's, but he had his father's eyes. They were set deep, like two retracted cannon muzzles. Because of these eyes, he might have regretted that his father would have to be sacrificed too. But it was only a small doubt, one that he could easily conquer. Those eyes were his first childhood memory. They had stared at him. They had threatened him. And ever since then he could see his father only as a pair of enormous eyes with arms and legs and a bellowing voice. He wiped his face with a towel. Then he dipped one of the wide brushes into the black paint and drew the first line across his brow, precisely where the knife had cut open the skin on Vetterstedt's forehead. He had spent many hours outside the police cordon. It was exciting to see all these policemen expending their energy trying to find out what happened and who had killed the man lying under the boat. On several occasions, he had felt a compulsion to call out that he was the one. It was a weakness that he had still not completely mastered. What he was doing, the mission he had undertaken from his sister's book of Revelations, was for her sake alone, not his. He must conquer this urge. He drew the second line across his face. The transformation had barely begun, but he could feel his external identity starting to leave him. He didn't know why he had been named Stefan. On one occasion, when his mother had been more or less sober, he had asked her, "Why Stefan? Why that name and not something else?" Her reply had been very vague. "It's a fine name," she said. He remembered that. A fine name. A name that was popular. He would be spared from having a name that was different. He still remembered how upset he had been. He left her lying there on the sofa in their living room, stormed from the house, and rode his bike down to the sea. Walking along the beach, he chose himself a different name. He chose Hoover, after the head of the FBI. He had read a book about him. It was rumored that Hoover had a drop of American Indian blood in his veins. He wondered whether there was some in his own blood. His grandfather had told him that many of their relatives had emigrated to America a long time ago. Maybe one of them had taken up with an American Indian. Even if the blood didn't run through his own veins, it might be in the family. It wasn't until his sister had been locked up in the hospital that he decided to merge Geronimo and Hoover. He had remembered how his grandfather had shown him how to melt pewter and pour it into plaster molds to make miniature soldiers. He had found the molds and the pewter ladle when his grandfather died. He had changed the mold so that the molten pewter would make a figure that was both a policeman and an Indian. Late one evening, when everyone was asleep and his father was in jail, so he wouldn't come storming into the flat, he locked himself in the kitchen and carried out the great ceremony. By melting Hoover and Geronimo together, he created his own new identity. He was a feared policeman with the courage of an American Indian warrior. He would be indestructible. Nothing would prevent him from seeking vengeance. He continued drawing the curved black lines above his eyes. They made his eyes appear to sink even deeper into their sockets, where they lurked like beasts of prey, two predators, watching. Methodically, he rehearsed what awaited him. It was Midsummer Eve. It was rainy and windy, which would make the task more difficult, but it wouldn't stop him. He would have to dress warmly before the trip to Biarritz. He didn't know whether the party he was going to visit had been moved indoors because of the rain, but he would trust in his ability to wait. This was a virtue Hoover had always preached to his recruits, just like Geronimo. There would always be a moment when the enemy's alertness flagged. That's when he had to strike, even if the party was moved indoors. Sooner or later, the man he sought would have to leave the house. Then it would be time. He had been there the day before. He had left his moped among some trees and made his way to the top of a hill where he could watch undisturbed. Arne Kallman's house was isolated. Just like Vetterstedt's, there were no close neighbors. An avenue of trimmed willows led up to the old, whitewashed Scanian farmhouse. Preparations for the midsummer festivities had already begun. He had seen people unloading folding tables and stackable chairs from a van. In one corner of the garden, they were putting up a serving tent. Kallman was there, too. Through his binoculars, he could see the man he would visit the next day, directing the work. He was wearing a tracksuit and a beret. He thought of his sister with this man, and nausea overwhelmed him. He hadn't needed to see any more after that. He had known what his plan would be. When he had finished painting his forehead and the shadows around his eyes, he drew two heavy white lines down each side of his nose. He could already feel Geronimo's heart pounding in his chest. He bent down and started the player on the basement floor. The drums were very loud. The spirits started talking inside him. He didn't finish until late afternoon. He selected the weapons he would take with him, then he released the 4 rats into a large box. In vain they tried to scramble up the sides. He aimed the axe he wanted to try at the biggest. It was so fast that the rat didn't even have time to squeak. The blow split it in 2. The other rats scratched at the sides. He went to his leather jacket and reached into the inside pocket for the spray can. But it was gone. He searched the other pockets. It wasn't there. For a moment, he stood frozen. Had someone been here, after all? That was impossible. To collect his thoughts, he sat down in front of the mirrors again. The spray can must have fallen out of his jacket pocket. Slowly, and methodically he went over the days since he had visited Gustav Wetterstedt. He realized he must have dropped the can when he was watching the police from outside the cordon. He had taken off his jacket at one point so he could put on a sweater. That's how it had happened. He decided that it presented no danger. Anyone could have dropped a spray can. Even if his fingerprints were on it, the police didn't have them on file. Not even FBI Chief Hoover would have been able to trace that spray can. He got up from his place in front of the mirrors and returned to the rats in the box. When they caught sight of him, they began rushing back and forth. With 3 blows of his axe, he killed them all. Then he tipped the bleeding bodies into a plastic bag, tied it carefully, and put it inside another. He wiped off the edge of the axe, and then felt it with his fingertips. By just after 6 p.m., he was ready. He had stuffed the weapons and the bag of rats into his backpack. He put on socks and running shoes with the pattern on the soles filed off. He turned off the light and left the basement. Before he went out on the street, he pulled his helmet over his head. Just past the turn off to Sturup, he drove into a car park and stuffed the plastic bag containing the rats into a rubbish bin. Then he continued on towards Bjäresjö. The wind had died down. There had been a sudden change in the weather. The evening would be warm. Midsummer Eve was one of art dealer Arne Karlmann's biggest occasions of the year. For more than 15 years he had invited his friends to a party at the Scanian farm where he lived during the summer. In a certain circle of artists and gallery owners, it was important to be invited to Karlmann's party. He had a strong influence on everyone who bought and sold art in Sweden. He could create fame and fortune for any artist he decided to promote, and he could topple any who didn't follow his advice or do as he required. More than 30 years earlier, he had traveled all over the country in an old car, peddling art. Those were lean years, but they had taught him what kind of pictures he could sell to whom. He had learned the business and divested himself of the notion that art was something above the control of market forces. He had saved enough to open a combined frame shop and gallery on Österlånggatan in Stockholm. With a ruthless mixture of flattery, alcohol, and crisp banknotes, he bought paintings from young artists and then built up their reputations. He bribed, threatened, and lied his way to the top. Within 10 years, he owned 30 galleries all over Sweden and had started selling art by mail order. By the mid-70s, he was a wealthy man. He bought the farm in Skåne and began holding his summer parties a few years later. They had become famous for their extravagance. Each guest could expect a present that cost no less than 5,000 kroner. This year, he had commissioned a limited edition fountain pen from an Italian designer. When Arne Karlmann woke up beside his wife early on Midsummer Eve morning, he went to the window and gazed over a landscape weighed down by rain and wind. He quickly quelled a wave of irritation and disappointment. He had learned to accept that he had no power over the weather. 5 years before, he had had a special collection of rainwear designed for his guests. Those who wanted to be in the garden could be, and those who preferred to be inside could be in the old barn, converted into a huge open space. When the guests began arriving around 8 p.m., what had promised to be a wet, nasty midsummer eve had become a beautiful summer evening. Karlmann appeared in a dinner jacket, one of his sons following him, holding an umbrella. As always, he had invited 100 people, of whom half were first-time guests. Just after 10 p.m., he clinked the knife on his glass and gave his traditional summer speech. He did so in the knowledge that many of his guests hated or despised him. But at the age of 66, he had stopped worrying about what people thought. His empire could speak for itself. 2 of his sons were prepared to take over the business when he could no longer run it, although he wasn't ready to retire. This is what he said in his speech, which was devoted entirely to himself. They couldn't count him out yet. They could look forward to many more midsummer parties, at which the weather, he hoped, would be better than this year. His words were met with half-hearted applause. Then an orchestra started playing in the barn. Most of the guests made their way inside. Carlman led off the dancing with his wife. "What did you think of my little speech?" he asked her. "You've never been more spiteful," she replied. "Let them hate me. What do I care? What do we care? I still have a lot to do." Just before midnight, Carlman strolled to an arbor at the edge of the huge garden with a young woman artist from Göteborg. One of his talent scouts had advised him to invite her to his summer party. He had seen a number of transparencies of her paintings and recognized at once that she had something. It was a new type of idyllic painting. Cold suburbs, stone deserts, lonely people surrounded by Elysian fields of flowers. He already knew that he was going to promote the woman as the leading exponent of a new school of painting, which could be called New Illusionism. She was very young, he thought, as they walked towards the arbor, but she was neither beautiful nor mysterious. Carlman had learned that just as important as the painting was the image presented by the artist. He wondered what he was going to do with this skinny, pale young woman. It was a magnificent evening. The dance was still in full swing, but many of the guests had started gathering around the TV sets. Sweden's football match against Russia would be starting shortly. He wanted to finish his conversation with her so that he could watch it, too. Carlman had a contract in his pocket. It would provide her with a large cash sum in exchange for his acquiring the exclusive right to sell her work for 3 years. On the surface, it seemed a very advantageous contract, but the fine print, difficult to read in the pale light of the summer night, granted him certain rights to future paintings. He wiped off 2 chairs with a handkerchief and invited her to sit. It took him less than half an hour to persuade her to agree to the arrangement. Then he handed her one of the designer pens, and she signed the contract. She left the arbor and went back to the barn. Later, she would claim with absolute certainty that it had been 3 minutes to midnight. For some reason, she had looked at the time as she walked along the gravel path up towards the house. With equal conviction, she told the police that Arne Carlman had given no impression that he was uneasy, nor that he was waiting for anyone. He had said that he was going to sit there for a few minutes and enjoy the fresh air after the rain. She hadn't looked back, but she was certain that there was no one else in that part of the garden. Hoover had been hiding on top of the hill all evening. The damp ground made him cold. Now and then he got up to shake some life into his limbs. Just after 11 p.m., he had seen through his binoculars that the moment was approaching. There were fewer and fewer people in the garden. He took out his weapons and stuck them in his belt. He also took off his shoes and socks and put them in his backpack. Then, bent almost double, he slipped down the hill and ran along a tractor path in the cover of a rape field. When he reached the edge of the property, he sank onto the wet ground. Through the hedge he had a view of the garden. It was not long before his wait was over. Carlman was walking straight towards him, accompanied by a young woman. They sat down in the arbor. Hoover couldn't hear what they were talking about. After about half an hour, the woman got up, but Carlman remained seated. The garden was deserted. The music in the barn had stopped. Instead, he could hear the blare of TV sets. Hoover got up, drew his axe, and squeezed through the hedge right behind the arbor. Swiftly, he checked again that no one was in the garden. Then all doubt vanished, and his sister's revelations exhorted him to carry out his task. He rushed into the arbor and buried the axe in Arne Carlman's face. The powerful blow split the skull all the way to the upper jaw. He was still sitting on the bench, with the 2 halves of his head pointing in opposite directions. Hoover pulled out his knife and cut off the hair on the part of Carlman's head that was closest. Then he left as quickly as he had come. He climbed up the hill, picked up his backpack, and ran down the other side to the little gravel road where he had left his moped leaning against one of the road workers' huts. 2 hours later, he buried the scalp next to the other one beneath his sister's window. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and the wind had died completely. Midsummer Day would be both fair and warm. Summer had arrived, more quickly than anyone could have imagined. Skåne, 25th through 28th June 1994. Chapter 11. The emergency call came in to the Ystad station just after 2 a.m. Thomas Brolin had just scored for Sweden in the match against Russia. He rammed in a penalty kick. A cheer rose in the Swedish summer night. It had been an unusually calm midsummer eve. The officer who received the call did so standing, since he had leapt to his feet shouting. But he realized at once that the call was serious. The woman shrieking in his ear seemed sober. Her hysteria was real. The officer sent for Hansson, who had felt his temporary appointment as police chief to be such a responsibility that he hadn't risked leaving the station on Midsummer Eve. He had been busy weighing how his limited resources could best be employed on each case. At 11 p.m., fights had broken out at 2 different parties. One was caused by jealousy. In the other, the Swedish goalkeeper, Ravelli, was the cause of the tumult. In a report later drafted by Svedberg, he stated that it was Ravelli's action in the game against Cameroon, when Cameroon scored their second goal, that triggered a violent argument that left 3 people in hospital. Hansson went out to the operations center and spoke with the officer who had taken the call. "Did she really say that a man had his head split in half?" The officer nodded. Hansson pondered this. "We'll have to ask Svedberg to drive out there," he said. "But isn't he busy with that domestic violence case in Svarte?" "Right, I forgot," said Hansson. "Call Wallander." For the first time in over a week, Wallander had managed to get to sleep before midnight. In a moment of weakness, he considered joining the rest of the country watching the match against Russia, but he fell asleep while he was waiting for the players to take the field. When the telephone rang, he didn't know where he was for a moment. He fumbled on the table next to the bed. "Did I wake you up?" asked Hansson. "Yes," replied Wallander. "What is it?" Wallander was surprised at himself. He usually claimed that he was awake when someone called, no matter what time it was. Hansson told him about the call. Later, Wallander would brood over why he hadn't immediately made the connection between what had happened in Bjäresjö and Wetterstedt's murder. Was it because he didn't want to believe that they had a serial killer on their hands? Or was he simply incapable of imagining that a murder like Wetterstedt's could be anything but an isolated event? The only thing he did now was to ask Hansson to dispatch a squad car to the scene ahead of him. Just before 3 a.m., he pulled up outside the farm in Bjäresjö. On the car radio, he heard Martin Dahlin score his second goal against Russia. He realized that Sweden was going to win and that he had lost another 100 kroner. He saw Noren running over to him and knew at once that it was serious. But it wasn't until he went into the garden and passed a number of people who were either hysterical or dumbstruck that he grasped the full extent of the horror. The man who had been sitting on the bench in the arbor had actually had his head split in half. On the left half of his head, someone had also sliced off a large piece of skin and hair. Wallander stood there completely motionless for more than a minute. Noren said something, but it didn't register. He stared at the dead man and knew without doubt that it was the same killer who had axed Wetterstedt to death. Then, for a brief moment, he felt an indescribable sorrow. Later, talking to Baiba, he tried to explain the unexpected and very unpoliceman-like feeling that had struck him. It was as though a dam inside him had burst, and he knew that there were no longer invisible lines dividing Sweden. The violence of the large cities had reached his own police district once and for all. The world had shrunk and expanded at the same time. Then sorrow gave way to horror. He turned to Noren, who was very pale. "It looks like the same offender," said Noren. Valander nodded. "Who's the victim?" he asked. "His name is Arne Karlman. He's the one who owns this farm. There was a midsummer party going on." "No one must leave yet. Find out if anyone saw anything." Valander took out his phone, punched in the number of the station, and asked for Hansson. "It looks bad," he said when Hansson came on. "How bad?" "I'm having a hard time thinking of anything worse. There's no doubt it's the same person who killed Vetterstedt. This one was scalped, too." Valander could hear Hansson's breathing. "You'll have to mobilize everything we've got," Valander went on. "And I want Akasson to come out here." Valander hung up before Hansson could ask questions. "What will I do now?" he thought. "Who am I looking for? A psychopath? An offender who acts in a precise and calculated way?" Deep inside he knew the answer. There must be a connection between Gustav Vetterstedt and Arne Karlman. That was the first thing he had to discover. After 20 minutes, the emergency vehicles started arriving. When Valander caught sight of Nyberg, he ushered him straight to the arbor. "Not a pretty sight," was Nyberg's first comment. "This has got to be the same man," said Valander. "He has struck again." "It doesn't look as though we'll have trouble identifying the scene of the crime this time," said Nyberg, pointing at the blood sprayed over the hedge and the table. He summoned his crew and set to work. Noren had assembled all the guests in the barn. The garden was strangely deserted. He came over to Valander and pointed up towards the farmhouse. "He's got a wife and 3 children in there. They're in shock." "Maybe we ought to call a doctor?" "She called one herself." "I'll talk to them," said Valander. "When Martinsson and Ann-Britt and the others get here, tell them to talk to anyone who might have seen something. The rest can go home. But write down every name, and don't forget to ask for identification. Were there any witnesses?" "Nobody has come forward." "Have you got a time frame?" Noren took a notebook out of his pocket. "At 11:30, Karlman was seen alive. At 2 a.m. he was found dead, so the murder took place sometime in between." "It must be possible to shorten the time span," said Valander. "Try and find out who was the last one to see him alive. And, of course, who found him." Valander went inside. The old Scanian farmhouse had been lovingly restored. Valander stepped into a large room that served as living room, kitchen, and dining area. Oil paintings covered the walls. In one corner of the room, the dead man's family sat on a sofa upholstered in black leather. A woman in her 50s stood up and came over to him. "Mrs. Karlman?" "Yes." She had been crying. Valander looked for signs that she might break down, but she seemed surprisingly calm. "I'm sorry," said Valander. "It's just terrible." Valander noted something a little rehearsed in her answer. "Do you have any idea who might have done such a thing?" "No." The answer came too quickly. She had been prepared for that question. That means there are plenty of people who might have considered killing him, he told himself. "May I ask, what was your husband's job?" "He was an art dealer." Valander stiffened. She misconstrued his intense gaze and repeated her answer. "I heard you," said Valander. "Excuse me for a moment." Valander went back outside. He thought about what the woman inside had said, connecting it with what Lars Magnusson had told him about the rumors about Vetterstedt, stories of stolen art. And now an art dealer was dead, murdered by the hand that took Vetterstedt's life. He was about to go back inside when Ann-Britt Höglund came around the corner of the house. She was paler than usual and very tense. Valander remembered his early years as a detective when he took every violent crime to heart. From the start, Rydberg had taught him that a policeman could never permit himself to identify with a victim of violence. That lesson had taken Valander a long time to learn. "Another one?" she asked. Same offender, said Valander. Or offenders.
This one's scalped, too?
Yes. He saw her flinch involuntarily. I think I've found something that ties these two men together, Valander went on, and explained. In the meantime, Svedberg and Martinsson arrived. Valander quickly repeated what he had told Högland. You'll have to interview the guests, said Valander. If I understood Naren correctly, there are at least 100, and they all have to show some identification before they leave. Valander went back into the house. He pulled up a chair and sat down near the sofa where the family was gathered. Besides Karlmann's widow, there were 2 boys in their 20s and a girl a couple of years older. All of them seemed oddly calm. I promise that I'll only ask questions that we absolutely must have answers to tonight, he said. The rest can wait. Silence. None of them said a word. Do you know who the murderer is? Valander asked. Was it one of the guests? Who else could it be? Replied one of the sons. He had short-cropped, blonde hair. Valander had an uneasy feeling that he could see a resemblance to the mutilated face he had just examined out in the arbor. Is there anyone in particular that comes to mind? Valander continued. The boy shook his head. It doesn't seem very likely that someone would have chosen to come here when a big party was going on, said Mrs. Karlmann. Someone cold-blooded enough wouldn't have hesitated, thought Valander. Or someone crazy enough. Someone who doesn't care whether he gets caught or not. Your husband was an art dealer, Valander went on. Can you describe for me what that involves? My husband has 30 galleries around the country, she said. He also has galleries in the other Nordic countries. He sells paintings by mail order. He rents paintings to companies. He's responsible for a large number of art auctions each year, and much more. Did he have any enemies? A successful man is always disliked by those who have the same ambitions, but lack the talent. Did your husband ever say he felt threatened? No. Valander looked at the children sitting on the sofa. They shook their heads almost simultaneously. When did you see him last? He continued. I danced with him at around 10:30 p.m. Then I saw him a few more times. It might have been around 11 p.m. when I saw him last. None of the children had seen him any later than that. Valander knew that all the other questions could wait. He put his notebook back in his pocket and stood up. He wanted to offer some words of sympathy, but he couldn't think what to say, so he just nodded and left the house. Sweden had won the football game 3-1. Ravelli had been brilliant. Cameroon was forgotten, and Martin Dahlin's headed goal was a work of genius. Valander picked up fragments of conversations going on around him and pieced them together. Högland and 2 other police officers had guessed the right score. Valander sensed that he had solidified his position as the biggest loser. He couldn't decide whether this annoyed or pleased him. They worked hard and efficiently. Valander set up his temporary headquarters in a storeroom attached to the barn. Just after 4 a.m., Högland came in with a young woman who spoke a distinct Göteborg dialect. She was the last one to see him alive, said Högland. She was with Karlmann in the arbor just before midnight. Valander asked her to sit down. She told him her name was Madeleine Redin, and she was an artist. What were you doing in the arbor? Asked Valander. Arna wanted me to sign a contract. What sort of contract? To sell my paintings. And you signed it? Yes. Then what happened? Nothing. Nothing? I got up and left. I looked at my watch. It was 11:57 p.m. Why did you look at your watch? I usually do when something important happens. The contract was important. I was supposed to get 200,000 kroner on Monday. For a poor artist, that's a big deal. Was there anyone nearby when you were sitting in the arbor? Not that I saw. And when you left? The garden was deserted. What did Karlmann do when you left?
He stayed there.
How do you know? Did you turn around?
He told me he was going to enjoy the fresh air. I didn't hear him get up.
Did he seem uneasy?
No, he was cheerful.
Think it over, Valander said. Maybe tomorrow you'll remember something else. Anything might be important. I want you to keep in touch. When she left the room, Akasson came in from the other direction. He was totally white. He sat down heavily on the chair Madeleine Radin had just vacated. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. You didn't have to look at him, said Valander. That's not why I wanted you to come. I don't know how you stand it, said Akasson. Me neither, said Valander. Suddenly Akasson was all business. Is it the same man who killed Vetterstedt? Without a doubt. In other words, he may strike again? Valander nodded. Akasson grimaced. If there was ever a time to give priority to an investigation, this is it. I assume you need more personnel, don't you? I can pull some strings if necessary. Not yet, said Valander. A large number of policemen might aid the capture if we knew the killer's name and what he looked like, but we're not that far yet. He told him what Magnusson had said, and that Arne Karlman was an art dealer. There's a connection, he concluded, and that will make the work easier. Akasson was doubtful. I hope you won't put all your eggs in one basket too early, he said. I'm not closing any doors, said Valander, but I have to explore every avenue I find. Akasson stayed for another hour before he drove back to Ystad. By 5 a.m., reporters had begun to show up at the farm. Furious, Valander called the station and demanded that Hansson deal with them. He knew already that they wouldn't be able to conceal the fact that Karlman had been scalped. Hansson held an improvised and exceedingly chaotic press conference on the road outside the farm. Meanwhile, Martinsson, Svedberg, and Högland herded out the guests, who all had to undergo a short interrogation. Valander interviewed the sculptor who had discovered Karlman's body. He was extremely drunk. Why did you go out to the garden? Asked Valander.
To throw up.
And did you?
Yes.
Where did you throw up?
Behind one of the apple trees.
Then what happened?
I thought I'd sit in the arbor to clear my head.
And then?
I found him.
Valander had been forced to stop there because the sculptor started feeling sick again. He got up and went down to the arbor. The sky was clear, and the sun was already high. Midsummer day would be warm and beautiful. When he reached the arbor, he saw to his relief that Nyberg had covered Karlman's head with an opaque plastic sheet. Nyberg was on his knees next to the hedge that separated the garden from the adjacent rape field. "How's it going?" asked Valander encouragingly. "There's a slight trace of blood on the hedge here," he said. "It couldn't have sprayed this far from the arbor." "What does that mean?" asked Valander.
"It's your job to answer that," replied Nyberg. He pointed at the hedge.
"Right here, it's quite sparse," he said. "It would have been possible for someone with a slight build to slip in and out of the garden this way. We'll have to see what we find on the other side. But I suggest you get a dog out here ASAP.
Valander nodded.
The officer, named Eskilsson, arrived with his German shepherd shortly afterwards as the last of the guests were leaving the garden. Valander nodded to him. The dog was old and had been in service for a long time. His name was Schott. The dog picked up a scent in the arbor at once and started towards the hedge. He wanted to push through the hedge exactly at the spot where Nyberg had found the blood. Eskilsson and Valander found another spot where the hedge was thin and emerged onto the path that ran between Karlman's property and the field. The dog found the scent again, following it alongside the field towards a dirt road that led away from the farm. At Valander's suggestion, Eskilsson released the dog. Valander felt a surge of excitement. The dog sniffed along the dirt road and came to the end of the field. Here,
He seemed to lose his bearings for a moment. Then he found the scent and kept following it towards a hill where the trail seemed to end. Eskilsson searched in various directions, but the dog couldn't find the scent again. Wallander looked around. A single tree, bent over by the wind, stood on top of the hill. An old bicycle frame lay half buried in the ground. Wallander stood next to the tree and looked at the farm in the distance. The view of the garden was excellent. With binoculars, it would have been possible to see who was outside the house at any given time. He shuddered at the thought that someone else, someone unknown to him, had stood on the same spot earlier that night. He went back to the garden. Hansson and Svedberg were sitting on the steps of the farmhouse. Their faces were gray with fatigue. "Where's Ann Britt?" asked Wallander.
"She's getting rid of the last guest," said Svedberg.
"Martinsson, what's he doing?"
"He's on the phone."
Wallander sat down next to the others on the steps. The sun was already starting to feel hot. "We've got to keep at it a little longer," he said. "When Ann Britt is done, we'll go back to Ystad. We have to summarize what we know and decide what to do next." No one spoke. Höglund emerged from the barn. She crouched in front of the others.
"To think that so many people can see so little," she said wearily. "It's beyond me."
Eskilsson passed by with his dog. They heard Nyberg's grumpy voice near the arbor. Martinsson came striding around the corner of the house. He had a telephone in his hand.
"This may be irrelevant right now," he said, "but we've received a message from Interpol. They have a positive identification of the girl who burned herself to death."
Wallander looked at him quizzically. "The girl in Salomonsson's field?"
"Yes."
Wallander got up. "Who is she?"
"I don't know, but there's a message waiting for you at the station."
They left Bjarresjö at once and headed back to Ystad. Chapter 12. Dolores Maria Santana. It was 5:45 a.m. on midsummer morning. Martinsson read out the message from Interpol identifying the girl.
"Where's she from?"
asked Höglund.
"The message is from the Dominican Republic," replied Martinsson. "It came via Madrid."
Puzzled, he looked around the room. Höglund knew the answer.
"The Dominican Republic is one half of the island where Haiti is," she said, "in the West Indies. Isn't it called Hispaniola?"
"How the hell did she wind up here in a rape field?" asked Wallander. "Who is she? What else did Interpol say?"
"I haven't had time to go through the message in detail," said Martinsson, "but it seems that her father has been looking for her, and she was reported missing in late November last year. The report was originally filed in a city called Santiago."
"Isn't that in Chile?" Wallander interrupted, surprised.
"This city is called Santiago de los 30 Caballeros," said Martinsson. "Don't we have an atlas somewhere?"
"I'll get one," said Svedberg, and left the room. A few minutes later he returned, shaking his head.
"It must have been Bjork's," he said. I couldn't find it."
"Call our bookseller and wake him up," said Wallander. "I want an atlas here now."
Are you aware that it's not even 6 in the morning, and it's Midsummer Day?"
Svedberg asked. "It can't be helped. Call him, and send a car over to get it." Wallander took a 100 krona note out of his wallet and gave it to Svedberg. A few minutes later, Svedberg had roused the bookseller, and the car was on its way. They got coffee and went into the conference room. Hansson told them that they wouldn't be disturbed by anyone except Nyberg. Wallander took a look around the table. He met the gazes of the group of weary faces and wondered how he looked himself. "We'll have to come back to the girl later," he began. "Right now we need to concentrate on what happened last night. And we might as well assume from the start that the same person who killed Gustav Wetterstedt has struck again. The modus operandi is the same. Even though Karlman was struck in the head and Wetterstedt had his spine severed, but both of them were scalped."
"I've never seen anything like it," said Svedberg.
"The man who did this must be a complete animal." Wallander held up his hand. Hold on a minute, he said. There's something else we know, too. Arne Karlman was an art dealer. And now I'm going to tell you something I learned yesterday. Wallander told them about his conversation with Lars Magnusson and the rumors about Vetterstedt. So we have a conceivable link, he concluded. Art. Stolen art and fenced art. And somewhere, when we find the point that connects the two men, we'll find the offender. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to be considering what Wallander had said. We know where to concentrate our investigation, Wallander continued, finding the connection between Vetterstedt and Karlman. But we have another problem. He looked around the table and could see that they understood. The killer could strike again, said Wallander. We don't know why he killed either man, so we don't know whether he's after other people too, and we don't know who they might be. The only thing we can hope for is that the people threatened are aware of it. Another thing we don't know, said Martinsson, is the man insane? We don't know whether the motive is revenge or something else. We can't even be sure that he hasn't simply invented a motive. No one can predict the workings of an insane mind. You're right, of course, replied Wallander. We're dealing with many unknowns. Maybe this is just the beginning, Hansson said grimly. Do you think we've got a serial killer on our hands? It could be that bad, said Wallander firmly. That's why I also think we should get some help from outside, from the Criminal Psychiatric Division in Stockholm. Since this man's modus operandi is so remarkable, perhaps they can do a psychiatric profile of him. Has this offender killed before? Asked Svedberg. Or is this the first time? I don't know, said Wallander. But he's cautious. I get a feeling that he plans what he does very carefully. When he strikes, he does it without hesitation. There could be at least two reasons for this. First, he doesn't want to get caught. Second, he doesn't want to be interrupted before he finishes what he set out to do. A shudder of revulsion passed through the group. This is where we have to start, he said. Where is the connection between Vetterstedt and Karlman? Where do their paths cross? That's what we have to clarify. And we have to do it as quickly as possible. We should also realize that we won't be working in peace, said Hansson. Reporters will be swarming around us. They know that Karlman was scalped. They have the story they've been longing for. For some strange reason, Swedes love to read about crime when they're on holiday. That might not be such a bad thing, said Wallander. At least it might send a warning to anyone who might be on the hit list. We ought to stress that we want clues from the public, said Höglund. If we assume that you're right, that the murderer has a list he's working through, and that other people could realize that they're on it, then there may be a chance that some of them have an idea of who the killer is. You're right, said Wallander, turning to Hansson. Call a press conference as soon as possible. We'll tell the press everything we know, that we're looking for a single killer, and that we need all the clues we can get. Svedberg got up and opened the window. Martinsson yawned loudly. I know we're all tired, said Wallander, but we have to carry on. Try to grab some sleep when you get a chance. There was a knock on the door. An officer handed over an atlas. They set it on the table and found the Dominican Republic and the city of Santiago. We'll have to deal with this girl later, said Wallander. We can't worry about it now. I'll send a reply, said Martinsson, and ask for more information about her disappearance. How did she end up here? Muttered Wallander. The message from Interpol gives her age is 17, said Martinsson, and her height is about 160 centimeters. Send them a description of the medallion, said Wallander. If the father can identify it, the case is closed. They left the conference room. Martinsson went home to talk to his family and cancel their holiday. Svedberg went down to the basement and took a shower. Hansson vanished down the hall to organize the press conference. Wallander followed Höglund into her office. Do you think we'll catch him? She asked gravely. I don't know, said Valander. We have a lead. That seems solid. This isn't an offender who simply kills anyone who gets in his way. He's after something. The scalps are his trophies. She sat down in her chair as Valander leaned against the doorframe. Why do people take trophies? She asked. So they can brag about them? To themselves or to others? Both. Suddenly, he realized why she had asked about the trophies. You think that he took these scalps so he could show them to somebody? It can't be ruled out. No, it can't be ruled out. Nothing can. He was just about to leave the room, but turned around. Will you call Stockholm? He said. It's Midsummer Day, she said. I don't think they'll be on duty. You'll have to call someone at home, said Valander. Since we don't know whether he's going to strike again, we've got no time to lose. Valander went to his own office and sat down heavily in the visitor's chair. One of its legs creaked precariously. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Soon he was asleep. He woke up with a start when someone entered the room. He glanced at his watch and saw that he'd been asleep for almost an hour. He still had a headache, but he wasn't quite so tired. It was Nyberg. His eyes were bloodshot and his hair was standing on end. I didn't mean to wake you, he said apologetically. I was just dozing, said Valander. Have you got any news? Nyberg shook his head. All I can come up with is that the person who killed Karlman must have had his clothes drenched with blood. Subject to the forensic examination, I think we can assume that the blow came from directly overhead. That would mean that the person holding the axe was standing quite close. Are you sure it was an axe? No, said Nyberg. It could have been a heavy saber, or something else. But Karlman's head was split like a log. Valander felt sick. All right, then. So the killer got his clothes covered with blood. Someone might have seen him, and that clears all of the guests. We looked along the hedge, said Nyberg. We searched all the way along the rape field and up towards that hill. The farmer who owns the fields around Karlman's farmhouse came and asked whether he could harvest the rape. I said that he could. A wise decision, said Valander. Isn't it late already? I think so, said Nyberg. It's midsummer, after all. What about the hill? Asked Valander. The grass was trampled down. At one spot it looked as if someone had been sitting there. We took samples of the grass and the soil. Anything else? I don't think that old bicycle is of any interest to us, said Nyberg. The police dog lost the scent. Why? You'll have to ask the officer about that, said Nyberg. But it could be that another smell is so strong that the dog loses the scent he was originally following. There are plenty of reasons why trails suddenly stop. Go home and get some sleep, said Valander. You look exhausted. I am, said Nyberg. After Nyberg left, Valander went into the canteen and fixed himself a sandwich. A girl from the front desk came and gave him a pile of messages. He leafed through them and saw that reporters were calling. He knew he ought to go home and change his clothes, but instead he decided to do something entirely different. He knocked on the door of Hansson's office and told him he was driving out to Karlman's farm. I said we'd talk to the press at 1 o'clock, said Hansson. I'll be back by then, replied Valander. But unless something crucial happens, I don't want anyone to look for me. I need to think. And everybody needs to get some sleep, said Hansson. I never imagined we'd wind up in such a nightmare. It always happens when you least expect it, said Valander. He drove out towards Bjarresjö in the beautiful summer morning. The windows rolled down. He ought to visit his father today, and call Linda, too. Tomorrow, Biba would be back in Riga after her trip to Tallinn. In less than 2 weeks, his holiday should be starting. He parked the car by the cordon surrounding Karlman's farm. Small groups of people had gathered on the road. Wallander nodded to the officer guarding the cordon. Then he walked around the garden and followed the dirt road up towards the hill. He stood at the spot where the dog had lost the scent and looked around. He had chosen the hill with care. From here he could see everything going on in the garden. He also must have been able to hear the music coming from inside the barn. Late in the evening, the crowd in the garden thinned out. The guests had all said that everyone went indoors. At about 11:30 p.m., Carlman came walking towards the arbor with Madeleine Radine. Then, what did you do? Wallander didn't try to answer the question. Instead, he turned around and looked down the other side of the hill. At the bottom there were tractor tracks. He followed the grassy slope until he reached the road. In one direction the tractor tracks led into a wood, and in the other down towards a road to the motorway to Malmö and Ystad. Wallander followed the tracks towards the woods. He walked under a clump of tall beech trees. The sunshine shimmered through the foliage. He could smell the earth. The tractor tracks stopped at a site where some newly felled trees were stacked. Wallander searched in vain for a path. He tried to picture the roads. Anyone wanting to reach the motorway from the woods would have to pass 2 houses and several fields. The motorway was about 2 kilometers away. He retraced his steps and continued in the opposite direction. After almost a kilometer, he came to the place where the road reached the E65. By the side of the road was a road worker's hut, which was locked. He stood there and looked around. Then he went around to the back, finding a folded tarpaulin and a couple of iron pipes. Something was lying on the ground. He bent down and saw that it was a piece torn from a brown paper bag. It had some dark spots on it. Carefully he placed the piece of paper back on the ground. He looked underneath the hut, which was raised on 4 concrete blocks, and saw the rest of the paper bag. He reached in and pulled it out. There were no spots on the bag itself. He stood motionless, thinking. Then he put down the bag and called the station. He got hold of Martinsson, who had just got back. "I need Eskilsson and his dog," said Wallander. "Where are you? Did something happen?" "I'm out by Carlman's farm," replied Wallander. "I just want to make sure of one thing." After a short while, Eskilsson arrived with his dog. Wallander explained what he wanted. "Go over to the hill where the dog lost the scent," he said. "Then come back here." Eskilsson left. After about 10 minutes, he returned. Wallander saw that the dog had stopped searching. But just as he reached the hut, he reacted. Eskilsson gave Wallander a questioning look. "Let him go," said Wallander. The dog went straight for the piece of paper and halted. But when Eskilsson tried to get him to continue his search, he quickly gave up. The scent had disappeared again. "Is it blood?" asked Eskilsson, pointing at the piece of torn paper. "I think so," said Wallander. "At any rate, we found something associated with the man who was up on the hill." Eskilsson left with his dog. Wallander was just about to call Nyberg when he found that he had a plastic bag in one pocket. Carefully, he deposited the piece of paper in it. "It couldn't have taken you more than a few minutes to get here from Carlman's farm. Presumably there was a bicycle here. You changed clothes, since you had blood all over them, but you also wiped an object. Maybe a knife, or an axe. Then you took off, either towards Malmö or Ystad. You probably crossed the motorway and chose one of the many small roads that crisscross this area. I can follow you this far right now, but no further." Wallander walked back to Carlman's farm. He asked the officer guarding the cordon whether the family was still there. "I haven't seen anybody," he said, "but no one has left the house." Wallander nodded and walked to his car. There was a crowd of onlookers standing outside the cordon. Wallander glanced at them hastily and wondered what kind of people would give up a summer morning for the opportunity to smell blood. He didn't realize until he drove off that he had seen something important. He slowed down and tried to remember what it was. It had something to do with the people who were standing outside the cordon. What was it he had thought? Something about people sacrificing a summer morning? He braked and made a U-turn in the middle of the road. When he got back to Carlmann's house, the onlookers were still there outside the cordon. Wallander looked around without finding any explanation for his reaction. He asked the officer whether anyone had just left. Maybe. People come and go all the time. Nobody special that you recall. The officer thought for a moment. No. Wallander went back to his car. It was 9:10 a.m. on the morning of Midsummer Day. Chapter 13. When Wallander got back to the station, the girl in reception told him he had a visitor waiting in his office. Wallander lost his temper and shouted at the girl, a summer intern, that no one, no matter who it was to be allowed into his office. He stormed down the hall and threw open the door, coming face to face with his father, sitting in the visitor's chair. "The way you tear open doors," said his father, "somebody might think you were in a rage." "All they told me was that someone was waiting in my office," said Wallander, astonished. "Not that it was you." Wallander's father had never visited him at work. When he was a young officer, his father had even refused to let him into the house in uniform. But now, here he was, wearing his best suit. "I'm surprised," said Wallander. "Who drove you here?" "My wife has both a driver's license and a car," replied his father. "She went to see one of her relatives while I came here. Did you see the game last night?" "No, I was working." "It was great. I remember the way it was back in '58, when the World Cup was held in Sweden." "But you were never interested in football, were you?" "I've always liked football." Wallander stared at him in surprise. "I didn't know that. There's a lot of things you don't know." In 1958, Sweden had a defender named Sven Axbom. He was having big problems with one of Brazil's wingers, as I recall. Have you forgotten about that? How old was I in 1958? I was a baby. You never were much for playing football. Maybe that's why you became a policeman. "I bet that Russia would win," said Wallander. "That's not hard to believe," said his father. "I bet 2-0 myself." Gertrude, on the other hand, was cautious. She thought it would be 1-1. "Would you like some coffee?" asked Wallander. "Yes, please." In the hall, Wallander ran into Hansson. "Will you see to it that I'm not disturbed for the next half hour?" he said. Hansson gave him a worried look. "I absolutely must speak with you." Hansson's formal manner irritated Wallander. "In half an hour," he repeated. "Then we'll talk as much as you like." He went back to his room and closed the door. His father took the plastic cup in both hands. Wallander sat down behind the desk. "I never thought I'd see you in the station," he said. "I wouldn't have come if I didn't have to," his father replied. Wallander set his plastic cup on the desk. He should have known straight away that it must be something very important for his father to visit him here. "What's happened?" Wallander asked. "Nothing, except that I'm sick," replied his father simply. Wallander felt a knot in his stomach. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I'm starting to lose my mind," his father went on calmly. "It's a disease with a name I can't remember. It's like getting senile, but it can make you angry at everything, and it can progress very fast." Wallander knew what his father meant. Svedberg's mother was stricken with it, but he couldn't remember the name either. "How do you know? Have you been to the doctor? Why didn't you say something before now?" "I've even been to a specialist in Lund," said his father. Gertrude drove me there.
Wallander didn't know what to say.
Actually, I came here to ask you something, his father said, looking at him.
The telephone rang. Wallander put the receiver on the desk.
I've got time to wait, said his father. I told him I didn't want to be disturbed, so tell me what it is you want. I've always dreamed of going to Italy, his father said. Before it's too late, I'd like to take a trip there, and I thought you might come with me. Gertrude doesn't have any interest in Italy. I don't think she wants to go. I'll pay for the whole thing. I've got the money.
Wallander looked at his father. He seemed small and shrunken, sitting there in the chair. At that moment he suddenly looked his age, almost 80.
Of course, let's go to Italy, said Wallander.
When did you have in mind? It's probably best that we don't wait too long.
Apparently, it's not too hot in September. But will you have time then?
I can take a week off any time. Or did you want longer than that? A week would be fine. His father leaned forward, put down the coffee cup, and stood up.
Well, I won't bother you any longer.
I'll wait for Gertrude outside.
You can wait here, said Wallander. His father waved his cane at him. You've got a lot to do. I'll wait outside.
Wallander accompanied him out to reception, where his father sat down on a sofa.
I don't want you to wait with me, said his father. Gertrude will be here soon.
Wallander nodded.
We'll go to Italy together, and I'll come out and see you as soon as I can.
The trip might be fun, said his father.
You never know.
Wallander left him and went over to the girl at the front desk.
I'm sorry, he said. It was quite right of you to let my father wait in my office.
He went back to his room, tears welling in his eyes. Even though his relationship with his father was strained, colored by guilt, he felt a great sorrow. He stood by the window and looked out at the beautiful summer weather. There was a time when we were so close that nothing could come between us, he thought. That was back when the silk knights, as we called them, used to come in their shiny American cars that we called land yachts, and buy your paintings. Even then you talked about going to Italy. Another time, only a few years ago, you actually set off. I found you dressed in pajamas with a suitcase in your hand in the middle of a field. And now we have to make that trip. I won't allow anything to stop us. Wallander returned to his desk and called his sister in Stockholm. The answer machine informed him that she wouldn't be back until that evening. It took him a long while to push aside his father's visit and collect his thoughts. He couldn't seem to accept that what his father had told him was true. After talking to Hansson, he made an extensive review of the investigation. Just before 11 a.m., he called Per Åkesson at home and gave him an update. Then he drove over to Maria Gatan, took a shower, and changed his clothes. By midday, he was back at the station. On the way to his room, he stopped to see Ann-Britt Högland. He told her about the paper he'd found behind the roadworker's hut. "Did you get hold of the psychologists in Stockholm?" he asked. "I found a man named Roland Müller," she said. "He was at his summer house outside Vaxholm, but Hansson must make a formal request as acting chief." "Did you talk to him?" "He's done it." "Good. Now, something else. Do criminals return to the scene of the crime?" "It's both a myth and a truth." "In what sense is it a myth?" "In that it's supposed to be something that always happens." "And what's the reality?" "That it actually does happen once in a while. The most classic example in our own legal history is probably from here in Skåne. The policeman who committed a series of murders in the early 1950s and was later on the team investigating what happened." "That's not a good example," Wallander objected. "He was forced to return." "I'm talking about the ones who return of their own accord." "Why?"
To taunt the police? To gloat? Or to find out how much the police actually know? Wallander nodded thoughtfully. Why are you asking me this? I had a peculiar experience, said Wallander. I got a feeling that I saw someone out by Karlmann's farm that I had also seen outside the cordon near Vetterstedt's villa. Why couldn't it be the same person? She asked, surprised. No reason. But there was something odd about this person. I just can't put my finger on what it was. I don't think I can help you. I know. But in the future, I want someone to photograph everyone standing outside the cordon, as discreetly as possible. In the future? Wallander knew that he had said too much. He tapped on the desk 3 times with his index finger. Naturally, I hope nothing else will happen. But if it does. Wallander accompanied Högland back to her office. Then he continued out of the station. His father was gone. He drove to a restaurant on the edge of town and ate a hamburger. On a thermometer, he saw that it was 26 degrees centigrade. The press conference on Midsummer Day at the Ystad station was memorable because Wallander lost his temper and left the room before it was over. Afterwards, he refused to apologize. Most of his colleagues thought he did the right thing. But the next day, Wallander got a phone call from the director of the National Police Board telling him that it was highly unsuitable for the police to make abusive comments to journalists. The relationship was strained enough as it was, and no additional aggravation could be tolerated. Towards the end of the press conference, a journalist from an evening paper had stood up and started to question Wallander about the fact that the offender had taken the scalps of his victims. Wallander tried hard to avoid going into the gory details. He had replied that some of the hair of both Vetterstedt and Karlmann had been torn off. But the reporter persisted, demanding details, even when Wallander said that he couldn't give more information because of the forensic investigation. By then, Wallander had developed a splitting headache. When the reporter accused him of hiding behind the requirements of the investigation, and said that it seemed like pure hypocrisy to withhold details when the police had called the press conference, Wallander had had enough. He banged his fist on the table and stood up. I will not let police policy be dictated by a journalist who doesn't know when to stop, he shouted. The flashbulbs went off in an explosion as he left the room. Afterwards, when he had calmed down, he asked Hansson to excuse his behavior. I hardly think that it will change the way the headlines will read tomorrow morning, Hansson replied. I had to draw the line somewhere, said Wallander. I'm on your side, of course, said Hansson. But I suspect there are others who won't be. They can suspend me, said Wallander. They can fire me, but they can't ever make me apologize to that reporter. That apology will probably be discreetly given by the National Police Board to the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, said Hansson, and we won't ever hear about it. At 4 p.m., the investigative group shut themselves behind closed doors. Hansson had given strict instructions that they were not to be disturbed. At Wallander's request, a squad car had gone to pick up Åkesson. He knew that the decisions they made this afternoon would be crucial. They would be forced to go in so many directions at once. All options had to be explored. But at the same time, Wallander knew that they had to concentrate on the main lead. Wallander borrowed a couple of aspirin from Högland and thought again about what Lars Magnusson had said, about the connection between Vetterstedt and Karlmann. Was there something else he had missed? He searched his weary mind without coming up with anything. They would concentrate their investigation on art sales and art thefts. They would have to dig deep into the rumors, some almost 30 years old, surrounding Vetterstedt, and they would have to move fast. Wallander knew they wouldn't get help along the way. Lars Magnusson had talked about the collaborators who cleaned up the mess left by those wielding power. Wallander would have to find a way of throwing light on these activities, but it would be very difficult. The investigative meeting was one of the longest Wallander had ever attended. They sat for almost 9 hours before Hansson blew the final whistle. By then, everyone was exhausted. Höglin's bottle of aspirin was empty. Plastic coffee cups covered the table. Cartons of half-eaten pizza were piled in a corner of the room. But this meeting was also one of the best Wallander had ever experienced. Concentration hadn't flagged. Everyone contributed their opinions, and logical plans for the investigation had developed as a result. Svedberg went over the telephone conversations he had had with Wetterstedt's 2 children and his 3rd ex-wife, but no one could see a possible motive. Hansson had also managed to talk with the 80-year-old who had been party secretary during Wetterstedt's term as Minister of Justice. He had confirmed that Wetterstedt had often been the subject of rumors within the party, but no one had been able to ignore his unflagging loyalty. Martinsson reported on his interview with Karlmann's widow. She was still very calm, leading Martinsson to think she must be on sedatives. Neither she nor any of the children was able to suggest a motive for the murder. Wallander outlined his talk with Sarah Bjorklund, Wetterstedt's charwoman. He also told them that the light bulb on the pole by the gate had been unscrewed, and finally he told them about the bloody piece of paper he had found behind the road-worker's hut. None of his colleagues knew that his father was constantly on his mind. After the meeting, he asked Höglund whether she had noticed how distracted he had been. She told him she hadn't noticed this, that he had seemed more dogged and focused than ever. At 9 p.m. they took a break. Martinsson and Höglund called home, and Wallander finally got hold of his sister. She had wept when he told her about their father's visit and his illness. Wallander tried to console her as best he could, but he fought back tears himself. At last they agreed that she should talk to Gertrude the next day, and that she would visit as soon as possible. She asked whether he really believed that their father would be able to manage a trip to Italy. Wallander answered honestly. He didn't know, but he reminded her that their father had dreamed of going to Italy since they were children. During the break, Wallander also tried to call Linda. After 15 rings, he gave up. Annoyed, he decided he would have to give her the money to buy an answer machine. When they returned to the meeting room, Wallander started by discussing the connection between the 2 victims. That was what they had to seek, without ruling out other possibilities.
Karlmann's widow was sure that her husband had never had anything to do with Wetterstedt, said Martinsson. Her children said the same thing. They searched through all his address books without finding Wetterstedt's name. Karlmann wasn't in Wetterstedt's address book either, said Höglund. So the link is invisible, said Wallander, or, more precisely, elusive. Somewhere we must be able to find it. If we do, we may also catch sight of the killer, or at least a motive. We have to dig deep and fast. Before he strikes again, said Hansson. There's no knowing whether that will happen. We also don't know who to warn, said Wallander. The only thing we know about the killer or killers is that they plan the murders. Do we know that? Åkesson interjected. It seems to me you're jumping to that conclusion prematurely. Well, there's no indication that we're dealing with someone who kills on impulse, who has a spontaneous desire to rip the hair off his victims, replied Wallander, feeling his temper rise. It's the conclusion that I'm having trouble with, said Åkesson. That's not the same thing as discrediting the evidence. The mood in the room grew oppressive. No one could miss the tension between the 2 men. Normally, Wallander wouldn't hesitate to argue with Åkesson in public, but this evening he chose to back down, mainly because he was exhausted and knew he would have to keep the meeting going for hours yet. I agree, was all he said. We'll scrub that conclusion and settle for saying that the murders appear planned. A psychologist from Stockholm is coming down tomorrow, said Hansson. I'm going to pick him up at Sturup Airport. Let's hope he can help us. Wallander nodded. Then he threw out a question that he hadn't really prepared, but now seemed a suitable time. The murderer, he said. For the sake of argument, let's think of him for the time being.
as a man who acts alone. What do you see? What do you think? Strong, said Nieberg. The expos were delivered with tremendous force.
I'm afraid he's collecting trophies, said Martensson. Only an insane person would do something like that.
Or someone who intends to throw us off the track with the scalps, said Wallander.
I have no idea, said Högland, but it must be someone who's profoundly disturbed.
In the end, the character of the killer was left. Wallander summed up in one last run-through, in which they planned the investigative work to be done and divided up the tasks. At around midnight, Åkesson left, saying that he would help out by arranging for reinforcements for the investigative team whenever they thought it necessary. Although they were all exhausted, Wallander went over the work one more time. None of us is going to get a lot of sleep for the next few days, he said in closing. And I realize that this will throw many of your holiday plans into chaos, but we have to muster all our forces. We have no option.
We'll need reinforcements, said Hansson.
Let's decide about that on Monday, said Wallander. Let's wait until then. They decided to meet again the following afternoon. Before then, Wallander and Hansson would present the case to the psychologist from Stockholm. Then they broke up and went their separate ways. Wallander stood by his car and looked up at the pale night sky. He tried to think about his father, but something else kept intruding. Fear that the killer would strike again. Chapter 14. Early on Sunday morning, 26th June, the doorbell rang at Wallander's flat on Maria Gatan in central Ystad. He was wrenched out of a deep sleep, and at first thought the telephone was ringing. When the doorbell rang again, he got up quickly, found his dressing gown lying halfway under the bed, and went to the door. It was Linda, with a friend Wallander hadn't met. He hardly recognized Linda, either, since she had cropped her long blonde hair and dyed it red. But he was relieved and happy to see her. He let them in and said hello to Linda's friend, who introduced herself as Kajsa. Wallander was full of questions. How did they come to be ringing his doorbell so early on a Sunday morning? Were there really train connections this early? Linda explained that they had arrived the night before, but they had stayed at the house of a girl she had gone to school with, whose parents were away. They would be staying there for the whole week. They came over so early because after reading the papers in the past few days, Linda knew it would be hard to get hold of her father. Wallander made a breakfast of leftovers he dug out of his refrigerator. While they ate, they told him they'd be spending the week rehearsing a play they had written. Then they were going to the island of Gotland to take part in a theater seminar. Wallander listened, trying to disguise how disappointed he was that Linda had abandoned her dream to become a furniture upholsterer, settle down in Ystad, and open her own shop. He also yearned to talk to her about her grandfather. He knew how close she was to him. "There's so much going on. I'd like to talk with you in peace and quiet. Just you and me," he said, when Kajsa was out of the room.
"That's the best thing about you," she said. "You're always so glad to see me."
She wrote down her phone number and promised to come over when he called.
"I saw the papers," she said. "Is it really as bad as they make out?"
"That's worse. I've got so much to do that I don't know how I'm going to cope. It was pure luck that you caught me at home." They sat and talked until Hansson called and said he was at Sturup Airport with the psychologist. They agreed to meet at the station at 9 a.m. "I have to go now," he told Linda.
"We do too,"
she said. "Does this play you're putting on have a name?" Wallander wondered when they got out to the street.
"It's not a play,"
replied Linda. "It's a review."
"I see,"
said Wallander, trying to remember what the difference was. "And does it have a name?"
"Not yet,"
said Kajsa. "Can I see it?" Wallander asked, tentatively.
"When it's ready,"
said Linda. "Not before." Wallander asked whether he could drive them somewhere.
"I'm going to show her the town,"
said Linda. "Where are you from?" he asked Kajsa.
"Sandviken, up north,"
she said. I've never been to Skåne before. Then we're even. I've never been to Sandviken. He watched them disappear around the corner. The fine weather was holding. It would be even warmer today. He felt cheerful because of his daughter's unexpected visit, even though he couldn't adjust to the drastic way she had been experimenting with her looks the past few years. But when she had stood in the doorway, he had seen for the first time what many people had told him before. Linda looked like him. He had discovered his own face in hers. He arrived at the station, feeling renewed vigor after Linda's unexpected visit. He strode down the hall, thinking that he clumped along like an overweight elephant, and threw off his jacket when he entered the room. He grabbed the telephone before he even sat down and asked the receptionist to get hold of Nyberg. Just as he had fallen asleep the night before, an idea had come to him that he wanted to explore. It took 5 minutes before the girl at the front desk managed to locate Nyberg. "It's Wallander," he said. "Do you remember telling me about a can of some sort of spray that you found outside the cordon on the beach?" "Of course I remember," snapped Nyberg. Wallander ignored the fact that Nyberg was obviously in a bad mood. "I thought we ought to check it for fingerprints," he said, "and compare them to whatever you can find on that piece of paper I found near Karlmann's house." "Will do," said Nyberg. "But we would have done it anyway, even if you hadn't asked us to." "I know," said Wallander. "But you know how it is." "No, I don't. You'll have the results as soon as I've got something." Wallander slammed down the receiver, full of energy. He stood by the window and looked out at the old water tower while he went through what he wanted to get done that day. He knew from experience that something almost always came along to spoil the plan. If he managed to get half the things done, he'd be pleased. At 9 a.m. he left his office, got some coffee, and went into one of the small meeting rooms where Hansson was waiting with the psychologist from Stockholm. The man introduced himself as Mats Ekholm. He was around 60 with a firm handshake. Wallander had an immediately favorable impression of him. Like many police officers, Wallander had always felt skeptical about what psychologists could contribute in a criminal investigation. But from conversations with Ann-Britt Höglund, he had begun to realize that this was wrong. He decided to give Ekholm a chance to show them what he could do. The investigation files were set out on the table. "I've read through them as best I could," said Ekholm. "I suggest that we start by talking about what isn't in the files." "It's all there," said Hansson, surprised. "If there's one thing the police are forced to learn, it's how to write reports." "I suppose you want to know what we think," interrupted Wallander. "Isn't that right?" Ekholm nodded. "There's a fundamental rule that says that the police are always searching for something specific," he answered. "If they don't know what an offender looks like, they include an approximation. Quite often, the phantom image turns out to have similarities with the offender who is finally apprehended." Wallander recognized his own reactions in Ekholm's description. He always created an image of a criminal that he carried with him during an investigation. "2 murders have been committed," Ekholm continued. "The modus operandi is the same, even though there are some interesting differences. Wetterstedt was killed from behind. The murderer struck him in the back, not in the head. He chose the more difficult alternative. Or could it be that he wanted to avoid smashing Wetterstedt's head? We don't know. After the blow, he cut off his scalp and took the time to hide the body. If we look at Karlmann's death, we can easily identify the similarities and differences. Karlmann was also struck down with an axe. He, too, had a piece of his scalp torn off, but he was killed from directly in front. He must have seen his attacker. The offender chose a time when there were many people nearby, so the risk of discovery was high. He made no attempt to hide the body, realizing that it would be virtually impossible. The first question we have to ask is, which are more important? the similarities or the differences?" "He's a murderer," said Valander. "He selected 2 people. He made plans. He must have visited the beach outside Vetterstedt's house several times. He even took the time to unscrew a bulb to obscure the area between the garden gate and the sea." "Do we know whether Vetterstedt was in the habit of taking an evening walk on the beach?" Ekholm interjected. "No," said Valander. "But of course we ought to find out. Keep going." "On the surface, the pattern looks completely different when it comes to Karlman. Surrounded by people at a midsummer party. But maybe the killer didn't see it that way. Maybe he thought he could make use of the fact that no one sees anything at all at a party. Nothing is as difficult as obtaining a detailed impression of events from a large group of people." "To answer that question, we have to examine what alternatives he may have had," said Ekholm. "Karlman was a businessman who moved around a lot, always surrounded by people. Maybe the party was the right choice after all." "The similarity or the difference," said Valander. "Which one is crucial?" Ekholm threw out his hands. "It's too early to say, of course. What we can be sure of is that he plans his crimes carefully and that he's extremely cold-blooded." "He takes scalps," said Valander. "He collects trophies. What does that mean?" "He's exercising power. The trophies are the proof of his actions. For him, it's no more peculiar than a hunter putting up a pair of horns on his wall." "But the decision to scalp," Valander went on, "where does that come from?" "It's not that strange," said Ekholm. "I don't want to seem cynical, but what part of a human being is more suitable to be taken as a trophy? A human body rots. A piece of skin with hair on it is easy to preserve." "I guess I still can't stop thinking of American Indians," said Valander. "Well, naturally, it can't be excluded that your killer has a fixation on an American Indian warrior," said Ekholm. "People who find themselves in a psychic borderland often choose to hide behind another person's identity, or transform themselves into a mythological figure." "Borderland? What does that involve?" "Your killer has already committed 2 murders. We can't rule out that he intends to commit more since we don't know his motive. This indicates he has probably passed a psychological boundary, that he has freed himself from our normal inhibitions. A person can commit murder or manslaughter without premeditation. A killer who repeats his actions is following completely different psychological laws. He finds himself in a twilight zone where all the boundaries that exist for him are of his own making. On the surface, he can live a completely normal life. He can go to a job every morning. He can have a family and devote his evenings to playing golf or tending his garden. He can sit on his sofa with his children around him and watch the news reports on the murders he himself has committed. He can deplore the crimes and wonder why such people are on the loose. He has 2 different identities that he controls utterly. He pulls his own strings. He is both marionette and puppet master." Valander thought about what Ekholm had said. "Who is he?" finally asked. "What does he look like? How old is he? I can't hunt someone who looks entirely normal on the surface. I must search for a specific person." "I can't answer that yet," said Ekholm. "I need time to get into the material before I can create a profile of the killer." "I hope you're not considering today a day of rest," said Valander wearily. "We'll need that profile as soon as possible." "I'll try to get something together by tomorrow," said Ekholm. "But you and your colleagues have to realize that the difficulties and the margins of error are daunting." "I realize that," said Valander. "We still need all the help you can give us." When the meeting was over, Valander drove down to the harbor and walked out onto the pier, where he had sat a few days earlier trying to write his speech for Bjork. He sat and watched a fishing boat on its way out to sea. He unbuttoned his shirt and closed his eyes, facing the sun. Somewhere close by he heard children laughing. He tried to empty his mind and enjoy the heat, but after a few minutes he stood up and left. Your killer has already committed 2 murders. We can't rule out that he intends to commit more since we don't know his motive. Ekholm's words might have been his own. He would not relax until they had caught Vetterstedt and Karlmann's killer. Wallander knew his strength was his determination, and sometimes he had moments of insight, but his weakness was also clear. He couldn't keep his job from becoming a personal matter. Your killer, Ekholm had said. There was no better description of his weakness. The man who killed Vetterstedt and Karlmann was actually his own responsibility, whether he liked it or not. He went back to his car, deciding to follow the plan he had made that morning. He drove out to Vetterstedt's villa. The cordons on the beach were gone. Lindgren and an older man, who he assumed was Lindgren's father, were busy sanding the boat. He didn't feel like saying hello. He still had Vetterstedt's keys, and he unlocked the front door. The silence was deafening. He sat down in one of the leather chairs in the living room. He could just hear sounds from the beach. He looked around the room. What did it tell him? Had the killer ever been inside the house? He was having a hard time gathering his thoughts. He got up and went over to the big window facing the garden, the beach, and the sea. Vetterstedt had stood here many times. He could see that the parquet floor was worn at this spot. He looked out of the window. Someone had shut off the water to the fountain in the garden. He let his gaze wander as he went over the thoughts he had had earlier. On the hill outside Karlmann's house, my killer stood and observed the party. He may have been there many times. From there he could see without being seen. Where is the hill from which you would have the same view of Vetterstedt? From what point could you see him without being seen? He walked around the house, stopping at each window. From the kitchen, he looked for a long time at a pair of trees growing just outside Vetterstedt's property, but they were young birches that wouldn't have held a person's weight. Not until he came to the study and looked out of the window did he realize that he had found the answer. From the projecting garage roof it was possible to see straight into the room. He left the house and went around the garage. A younger, fit man could jump up, grab hold of the eaves, and pull himself up. Wallander went and got a ladder he had seen on the other side of the house. He leaned it against the garage roof and climbed up. The roof was the old-fashioned tar paper type. Since he wasn't sure how much weight it would hold, he crawled on all fours over to a spot where he could look straight into Vetterstedt's study. He searched until he found the point farthest away from the window that still had a good view inside. On his hands and knees he inspected the tar paper. Almost at once he discovered some cuts in it, crisscrossing each other. He ran his fingertips across the tar paper. Someone had slashed it with a knife. He looked around. It was impossible to be seen, either from the beach or from the road above Vetterstedt's house. Wallander climbed down and put the ladder back. Carefully, he inspected the ground next to the garage, but all he found were some tattered pages from a magazine that had blown onto the property. He went back into the house. The silence was oppressive. He went upstairs. Through the window in Vetterstedt's bedroom, he could see Lindgren and his father turning their boat right side up. He could see that it took 2 people to turn it over. And yet he now knew that the killer had been alone, both here and when he killed Karlmann. Though there were few clues, his intuition told him that it had been one person sitting on Vetterstedt's roof and on the hill above Karlmann's. I'm dealing with a lone killer, he thought. A lone man who leaves his borderland and hacks people to death so he can then take their scalps as trophies. He left Vetterstedt's house, emerging into the sunshine again with relief. He drove over to a cafe and ate lunch at the counter. A young woman at a table nearby nodded to him and said hello. He replied, unable to remember who she was. Not until he left did he recall that she was Britta Lena Bodine, the bank teller whose excellent memory had been so important during an investigation. By midday he was back at the station. Anne Britt Högland met him in the foyer.
"I saw you from my window," she said.
Wallander knew at once that something had happened. He waited, tense, for her to continue.
"There's a point of contact," she said. "In the late 1960s, Karlman did some time in prison, at Langholmen. Wetterstedt was Minister of Justice at the time."
"That isn't enough," said Wallander.
"I'm not finished. Karlman wrote a letter to Wetterstedt, and when he got out of prison, they met."
Wallander stood motionless. "How do you know this?"
"Come to my office and I'll tell you."
Wallander knew what this meant. If there was a connection, they had broken through the hard, outermost shell of the investigation. Chapter 15. It had started with a telephone call. Anne Britt Högland had been on her way down the hall to talk to Martinsson when she was paged. She returned to her office and took the call. It was a man who spoke so softly that at first she thought he was sick or injured, but she understood that he wanted to talk to Wallander. No one else would do, least of all a woman. She explained that Wallander had gone out, and no one could say when he was coming back, but the man was extremely persistent. Although she didn't understand how a man who spoke so softly could seem so strong-willed. She considered transferring the call to Martinsson and having him pretend to be Wallander, but something told her that he might know Wallander's voice. He said that he had important information. She asked him whether it had to do with Wetterstedt's death. "Maybe," he replied. Then she asked whether it was about Karlman. "Maybe," he said once again. She knew that somehow she had to keep him talking. He had refused to give his name or phone number. He finally resolved the impasse. He had been silent for so long that Högland thought he had hung up, but then he asked for the station fax number. "Give the fax to Wallander," the man had said, "not to anyone else." An hour later the fax had arrived. She handed it to Wallander. To his astonishment, he saw that it was sent from Skoglund's Hardware in Stockholm. "I looked up the number and called them," she said. "I also thought it was strange that a hardware shop would be open on Sunday. From a message on their answer machine, I got hold of the owner via his mobile phone. He had no idea either how someone could have sent a fax from his office. He was on his way to play golf, but promised to look into the matter. Half an hour later he called and reported that someone had broken into his office." "How strange," said Wallander. He read the fax. It was handwritten and hard to read. He must get reading glasses soon. He couldn't pretend any longer he was just tired or stressed. The fax seemed to have been written in great haste. Wallander read it silently. Then he read it aloud to make sure he hadn't misunderstood anything. Arne Karlman was in Langholmen during the spring of 1969 for fraud and fencing stolen goods. At that time, Gustav Wetterstedt was Minister of Justice. Karlman wrote letters to him. He bragged about it. When he got out, he met with Wetterstedt. What did they talk about? What did they do? We don't know. But things went well for Karlman. He never went to prison again. And now they're dead. Both of them. Have I read this correctly? "I came up with the same thing," she said. "No signature," said Wallander. "And what is he really getting at? Who is he? How does he know this stuff? Is any of it true?" "I don't know," she said, "but I had a feeling that this man knew what he was talking about. Anyway, it's not hard to check whether Karlman was really at Langholmen in the spring of 1969. We know that Wetterstedt was Minister of Justice then." "Wasn't Langholmen closed by then?" Wallander asked. "That was a few years later, in 1975, I think. I can check on exactly when." Wallander waved it off. "Why did he only want to talk to me?" he asked. "Did he give any explanation?" "I got a feeling he had heard about you." "So he wasn't claiming that he knew me?" "No." Wallander thought for a moment.
"Let's hope what he wrote is true," he said. "Then we've established the connection." "It shouldn't be too hard to verify," said Högland, "even if it is Sunday." "I'll go out and talk to Karlmann's widow right now. She must know whether her husband was ever in prison," said Wallander. "Do you want me to come along?" "No." Half an hour later, Wallander parked his car outside the cordon in Bjarresjö. A bored-looking officer sat in a squad car reading the paper. He straightened up when he saw Wallander approaching. "Is Nyberg still working here?" asked Wallander in surprise. "Isn't the forensic investigation finished?" "I haven't seen any technicians around," said the officer. "Call Ystad and ask them why the cordons haven't been removed," said Wallander. "Is the family home?" "The widow is probably there," said the officer, "and the daughter, but the son's left in a car a few hours ago." Wallander entered the grounds of the farm. The bench and the table in the arbor were gone. In the beautiful summer weather, the events of the last few days seemed unbelievable. He knocked on the door. Karlmann's widow opened it almost at once. "I'm sorry to bother you," said Wallander, "but I have a few questions that I need answered as soon as possible." She was very pale. As he stepped inside, he smelled a faint whiff of alcohol. Somewhere inside, Karlmann's daughter shouted, asking who was at the door. Wallander tried to remember the name of the woman leading the way. Had he ever heard it? Yes. It was Anita. He'd heard Svedberg use it during the long investigative meeting. He sat down on the sofa facing her. She lit a cigarette. She was wearing a flimsy summer dress. Wallander felt vaguely disapproving. Even if she didn't love her husband, he had been murdered. Didn't people believe in showing respect for the dead anymore? Couldn't she have chosen more somber attire? He had such conservative views sometimes that he surprised himself. Sorrow and respect didn't follow a color scheme. "Would the inspector like something to drink?" she asked. "No, thank you," said Wallander. "I'll be as brief as I can." She shot a glance past his face. He turned around. Her daughter, Erika, had entered the room silently and was sitting in the background. She was smoking and seemed nervous. "Do you mind if I listen?" she asked in a belligerent voice. "Not at all. You're welcome to join us." "I'm fine here." Her mother shook her head almost imperceptibly. She seemed resigned about her daughter's behavior. "Actually, I came here because it's Sunday," Wallander began, "which means that it's difficult to get information from archives, and since we need to have an answer as soon as possible, I came to you." "You don't have to excuse yourself," said the woman. "What is it you want to know?" "Was your husband in prison in the spring of 1969? Her reply was swift and resolute. "He was in Longholmen between the 9th of February and the 19th of June. I drove him there, and I picked him up. He was convicted of fraud and fencing stolen goods." Her frankness made Wallander lose his train of thought. But what had he expected? That she would deny it? Was this the first time he was sentenced to a prison term? "The first and the last." "Can you tell me any more about the convictions?" "He denied having either received stolen paintings or forged any checks. Other people did it in his name." "So you think he was innocent?" "It's not a matter of what I think. He was innocent." Wallander decided to change tack. "It has come to light that your husband knew Gustav Wetterstedt, despite the fact that both you and your children claimed earlier this was not the case." "If he knew Gustav Wetterstedt, then I would have known about it." "Could he have had contact with him without your knowledge?" She thought for a moment before she replied. "I would find that very difficult to believe." Wallander knew at once that she was lying, but he couldn't see why. Since he had no more questions, he stood up. "Perhaps you can find your own way out," said the woman on the sofa. She seemed very tired, suddenly. Wallander walked to the door. As he approached the daughter, who had been watching him intently, she stood up and blocked his way, holding her cigarette in her left hand. Out of nowhere came a slap that struck Wallander hard on his left cheek. He was so surprised that he took a step back, tripped, and fell to the floor. "Why did you let it happen?" she shrieked. Then she started pummeling Wallander, who managed to fend her off as he tried to get up. Mrs. Karlman came to his rescue. She did the same thing as the girl had just done to Wallander. She slapped her daughter hard in the face. When the girl calmed down, her mother led her over to the sofa. Then she returned to Wallander, who was standing there with his burning cheek, torn between rage and astonishment. "Erica's been so depressed about what happened," said Anita Karlman. "She's lost control. The inspector must forgive her." "Maybe she should see a doctor," said Wallander, noticing that his voice was shaking. "She already has." Wallander nodded and went out of the door. He tried to remember the last time he had been struck. It was more than 10 years ago. He was interrogating a man suspected of burglary. Suddenly, the man had jumped up from the table and slugged him in the mouth. That time Wallander struck back. His rage was so fierce that he broke the man's nose. Afterwards, the man tried to sue Wallander for police brutality, but he was found innocent. The man later sent a complaint to the ombudsman about Wallander, but that too was dropped with no measures taken. He had never been hit by a woman before. When his wife Mona had lost control, she had thrown things at him, but she had never tried to slap him. He often wondered what would have happened if she had. Would he have hit back? He knew there was a good chance he would. He stood in the garden, touching his stinging cheek. All the energy he had felt that morning had evaporated. He was so tired that he couldn't even manage to hold on to the feeling the girl's visit had given him. He walked back to his car. The officer was slowly rolling up the yellow tape. He put The Marriage of Figaro in the cassette deck. He turned up the volume so high that it thundered inside the car. His cheek stung. In the rearview mirror, he could see that it was red. When he got to Ystad, he turned into the big car park by the furniture shop. Everything was closed, the car park deserted. He opened the car door and let the music flow. Barbara Hendricks made him forget about Vetterstedt and Karlman for a moment, but the girl in flames still ran through his mind. The field seemed endless. She kept running and running, and burning and burning. He turned down the music and started pacing back and forth in the car park. As always, when he was thinking, he walked along staring at the ground. And so Wallander didn't notice the photographer who saw him by chance and took a picture of him through a telephoto lens as he paced around the empty car park. A few weeks later, when an astonished Wallander saw the picture, he had even forgotten that he had stopped there to try and clear his head. The team met very briefly that afternoon. Mats Ekholm joined them and ran through what he had discussed earlier with Hansson and Wallander. Höglund told the team about the facts, and Wallander reported that Anita Karlman had confirmed the information it contained. He didn't mention being slapped. When Hansson asked tentatively whether he'd consider talking to the reporters camped out around the station who seemed to know when a meeting had taken place, he refused. "We have to teach these reporters that we're working on a legal matter," Wallander said, and could hear how affected he sounded. "And Britt can take care of them. I'm not interested." "Is there anything I shouldn't say?" she asked. "Don't say we have a suspect," said Wallander. "Because we don't." After the meeting, Wallander exchanged a few words with Martinsson. "Has anything more been discovered about the girl?" he asked. "Not yet," said Martinsson. "Let me know as soon as something happens." Wallander went to his room. The telephone rang immediately, making him jump. Every time it rang, he expected to be told of another murder. But it was his sister. She told him that she had talked to Gertrude. There was no doubt that their father had Alzheimer's disease. Wallander could hear how upset she was. "He's almost 80, he consoled her. "Sooner or later, something had to happen. But even so—" Wallander knew what she meant. He could have used the same words himself. All too often life was reduced to those powerless words of protest, but even so. He won't be able to handle a trip to Italy. If he wants to, then he will, said Valander. Besides, I promised him. Maybe I should come with you. No, it's our trip. He hung up, wondering whether she was offended that he didn't invite her to join them. But he put aside those thoughts and decided that he really had to go and visit his father. He located the scrap of paper on which he had written Linda's phone number and called her. He was surprised when Kaisa answered at once, expecting them to be outside on such a beautiful day. When Linda came on, he asked whether she'd leave her rehearsal and drive out with him to see her grandfather. "Can Kaisa come too?" she asked. "Normally I'd say yes," replied Valander, "but today I'd prefer it if it was just you and me. There's something I need to talk to you about." He picked her up in Oosterpoort Square. On the way to Luderup, he told her about his father's visit to the station, and that he was ill. "No one knows how fast it will progress," said Valander. "But he will be leaving us, sort of like a ship sailing farther and farther out towards the horizon. We'll still be able to see him clearly, but for him we'll seem more and more like shapes in the fog. Our faces, our words, our common memories, everything will become indistinct and finally disappear altogether. He might be cruel without realizing he's doing it. He could turn into a totally different person." Valander could tell that she was upset. "Can't anything be done?" she asked, after sitting for a long time in silence. "Only Gertrude can answer that," he said. "But I don't think there is a cure." He also told her about the trip that he and his father wanted to take to Italy. "It'll be just him and me," said Valander. "Maybe we can work out all the problems we've had." Gertrude met them on the steps when they pulled into the courtyard. Linda ran to see her grandfather, who was painting out in the studio he had made in the old barn. Valander sat down in the kitchen and talked to Gertrude. It was just as he thought. There was nothing to be done but try to live a normal life and wait. "Will he be able to travel to Italy?" asked Valander. "That's all he talks about. And if he should die while he's there, it wouldn't be the worst thing." She told him that his father had taken the news of his illness calmly. This surprised Valander, who had known his father to fret about the slightest ailment. "I think he's come to terms with old age," said Gertrude. "He probably thinks that, by and large, he would live the same life again if he had the chance." "But in that life he would have stopped me from becoming a policeman," said Valander. "It's terrible, but I read in the papers all the horrible things you have to deal with." "Someone has to do it," said Valander. "That's just the way it is." They stayed and ate dinner in the garden. Valander could see that his father was in an unusually good mood. He assumed that Linda was the reason. It was already 11 p.m. by the time they left. "Adults can be so childlike," Linda said suddenly. "Sometimes because they're showing off, trying to act young. But Grandpa can seem childlike in a way that seems totally unaffected." "Your grandpa is a very special person," said Valander. "Do you know you're starting to look like him? You two are becoming more alike every year." "I know, but I don't know if I like it." He dropped her off where he had picked her up. They decided that she would call in a few days. He watched her disappear past Oosterpoort School and realized, to his astonishment, that he hadn't thought about the investigation once the whole evening. He immediately felt guilty, then pushed the feeling away. He knew that he couldn't do any more than he had already done today. He drove to the station. None of the detectives were in. There weren't any messages important enough to answer that evening. He drove home, parked his car, and went up to his flat. Valander stayed up for a long time that night. He had the windows open to the warm summer air. On his stereo, he played some music by Puccini. He poured himself the last of the whiskey. He felt some of the happiness he had felt the afternoon he was driving out to Salomonsson's farm, before the catastrophe had struck. Now he was in the middle of an investigation that was marked by two things. First, they had very little to help them identify the killer. Second, it was quite possible that he was busy carrying out his third murder at that very moment. Still, Wallander tried to put the case out of his mind, and for a short time the burning girl disappeared from his thoughts too. He had to admit that he couldn't single-handedly solve every violent crime that happened in Ystad. He could only do his best. That's all anyone could do. He lay down on the sofa and dozed off to the music and the summer night with the whiskey glass within reach. But something drew him back to the surface again. It was something that Linda had said in the car. Some words that suddenly took on a whole new meaning. He sat up on the sofa, frowning. What was it she had said? Adults can be so childlike. There was something there that he couldn't grasp. Adults can be so childlike. Then he realized what it was. And he couldn't understand how he could have been so sloppy. He put on his shoes, found a torch in one of the kitchen drawers, and left the flat. He drove out along Österleden, turned right, and stopped outside Wetterstedt's house, which lay in darkness. He opened the gate to the front yard. He gave a start when a cat vanished like a shadow among the bushes. He shone the torch along the base of the garage, and didn't have to search long before he found what he was looking for. He took the torn-out pages of the magazine between his thumb and forefinger and shone the light on them. They were from an issue of The Phantom. He searched in his pockets for a plastic bag and put the pages inside. Then he drove home. He was still annoyed that he had been so sloppy. Adults can be so childlike. A grown man could very well have sat on the garage roof reading an issue of The Phantom. Chapter 16. When Wallander awoke just before 5 a.m. on Monday, 27th June, a cloud bank had drifted in from the west and reached Ystad, but there was still no rain. Wallander lay in bed and tried in vain to go back to sleep. At 6 a.m. he got up, showered, and made coffee. The fatigue was like a dull pain. 10 or 15 years ago, he'd almost never felt tired in the morning, no matter how little sleep he had got, he thought with regret. But those days were gone forever. Just before 7 a.m., he walked into the station. Ebba had already arrived, and she smiled at him as she handed him some phone messages. "I thought you were on holiday," said Wallander in surprise. "Hansson asked me to stay a few extra days," said Ebba, "now that there's so much happening." "How's your hand?" "Like I said, it's no fun getting old. Everything just starts to fall apart." Wallander couldn't recall ever having heard Ebba make such a dramatic statement. He wondered whether to tell her about his father and his illness, but decided against it. He got some coffee and sat down at his desk. After looking through the phone messages and stacking them on top of the pile from the night before, he called Riga, feeling a pang of guilt at making a personal call. He was still old-fashioned enough not to want to burden his employer. He remembered how a few years ago Hansson had been consumed by a passion for betting on the horses. He had spent half his working day calling racetracks all over the country for tips. Everyone had known about it, but no one had complained. Wallander had been surprised that only he had thought someone should talk to Hansson. But then one day all the form guides and half-completed betting slips vanished from Hansson's desk. Through the grapevine, Wallander heard that Hansson had decided to stop before he wound up in debt. Bible picked up the phone after the third ring. Valander was nervous. Each time he called, he was afraid that she'd tell him they shouldn't see each other again. He was as unsure of her feelings as he was sure of his own. But she sounded happy, and her happiness was infectious. Her decision to go to Tallinn had been made quite hastily, she explained. One of her friends was going and asked Biba to go with her. She had no classes at the university that week, and the translation job she was working on didn't have a pressing deadline. She told him about the trip, and then asked how he was. Valander decided not to mention that their trip to Skagen might be jeopardized. He said that everything was fine. They agreed that he would call her that evening. Afterwards, Valander sat worrying about how she'd react if he had to postpone their holiday. Worry was a bad habit, which seemed to grow worse the older he got. He worried about everything. He worried when Bible went to Tallinn. He worried that he was going to get sick. He worried that he might oversleep or that his car might break down. He wrapped himself in clouds of anxiety. With a grimace, he wondered whether Mats Ekholm might be able to do a psychological profile of him and suggest how he could free himself from all the problems he created. Svedberg knocked on his half-open door and walked in. He hadn't been careful in the sun the day before. The top of his head was completely sunburnt, as were his forehead and nose. "I'll never learn," Svedberg complained. "It hurts like hell." Valander thought about the burning sensation he'd felt after being slapped the day before, but he didn't mention it. "I spent yesterday talking to the people who live near Vetterstedt," Svedberg said. "He went for walks quite often. He was always polite and said hello to the people he met, but he didn't socialize with anyone in the neighborhood." "Did he also make a habit of taking walks at night?" Svedberg checked his notes. "He used to go down to the beach." "So this was a routine?" "As far as I can tell, yes." Valander nodded. "Just as I thought," he said. "Something else came up that might be of interest," Svedberg continued. "A retired civil servant named Lance told me that a reporter had rung his doorbell on Monday, 20th June, and asked for directions to Vetterstedt's house. Lance understood that the reporter and the photographer were going there to do a story. That means someone was at his house on the last day of his life." "And that there are photographs," said Valander. "Which newspaper was it?" Lance didn't know. "You'll have to get someone to make some calls," said Valander. "This could be important." Svedberg nodded and left the room. "And you ought to put some cream on that sunburn," Valander called after him. "It doesn't look good." Valander called Nyberg. A few minutes later he came in. "I don't think your man came on a bicycle," said Nyberg. "We found some tracks behind the hut from a moped or a motorcycle, and every worker on the road team drives a car." An image flashed through Valander's mind, but he couldn't hold on to it. He wrote down what Nyberg had said. "What do you expect me to do with this?" asked Nyberg, holding up the bag with the pages from the Phantom. "Check for fingerprints," said Valander, "which may match other prints." "I thought only children read the Phantom," said Nyberg. "No," replied Valander. "There, you're wrong." When Nyberg had gone, Valander hesitated. Rydberg had taught him that a policeman must always tackle what was most important at a given moment. But what was, now? No one thing could yet be assumed to be more important than another. Valander knew that what mattered now was to trust his patience. He went out into the hall, knocked on the door of the office that had been assigned to Ekholm, and opened the door. Ekholm was sitting with his feet on the desk, reading through some papers. He nodded towards the visitor's chair and tossed the papers on the desk. "How's it going?" asked Valander. "Not so good," said Ekholm evenly. "It's hard to pin down this person. It's a shame we don't have a little more material to go on." He needs to have committed more murders? To put it bluntly, that would make the case easier, said Ekholm. In many investigations into serial murders conducted by the FBI, a breakthrough comes only after the third or fourth crime. Then it's possible to sift out the things that are particular to each killing and start to see an overall pattern. And a pattern is what we're looking for, one that enables us to see the mind behind the crimes. What can you say about adults who read comic books? Asked Wallander. Ekholm raised his eyebrows. Does this have something to do with the case? Maybe. Wallander told him about his discovery. Ekholm listened intently. Emotional immaturity or abnormality is almost always present in individuals who commit serial murders, said Ekholm. They don't value other human beings. That's why they don't comprehend the suffering they cause. But all adults who read The Phantom aren't murderers, said Wallander. Just as there have been examples of serial killers who were experts on Dostoevsky. You have to take a piece of the puzzle and see whether it fits anywhere. Wallander was starting to get impatient. He didn't have time to get into a theoretical discussion with Ekholm. Now that you've read through our material, what sort of conclusions have you made? Just one, actually, said Ekholm. That he will strike again. Wallander waited for something more, an explanation, but it didn't come. Why? Something about the total picture tells me so. And I can't say why, except that it's based on experience from other cases with trophy hunters. What kind of image do you see? Asked Wallander. Tell me what you're thinking right now, anything at all, and I promise I won't hold you to it later. An adult, replied Ekholm. Considering the age of the victims and his possible connection to them, I'd say he's at least 30, but maybe older. The possible identification with a myth, perhaps of an American Indian, makes me think that he's in very good physical condition. He's both cautious and cunning, which means that he's the calculating type. I think he lives a regular, orderly life. He hides his inner life beneath a surface of normality. And he's going to strike again. Ekholm threw out his hands. Let's hope I'm wrong. But you asked me to tell you what I think. Vetterstedt and Karlman died 3 days apart. If he keeps to that pattern, he'll kill someone today. That's not inevitable, said Ekholm. Since he's cunning, the time factor won't be crucial. He strikes when he's sure of success. Something might happen today, but it could also take several weeks. Or years. Wallander had no more questions. He asked Ekholm to attend the team meeting an hour later. He went back to his room feeling increasingly anxious. The man they were looking for, of whom they knew nothing, would strike again. He took out the notebook in which he had written Nieberg's words and tried to recapture the fleeting image that had passed through his mind. He was sure that this was important and that it had something to do with the road worker's hut, but he couldn't pin it down. He got up and went to the conference room. He missed Riedberg more than ever now. Wallander sat in his usual seat at one end of the table. He looked around. Everyone was there. He sensed that the group hoped they were going to make a breakthrough. Wallander knew they'd be disappointed, but none of them would show it. The detectives gathered in this room were professionals. Let's start with a review of what's happened in the scalping case in the past 24 hours, he began. He hadn't planned to say the scalping case, but from that moment on the investigation wasn't called anything else. Wallander usually waited until last to give his report, since he was expected to sum up and provide further directions. It was natural for Höglund to speak first. She passed around the facts that had come from Skoglund's hardware. What Anita Karlman had confirmed had also been checked in the National Prison Register. Högland had just begun the most difficult task, to find evidence or even copies of the letters that Karlman was said to have written to Wetterstedt. "It all happened so long ago," she concluded. "Although archives are generally well organized in this country, it takes a long time to find documents from more than 25 years ago. We're dealing with a time before computers were in use." "We must keep looking, though," said Wallander. "The connection between Wetterstedt and Karlman is crucial." "The man who rang?" said Svedberg, rubbing his burnt nose. "Why wouldn't he say who he was? Who would break into a shop just to send a fax?" "I've thought about that," said Högland. "There could be a lot of reasons why he wants to protect his identity. Perhaps because he's scared, and he obviously wanted to point us in a particular direction." The room fell silent. Wallander could see that Högland was on the right track. He nodded to her to continue. "Naturally, we're guessing. But if he feels threatened by the man who killed Wetterstedt and Karlman, he would be extremely eager for us to capture him, without revealing his own identity." "In that case, he should have told us more," said Martinsson. "Maybe he couldn't," Högland objected. "If I'm right, that he contacted us because he's frightened, then he probably told us everything he knows." Wallander lifted his hand. "Let's take this even further. The man gave us information relating to Karlman, not Wetterstedt. That's crucial. He claims that Karlman wrote to Wetterstedt and that they met after Karlman was released from prison. Who would know this?" "Another inmate," said Högland. "That was exactly my thought. But your theory is that he's contacting us out of fear. Would that fit if he was only Karlman's fellow prisoner?" "There's more to it," said Högland. "He knows that Karlman and Wetterstedt met after Karlman got out, so contact continued outside of prison." "He could have witnessed something," said Hansson, who had been silent until now. "For some reason, this has led to 2 murders 25 years later." Wallander turned to Ekholm, who was sitting by himself at the end of the table. 25 years is a long time," he said. "The desire for revenge can go on indefinitely," said Ekholm. "There are no prescribed time limits. It's one of the oldest truths in criminology that an avenger can wait forever. If these are revenge killings, that is. What else could they be? We can rule out crimes against property, probably with Wetterstedt and with complete certainty in Karlman's case." "A motive can have many components," said Ekholm. "A serial killer may choose his victims for reasons that seem inexplicable. Take the scalps, for instance. We might ask whether he's after a special kind of hair. Wetterstedt and Karlman had the same full head of gray hair. We can't exclude anything. But as a layman, I agree that right now the point of contact ought to be the most important thing to focus on." "Is it possible that we're thinking along the wrong lines altogether?" asked Martinsson suddenly. "Maybe for the killer there's a symbolic link between Wetterstedt and Karlman. While we search for facts, maybe he sees a connection that's invisible to us, something that's completely inconceivable to our rational minds." Wallander knew that Martinsson had the ability to turn an investigation around on its axis and get it back on the right track. "You're thinking of something. Keep going." Martinsson shrugged his shoulders and seemed about to change his mind. Wetterstedt and Karlman were wealthy men. They both belonged to a certain social class. They were representatives of political and economic power. "Are you suggesting a political motive?" Wallander asked, surprised. "I'm not suggesting anything," said Martinsson. "I'm listening to you and trying to see the case clearly myself. I'm as afraid as everyone else in this room that he's going to strike again." Wallander looked around the table. Pale, serious faces, except for Svedberg with his sunburn. Only now did he see that they were all as frightened as he was. He wasn't the only one who dreaded the next ring of the telephone. The meeting broke up before 10 a.m., but Wallander asked Martinsson to stay behind. "What is happening with the girl?" Dolores Maria Santana. I'm still waiting to hear from Interpol. Give them a nudge. Martinson gave him a puzzled look. Do we really have time for her now? No, but we can't just let it drop either. Martinson promised to send off another request. Wallander went in his office and called Lars Magnusson. He answered after a long time. Wallander could hear that he was drunk. I need to continue our conversation, he said. I don't conduct conversations at this time of day, said Magnusson. Make some coffee, and put away the bottles. I'm coming over in half an hour. He hung up on Magnusson's protests. Someone had placed 2 preliminary autopsy reports on his desk. Wallander had gradually learned to decipher the language used by pathologists and forensic doctors. Many years ago, he had taken a course in Uppsala arranged by the National Police Board. Wallander remembered how unpleasant it was to visit an autopsy room. There was nothing unexpected in the reports. He put them aside and looked out the window, trying to visualize the killer. What did he look like? What was he doing right now? But Wallander saw nothing but darkness before him. Depressed, he got up and left. Chapter 17. When Wallander left Lars Magnusson's flat after more than 2 hours of trying to conduct a coherent conversation, all he wanted to do was go home and take a bath. He hadn't noticed the filth on his first visit, but this time it was obvious. The front door was ajar when Wallander arrived. Magnusson was lying on the sofa, while a saucepan of coffee boiled over in the kitchen. He had greeted Wallander by telling him to go to hell. Don't come around here. Just get out and forget there's anyone called Lars Magnusson, he had shouted. But Wallander stood his ground. The coffee on the stove indicated that Magnusson had thought he might talk to someone in the daytime after all. Wallander searched in vain for clean cups. In the sink were plates on which the food and grease seemed to have fossilized. Eventually he found 2 cups, which he washed and carried into the living room. Magnusson wore only a pair of dirty shorts. He was unshaven and clutched a bottle of dessert wine like a crucifix. Wallander was horrified at his dissipation. What he found most disgusting was that Lars Magnusson was losing his teeth. Wallander grew annoyed, and then angry that the man on the sofa wasn't listening to him. He yanked the bottle away from him and demanded answers to his questions. He had no idea what authority he was acting on. But Magnusson did as he was told. He even hauled himself up to a sitting position. Wallander wanted to get more of a sense of the time when Wetterstedt was Minister of Justice, of the rumors and scandal. But Magnusson seemed to have forgotten everything. He couldn't even remember what he had said on Wallander's last visit. Finally, Wallander gave him back the bottle, and once he had taken a few more slugs, feeble memories began to surface. Wallander left the flat with one lead. In an unexpected moment of clarity, Magnusson remembered that there was a policeman on the Stockholm Vice Squad who had developed a particular interest in Wetterstedt. Rumor had it that this man, who Magnusson remembered was Hugo Sandin, had created a dossier on Wetterstedt. As far as Magnusson knew, nothing had ever come of it. He had heard that Sandin had moved south when he retired, and now lived with his son, who had a pottery workshop outside Hässleholm. "If he's still alive," Magnusson said, smiling his toothless smile, as though he hoped that Hugo Sandin had died before him. Wallander drove back to the station, feeling determined to locate Sandin. In reception, he ran into Svedberg, whose burnt face was still troubling him. "Wetterstedt was interviewed by a journalist from Magazineth," said Svedberg. Wallander had never heard of the magazine. "Retirees get it," Svedberg told him. "The journalist's name was Anna-Lisa Blomgren, and she did take a photographer with her. Now that Wetterstedt is dead, they aren't going to publish the article." "Talk to her," said Valander, "and ask for the pictures." Valander went to his office. He called the switchboard and asked them to find Nyberg, who called back 15 minutes later. "Do you remember the camera from Vetterstedt's house?" Valander asked. "Of course I remember," said Nyberg grumpily. "Has the film been developed yet? There were 7 pictures exposed." "Didn't you get them?" Nyberg asked, surprised. "No. They should have been sent over to you last Saturday." "I never got them." "Are you sure?" "Maybe they're lying around somewhere." "I'll have to look into this," said Nyberg. "I'll get back to you." Somebody would bear the brunt of Nyberg's wrath, and Valander was glad that it wouldn't be him. He found the number of the Hässleholm police, and after some difficulty managed to get hold of Hugo Sandin's phone number. When Valander asked about Sandin, he was told that he was about 85 years old, but that his mind was still sharp. "He usually stops by to visit a couple of times a year," said the officer Valander spoke to, who introduced himself as Mörk. Valander wrote down the number and thanked him. Then he called Malmö and asked for the doctor who had done the autopsy on Vetterstedt. "There's nothing in the report about the time of death," Valander said to him. "That's very important for us." The doctor asked him to wait a moment while he got his file. After a moment he returned and apologized. "It was left out of the report. Sometimes my dictaphone acts up. But Vetterstedt died less than 24 hours before he was found. We're still waiting for some results from the laboratory that will enable us to narrow the time span further." "I'll wait for those results," said Valander, and thanked him. He went in to see Svedberg, who was at his computer. "Did you talk to that journalist?" "I'm just typing up a report." "Did you get the time of their visit?" Svedberg looked through his notes. "They got to Vetterstedt's house at 10 a.m. and stayed until 1 p.m. After that, nobody else saw him alive?" Svedberg thought for a moment. "Not that I know of." "So, we know that much," said Valander, and left the room. He was just about to call Hugo Sandin when Martinsson came in. "Have you got a minute?" he asked. "Always," said Valander. "What's up?" Martinsson waved a letter. "This came in the mail today. It's from someone who says he gave a girl a ride from Helsingborg to Tomelilla on Monday, 20th June. He's seen the description of the girl in the papers and thinks it might have been her." Martinsson handed the envelope to Valander, who took out the letter and read it. "No signature, but the letterhead is interesting." Valander nodded. "Smedstorp Parish. Official church stationery." "We'll have to look into it," said Martinsson. "We certainly will. If you take care of Interpol and the other things you're busy with, I'll look after this." "I still don't see how we have time," said Martinsson. "We'll make time," said Valander. After Martinsson left, Valander realized that he'd been subtly criticized for not leaving the suicide case for the moment. Martinsson might be right, he thought. There was no space for anything but Vetterstedt and Karlman. But then he decided the criticism was unjustified. They must make time to handle every case. As if to prove that he was right, Valander left the station and drove out of town towards Tomelilla and Smedstorp. The drive gave him time to think about the murders. The summer landscape seemed a surreal backdrop to his thoughts. 2 men are axed to death and scalped, he thought. A young girl walks into a rape field and sets herself on fire. And all around me, it's summertime. Skåne couldn't be more beautiful than this. There's a paradise hidden in every corner of this countryside. To find it, all you have to do is keep your eyes open. But you might also glimpse hearses on the roads. The parish offices were in Smedstorp. After he passed Lunarp, he turned left. He knew that the office kept irregular hours, but there were cars parked outside the whitewashed building. A man was mowing the lawn. Valander tried the door. It was locked. He rang the bell, noting from the brass plate that the office wouldn't be open until Wednesday. He waited. Then he rang again and knocked on the door. The lawnmower hummed in the background. Valander was just about to leave when a window on the floor above opened. A woman stuck out her head. "We're open on Wednesdays and Fridays," she shouted. "I know," Valander replied, "but this is urgent. I'm from the Eastad police." Her head disappeared. Then the door opened. A blonde woman dressed in black stood before him, heavily made up and wearing high heels. What surprised Valander was the white clerical collar set against all that black. He introduced himself. "Gunnar Nilsson," she replied. "I'm the vicar of this parish." Valander followed her inside. If I were walking into a nightclub, I could better understand it, he thought. The clergy don't look the way I'd imagine these days. She opened the door to an office and asked him to have a seat. Gunnar Nilsson was a very attractive woman, although Valander couldn't decide whether the fact that she was a vicar made her seem more so. He saw a letter lying on her desk. He recognized the parish letterhead. "The police received a letter on your letterhead. That's why I'm here." He told her about the girl. The vicar seemed upset. When he asked her why, she explained that she had been sick for a few days and hadn't read the papers. Valander showed her the letter. "Do you have any idea who wrote it, or who has access to your letterhead?" She shook her head. "Only women work here." "It's not clear whether a man or a woman wrote the letter," Valander pointed out. "I don't know who it could be." "Does anyone in the office live in Helsingborg, or drive there often?" She shook her head again. Valander could see that she was trying to be helpful. "How many people work here?" "There are 4 of us. And there's Andersson, who takes care of the garden. We also have a full-time watchman, Sture Rossel. But he mainly stays out at our churches. Any of them could have taken some letterhead from here, of course, plus anyone who visited the vicar's office on business." "You don't recognize the handwriting?" "No." "It's not illegal to pick up hitchhikers, so why would someone write an anonymous letter? Because they wanted to hide the fact that they had been in Helsingborg? It's puzzling." "I could ask whether anyone here was in Helsingborg that day, and try to match the handwriting." "I'd appreciate your help," said Valander, standing up. "You can reach me at the Eastad police station." He wrote his phone number down for her. She followed him out. "I've never met a female vicar before." "Many people are still surprised." "In Eastad we have our first woman chief of police," he said. "Everything changes." "For the better, I hope," she said, and smiled. Valander looked at her, deciding she was quite beautiful. He didn't see a ring on her finger. He couldn't help thinking forbidden thoughts. She really was terribly attractive. The man cutting the grass was now sitting on a bench smoking. Without really knowing why, Valander sat down on the bench and started talking to him. He was about 60 and dressed in a blue work shirt, dirty corduroy trousers, and a pair of ancient tennis shoes. Valander noted that he was smoking unfiltered Chesterfields, the brand that his father had smoked when he was a child. "She doesn't open the door when the office is closed," the man said thoughtfully. "This is the first time it's ever happened." "The vicar is quite good-looking," said Valander. "She's nice, too," said the man. "And she gives a good sermon. I don't know whether we've ever had such a good vicar. But many people would still rather have a man." "They would?" said Valander absent-mindedly. "Quite a few people would never think of having a woman. People in Skåne are conservative, for the most part." The conversation died. It was as if both men had run out of steam. Valander listened to the birds. He could smell the freshly mown grass. He remembered that he should contact Hans Vikander at the Östermalm police and find out how the interview with Gustav Wettestedt's mother had gone. He had a lot to do. He certainly didn't have time to sit on a bench outside the parish offices in Smedstorp. "Were you here to get a change of address certificate?" the man asked suddenly. I had a few questions to ask, he said, getting up. The man squinted at him. I recognize you. Are you from Tomelilla? No, I'm originally from Malmö, but I've lived in Ystad for many years. He was about to say goodbye when he noticed the white T-shirt showing under the man's unbuttoned work shirt. It advertised the ferry line between Helsingborg and Helsingør in Denmark. He knew it could be a coincidence, but decided that it wasn't. He sat back down on the bench. The man stubbed out his cigarette in the grass, about to get up. Just a moment, said Wallander. There's something I'd like to ask you about. The man heard the change in Wallander's voice. He gave him a wary look. I'm a police officer, said Wallander. I didn't come here to talk to the vicar. I came to talk to you. Why didn't you sign the letter you sent about the girl you gave a lift from Helsingborg? It was a reckless move, he knew, in defiance of everything he had been taught. It was a punch below the belt. The police didn't have the right to lie to extract information, especially when no crime had been committed. But it worked. The man jumped, caught off guard. Wallander could see him wondering how he could know about the letter. It's not against the law to write anonymous letters, he said, or to pick up hitchhikers. I just want to know why you did, and what time you picked her up and where you took her, the exact time, and whether she said anything during the journey. Now I recognize you, muttered the man. You're the policeman who shot a man in the fog a few years ago, on the shooting range outside Ystad. You're right, said Wallander. That was me. My name is Kurt Wallander. She was standing at the slip road of the southbound motorway, said the man suddenly. It was 7 p.m. I had driven over to Helsingborg to buy a pair of shoes. My cousin has a shoe shop there. He gives me a discount. I don't usually pick up hitchhikers, but she looked so forlorn. What happened? Nothing happened. What do you mean? When you stopped the car, what language did she speak? I have no idea what language it was, but it certainly wasn't Swedish, and I don't speak English. I said I was going to Tomelilla. She nodded. She nodded to everything I said. Did she have any luggage? Not a thing. Not even a handbag? Nothing. And then you drove off. She sat in the back seat. She didn't speak. I thought there was something odd about the whole thing. I was sorry you had picked her up. Why's that? Maybe she wasn't going to Tomelilla at all. Who the hell goes to Tomelilla? So she didn't say a word. Not a word. What did she do? Did she sleep? Look out the window? What? The man tried to remember. There was one thing I worried about afterwards. Every time a car passed us, she crouched down, as if she didn't want to be seen. So she was frightened. Definitely. What happened next? I stopped at the roundabout on the outskirts of Tomelilla and let her out. To tell you the truth, I don't think she had any idea where she was. So she wasn't going to Tomelilla? I think she just wanted to get out of Helsingborg. I drove off, but when I was almost home, I thought, I can't just leave her there. So I drove back, but she was gone. How long did it take you to go back? Well, not more than 10 minutes. Wallander thought for a moment. When you picked her up outside Helsingborg, she was standing at the slip road. Is it possible she had had a lift to Helsingborg? Or was she coming from there? The man thought for a while. From Helsingborg. If she had had a lift down from the north, she wouldn't have been standing where she was. And you never saw her again? You didn't look for her? Why would I? What time was this? I let her off at 8 p.m. I remember the news came on the car radio just as she got out of the car. Wallander thought about what he had heard. He knew he'd been lucky. Why did you write to the police? Why anonymously? I read about the girl who had burned herself to death. and I had a feeling that it might have been her, but I decided not to identify myself. I'm a married man. The fact that I picked up a female hitchhiker might have been misinterpreted." Wallander could see that he was telling the truth. "This conversation is off the record, but I will still have to ask you for your name and telephone number." "My name is Sven Andersson. I hope there won't be any trouble." "Not if you've told me the truth." He wrote down the number. "One more thing. Can you remember whether she was wearing a necklace?" Andersson thought. Then he shook his head. Wallander got up and shook his hand. "You've been a great help." "Was it her?" Andersson asked. "Possibly. The question we must answer is what she was doing in Helsingborg." He left Andersson and walked to his car. Just as he opened the door, his phone rang. His first thought was that the killer had struck again. Chapter 18. Wallander answered the phone and spoke to Nyberg, who told him that the developed photos were on his desk. He felt great relief that it wasn't news of a third killing. As he drove away from Smedstorp, he realized he should learn to control his anxiety. There was no knowing whether the man had more victims on his list, but Wallander couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. They must continue the investigation as though nothing else was going to happen. Otherwise, they'd waste their energy with fruitless worry. On the way back to Ystad, Wallander decided he would drive up to Hässleholm later that day to talk to Hugo Sandin. He went straight to his office and wrote up a report of his conversation with Andersson. He tried to get hold of Martinsson, but all Ebba could tell him was that he had left the station without saying where he was going. Wallander tried to reach him on his mobile phone, but it was turned off. He was annoyed that Martinsson was often impossible to contact. At the next meeting, he would state that everyone must be contactable at all times. Then he remembered the photos. He had put his notebook on top of the envelope without noticing it. He turned on his desk lamp and looked at them one by one. Although he didn't really know what he had expected, he was disappointed. The photos showed nothing more than the view from Wetterstedt's house. They were taken from upstairs. He could see Lindgren's overturned boat and the sea, which was calm. There were no people in the pictures. The beach was deserted. 2 of the pictures were blurry. He wondered why Wetterstedt had taken them, if indeed he had. He found a magnifying glass in a desk drawer, but still couldn't see anything of interest. He put them back in the envelope, deciding he'd ask someone else on the team to have a look, just to confirm he hadn't missed anything. He was just about to call Hässleholm when a secretary knocked on the door with a fax from Hans Vikander in Stockholm. It was a report, 5 single-spaced pages of the conversation he had had with Wetterstedt's mother. He read through it quickly. It was a precise report, but completely lacking in imagination. Every question was routine. An interview related to a criminal investigation should balance general enquiries with surprise questions. But perhaps he was being unfair to Hans Vikander. What was the chance that a woman in her 90s would say something unexpected about her son, whom she hardly ever saw, and only exchanged brief phone calls with? As he got some coffee, he thought idly about the female vicar in Smedstorp. Back in his room, he called the number in Hässleholm. A young man answered. Wallander introduced himself. It took several minutes for Hugo Sandin to come to the phone. He had a clear, resolute voice. Sandin told Wallander that he would meet him that same day. Wallander grabbed his notebook and wrote down the directions. On the way to Hässleholm, he stopped to eat. It was late afternoon when he turned off at the sign for the pottery shop and drove to the renovated mill. An old man was in the garden pulling up dandelions. When Wallander got out of the car, the man came towards him, wiping his hands. Wallander couldn't believe that this vigorous man was over 80, that Sandin and his own father were almost the same age. "I don't get many visitors," said Sandin. "All my friends are gone. I have one colleague from the old homicide squad who's still alive, but now he's in a home outside Stockholm and can't remember anything that happened after 1960. Old age really is shitty."
Sandin sounded just like Ebba. His own father almost never complained about his age. In an old coach house that had been converted into a showroom for the pottery, there was a table with a thermos and cups set out. Out of courtesy, Wallander spent a few minutes admiring the ceramics on display. Sandin sat down at the table and served coffee.
"You're the first policeman I've met who's interested in ceramics," he said.
Wallander sat down.
"Actually, I'm not," he admitted. "Policemen usually like to fish," said Sandin, "in lonely, isolated mountain lakes, or deep in the forests of Småland."
"I didn't know that," said Wallander. "I never go fishing."
Sandin looked at him intently. "What do you do when you're not working?"
"I have a pretty hard time relaxing."
Sandin nodded in approval. "Being a policeman is a calling. Just like being a doctor, we're always on duty, whether we're in uniform or not."
Wallander said nothing, even though he disagreed. Once he might have believed that a policeman's job was his calling, but not anymore. At least, he didn't think so.
"So," Sandin prompted, "I read in the papers about what's going on in Ystad. Tell me what they left out."
Wallander recounted the circumstances surrounding the two murders. Now and then Sandin would interrupt with a question, always pertinent.
"So, he may kill again," he said when Wallander had finished.
"We can't ignore that possibility."
Sandin shoved his chair back from the table and stretched out his legs. "And you want me to tell you about Gustav Wetterstedt? I'll be happy to. May I first ask how you found out that a long time ago I took a special interest in him?"
"A journalist in Ystad told me. Lars Magnusson, unfortunately quite an alcoholic."
I don't recognize the name." "Well, he's the one who knew about you."
Sandin sat silently, stroking his lips with one finger. Wallander sensed that he was looking for the right place to begin.
"The truth about Wetterstedt is straightforward," said Sandin. "He was a crook. He may have appeared to be a competent minister of justice, but he was totally unsuitable for the role."
"Why?"
"His activities were governed by attention to his career rather than the good of the country. That's the worst testimonial you can give a government minister."
"And yet he was in line to be leader of the party?"
Sandin shook his head vigorously. "That's not true. That was media speculation. Within the party, it was obvious that he could never be their leader. It's hard to see why he was even a member."
"But he was Minister of Justice for years. He couldn't have been totally unsuitable."
You're too young to remember. But there was a change sometime in the 1950s. It was barely perceptible, but it happened. Sweden was sailing along on unbelievably fair winds. It seemed as though unlimited funds were available to obliterate poverty. At the same time, a change occurred in political life. Politicians were turning into professionals, career politicians. Before, idealism had been a dominant part of political life. Now, this idealism began to be diluted. People like Wetterstedt began their ascent. Youth associations became the hatcheries for the politicians of the future.
"Let's talk about the scandals," said Wallander, afraid that Sandin would get lost in political reminiscences.
"He used prostitutes," said Sandin. "He wasn't the only one, of course, but he had certain predilections that he subjected the girls to."
"I heard that one girl filed a complaint," said Wallander.
"Her name was Karin Bengtsson," said Sandin. "She came from an unhappy background in Eksjö. She ran away to Stockholm and came to our notice for the first time in 1954. A few years later, she wound up with the group from which Wetterstedt picked his girls. In January 1957, she filed a complaint against him. He had slashed her feet with a razor blade. I met her myself at the time. She could hardly walk. Vetterstedt knew he'd gone too far. The complaint was dropped and Bengtsson was paid off. She received money to invest in a clothing boutique in Västerås. In 1959, money magically appeared in her bank account, enough to buy a house. In 1960, she started holidaying in Mallorca every year. Who came up with the money? Even then, there were slush funds. The Swedish royal family had established a precedent by paying off women who had been intimate with the old king. Is Karin Bengtsson still alive? She died in 1984. She never married. I didn't see her after she moved to Västerås, but she called once in a while, right until the last year of her life. She was usually drunk. Why did she call? As soon as I heard that there was a prostitute who wanted to file a complaint against Vetterstedt, I got in touch with her. I wanted to help her. Her life had been destroyed. Her self-esteem wasn't very high. Why did you get involved? I was pretty radical in those days. Too many policemen accepted the corruption. I didn't. No more than I do now. What happened later, when Karin Bengtsson was out of the picture? Vetterstedt carried on as before. He slashed lots of girls, but none of them filed a complaint. 2 of them did disappear. What do you mean? Sandin looked at Wallander in surprise. I mean, they were never heard from again. We searched for them, tried to trace them, but they were gone. What do you think happened? They were killed, of course. Dissolved in lime, dumped in the sea, how do I know? Wallander couldn't believe what he was hearing. Can this be true? He said doubtfully. It sounds incredible. What is the saying? Amazing but true? You think Vetterstedt committed murder? Sandin shook his head. I'm not saying that. Actually, I'm convinced he didn't. I don't know exactly what happened. Probably never will. But we can still draw conclusions, even if there's no real evidence. I'm having a hard time accepting this is true, said Wallander. It's absolutely true, said Sandin firmly. Vetterstedt had no conscience, but nothing could be proved. There were many rumors about him, and they were all justified. Vetterstedt used his position and his power to satisfy his perverted sexual desires, but he was also mixed up in secret deals that made him rich. Art deals? Art thefts, more likely. In my free time, I tried to track down all the connections. I dreamed that one day I'd be able to slam such an airtight report down on the prosecutor's desk that Vetterstedt would not only be forced to resign but would end up with a long prison sentence. Unfortunately, I never got that far. You must have a great deal of material from those days, don't you? I burnt it all a few years ago, in my son's kiln. At least 10 kilos of paper. Wallander swore under his breath. He hadn't dreamed that Sandin would get rid of the material he had gathered so laboriously. I still have a good memory, said Sandin. I could probably remember everything I burned. Arne Karlman, said Wallander. Who was he? A man who raised peddling art to a higher level, replied Sandin. In the spring of 1969, he was in Långholmen prison, said Wallander. We got an anonymous tip-off that he had contacted Vetterstedt, and that they met after Karlman got out of jail. Karlman popped up now and then in reports. I think he wound up in Långholmen for something as simple as passing a bad check. Did you find links between him and Vetterstedt? There was evidence that they had met as early as the late 1950s. Apparently, they had a mutual interest in betting on the horses. Their names came up in connection with a raid on Turby racetrack around 1962. Vetterstedt's name was removed, since it wasn't considered wise to tell the public that the Minister of Justice had been frequenting a racetrack. What kind of dealings did they have? Nothing we could pin down. They circled like planets in separate orbits, which happened to cross now and then. I need to find that connection, said Valander. I'm convinced we have to find it to identify their killer. You can usually find what you're looking for, if you look hard enough, said Sandine. Valander's mobile phone rang. He felt an icy fear. But he was wrong again. It was Hansson. I just wanted to know whether you'll be back today. Otherwise, I'll set up a meeting for tomorrow. Has anything happened? Nothing crucial. Everyone's up to their eyes in their own assignments. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., said Valander. Not tonight. Svedberg went to the hospital to get his sunburn looked at, said Hansson. This happens every year, said Valander. He hung up. You're in the papers a lot, said Sandine. You seem to have gone your own way occasionally. Most of what they say isn't true, said Valander. I often ask myself what it's like to be a policeman nowadays, said Sandine. So do I, said Valander. They got up and walked to Valander's car. It was a beautiful evening. Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to kill Vetterstedt? Asked Valander. There are probably quite a few, said Sandine. Valander stopped short. Maybe we're thinking about this the wrong way. Maybe we should separate the investigations, not look for a common denominator, but for two separate solutions, and find the connection that way. The murders were committed by the same man, said Sandine, so the investigations have to be interlinked. Otherwise, you might end up on the wrong track. Valander nodded. Call me again sometime, said Sandine. I have all the time in the world. Growing old means loneliness, a long wait for the inevitable. Did you ever regret joining the police? Asked Valander. Never, said Sandine. Why would I? Just wondering, said Valander. Thanks for taking the time to talk to me. You'll catch him, said Sandine encouragingly, even if it takes a while. Valander nodded and got into the car. As he drove off, he could see Sandine in the rearview mirror, pulling dandelions from the lawn. It was 7:45 p.m. by the time Valander got back to Ystad. He parked the car outside his building and was just about to walk through the main door when he remembered that he hadn't any food in the house, and that he had forgotten to have the car inspected again. He swore out loud. He walked into town and ate dinner at the Chinese restaurant on the square. He was the only customer. After dinner, he strolled down to the harbor and walked out on the pier. As he watched the boats rocking in their moorings, he thought about the two conversations he had had that day. Dolores Maria Santana had stood at the motorway slip road from Helsingborg one evening, looking for a ride. She didn't speak Swedish, and she was frightened. All they knew about her was that she was born in the Dominican Republic. He stared at an old, well-kept wooden boat as he formulated his questions. Why and how did she come to Sweden? What was she running from? Why had she burned herself to death? He walked farther out along the pier. There was a party going on board a yacht. Someone raised a glass and said, "Skål!" to Valander. He nodded back and raised an invisible glass. At the end of the pier, he sat down on a bollard and went over his conversation with Sandine. Everything was one big tangle. He couldn't see any openings, anything that might lead to a breakthrough. At the same time, he still felt a sense of dread. He couldn't get away from the possibility that it might happen again. He tossed a fistful of gravel into the water and got up. The party on the yacht was in full swing. He walked back through town. The heap of dirty clothes still lay in the middle of his floor. He wrote himself a note and put it on the kitchen table. M.O.T., damn it. Then he switched on the TV and lay down on the sofa. A little later, he phoned Baiba. Her voice was clear and close by. "You sound tired," she said. "Have you got a lot to do?" "It's not so bad," he lied. "But I miss you." He heard her laugh. "We'll see each other soon,"
she said. What were you really doing in Tallinn? She laughed again. Meeting another man? What did you think? Just that. You need some sleep, she said. I can hear that all the way from Riga. I hear Sweden's doing well in the World Cup. Are you interested in sports? Asked Wallander, surprised. Sometimes, especially when Latvia is playing. People here are completely nuts about it. But not you. I promise to improve. When Sweden plays Brazil, I'll try to stay up and watch. He heard her laugh again. He wanted to say something more, but he couldn't think of anything. After he hung up, he went back to the TV. For a while, he tried to watch a movie. Then he turned it off and went to bed. Before he fell asleep, he thought about his father. This autumn, they would take a trip to Italy. Chapter 19. The fluorescent hands of the clock twisted like snakes and showed 7:10 p.m. on Tuesday, 28th June. A few hours later, Sweden would play Brazil. This was part of his plan. Everybody would be focused on their TV sets. No one would think about what was happening outside in the summer night. The basement floor was cool under his bare feet. He had been sitting in front of his mirrors since early morning. He had completed his great transformation several hours earlier, changing the pattern on his right cheek. He had painted the circular decoration with blue-black paint. Until now, he had used blood-red paint. His face was even more frightening. He put down the last brush and thought about the task awaiting him. It would be the greatest sacrifice for his sister yet, even though he had been forced to alter his plans. For a brief moment, the evil forces surrounding him had got the upper hand. He had spent an entire night in the shadows below his sister's window, planning his strategy. He had sat between the two scalps and waited for the power from the earth to enter him. With his torch, he had read from the holy book she had given him, and he realized that nothing prevented him from changing the order that he had prepared. The last victim was to have been their evil father. But since the man who was supposed to meet his fate this evening had left the country suddenly, the sequence would have to be changed. He had listened to Geronimo's heart beating in his chest. The beats were like signals from the past. His heart drummed a message. The most important thing was not to waver from his sacred task. The earth under his feet was already crying out for the third retribution. He would wait until the third man returned from abroad. Their father would have to take his place. As he had sat in front of the mirrors, undergoing the great transformation, he had looked forward to meeting his father with special anticipation. This mission required careful preparation. He had begun by readying his tools. It had taken him more than 2 hours to attach a blade to the toy axe he had been given by his father as a birthday present. He was 7 at the time. Even then he knew that one day he would use it against the man who had given it to him. Now the moment had finally arrived. He had reinforced the badly decorated plastic shaft with special tape used by ice hockey players. You don't know what it's called. It's not for chopping wood. It's a tomahawk. He felt violent contempt when he remembered how his father had given the toy to him so long ago. It was a plastic replica manufactured in an Asian country. Now, with a proper blade, he had transformed it into a real axe. He waited until 8:30, going over the plan once more. He checked his hands, noting that they weren't shaking. Everything was under control. The arrangements he had made over the past 2 days would ensure that things would go well. He packed up his weapons, a glass bottle wrapped in a handkerchief and a rope in his backpack. Then he pulled on his helmet, turned out the light, and left the room. When he came out onto the street, he looked up at the sky. It was cloudy. It could rain. He started up the moped he had stolen the day before and rode to the center of Malmö. At the train station, he entered a phone booth. He had selected one in advance that was out of the way. On one side of the window, he had pasted up a fake poster for a concert at a youth club. There was no one around. He pulled off his helmet and stood with his face pressed against the poster. Then he stuck in his phone card and dialed the number. With his left hand, he held a rag over his mouth. It was just before 9 p.m. He waited as the phone rang. He was totally calm. His father answered. Hoover could hear his irritation. That meant he had started drinking and didn't want to be disturbed. He spoke into the rag, holding the receiver away from his mouth.
"This is Peter," he said. "I got something that should interest you."
"What is it?" His father was still annoyed, but he believed it was Peter calling.
"Stamps. Worth almost $500,000.
His father hesitated. "Are you sure?"
"At least $500,000. Maybe more."
"Speak up a little, will you?"
"We must have a bad connection."
"Where are they coming from?"
"A house in Limhamn."
His father sounded less irritable. His interest was caught. Hoover had chosen stamps because his father had once taken his own collection, which Hoover had worked on for a long time, and sold it. "Can't it wait until tomorrow? The match against Brazil is starting soon."
"I'm leaving for Denmark tomorrow. Either you take them tonight or someone else will."
Hoover knew his father would never let such a large sum of money fetch up in someone else's pocket. He waited, still completely calm. "All right, I'll come," his father said. "Where are you?"
"At the boat club in Limhamn, the car park."
"Why aren't you in Malmö?"
"I told you it was a house in Limhamn, didn't I?"
"I'll be there," said his father. Hoover hung up and put on his helmet. He left the telephone card sitting in the phone. He had plenty of time to ride out to Limhamn. His father always got undressed before he started drinking, and he never did anything in a hurry. His laziness was as vast as his greed. He started up the moped and rode through the city until he came out on the road that led to Limhamn. There were only a few cars in the car park outside the boat club. He ditched the moped behind some bushes and threw away the keys. He pulled off his helmet and took out the axe. He put the helmet into his backpack carefully so he wouldn't damage the glass bottle. Then he waited. His father usually parked his van in one corner of the car park when he was delivering stolen property. Hoover guessed that he would do so now. His father was a creature of habit, and he was already drunk, his judgment muddled and reactions dulled. After 20 minutes, Hoover heard the van. The headlights swept across the trees before his father turned into the car park. Just as Hoover had expected, he stopped in the corner. Hoover ran barefoot across the car park until he reached the van. When he heard his father open the driver's door, he moved quickly around to the other side. His father looked out towards the car park with his back to him. Hoover raised the axe and struck him on the back of the head with the blunt end. This was the most critical moment. He didn't want to hit him so hard that he'd die, but hard enough that his father, who was big and very strong, would be knocked out. His father fell without a sound to the pavement. Hoover waited a moment with the axe raised, but he lay still. He reached for the car keys and unlocked the side doors of the van, dragging him over to it. It took Hoover several minutes to get the whole body inside. He got his backpack, climbed into the van, and shut the doors. He turned on the overhead light. His father was still unconscious. With the rope, he tied his hands behind his back, and then his legs to a post supporting one of the seats. Next, he taped his mouth shut and turned off the light. He climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. His father had taught him to drive a few years earlier. He pulled out of the car park and headed towards the ring road that skirted Malmö. Since his face was painted, he didn't want to drive where the streetlights could shine through the van's windows.
He drove out onto the E65 and continued east. It was just before 10 p.m. The game was about to begin. He had found the place by accident. He had been on his way back to Malmö after observing the police at work on the beach outside Ystad, the beach where he had carried out the first sacred task given to him by his sister. He was driving along the coast when he discovered the dock, which was almost impossible to see from the road. He realized at once that he had found the right place. An hour later he reached the place and turned off the road with his headlights off. His father was still unconscious, but was moaning softly. He hurried to loosen the rope tied to the seat and pulled him out of the van. The man groaned as Hoover dragged his body down to the dock. He turned him over on his back and tied his arms and legs to its iron rings. His father looked like an animal skin stretched out to dry. He was dressed in a wrinkled suit, his shirt unbuttoned down to his belly. Hoover pulled off his shoes and socks. Then he got the backpack from the van. There was a light breeze. A few cars drove past up on the road, but their headlights missed the dock. When he returned, his father was conscious. His eyes were wide. He jerked his head back and forth, thrashing his arms and legs. Hoover couldn't resist stopping in the shadows to watch him. He no longer saw a human being before him. His father had undergone the transformation he had planned for him. He was an animal. Hoover came out of the shadows and went out on the dock. His father stared at him. Hoover realized he didn't recognize him. He thought about the fear he had felt when his father stared at him. Now the tables were turned. Terror had changed its shape. He leaned down close to his father's face so that he could see through the paint and realize it was his own son. This would be the last thing he would see. This would be the image he would carry with him when he died. Hoover had unscrewed the cap on the glass bottle and was holding it behind his back. Quickly, he poured a few drops of hydrochloric acid into his father's left eye. Somewhere underneath the tape, the man started screaming. He struggled with all his might. Hoover pulled open his other eyelid and poured acid into that eye. Then he stood up and threw the bottle into the sea. Before him was a beast, thrashing back and forth in its death throes. Hoover looked down at his own hands again. His fingers were quivering a little. That was all. The beast lying on the dock in front of him was twitching spasmodically. Hoover took his knife out of his backpack and cut off the skin from the top of the animal's head. He raised the scalp to the night sky. Then he took his axe and smashed it straight through the beast's forehead with such force that the blade stuck in the wood underneath. It was over. Soon, his sister would be brought back to life. Just before 1 a.m., he drove into Ystad. The town was deserted. For a long time he had wondered whether he was doing the right thing. But Geronimo's beating heart had convinced him. He had seen the police fumbling on the beach. He had watched them move as if in a fog outside the farm he had visited. Geronimo had exhorted him to defy them. He turned in at the railway station. He had already picked the spot. Work was underway to replace some old sewerage pipes. There was a tarpaulin covering the excavation. He turned off the headlights and rolled down the window. From a distance he could hear some men yelling drunkenly. He got out of the van and drew back part of the tarpaulin. Then he listened again. Silence. Quickly, he opened the doors of the van, dragged his father's body out, and shoved him into the hole. He replaced the tarpaulin, started the engine, and drove off. It was just before 2 a.m. when he parked the van in the outdoor car park at Sturup Airport. He checked carefully to see if he had forgotten anything. There was a lot of blood in the van. He had blood on his feet. He thought about all the confusion he was going to cause, how the police would fumble even more. Suddenly he stopped and stood motionless. The man who had left the country might not return. he'd need a replacement. He thought about the policemen he had seen on the beach by the overturned boat. He thought about the ones he had seen outside the farmhouse where the midsummer party was held. One of them would be sacrificed so that his sister could come back to life. He would choose one. He would find out their names and then toss stones onto a grid, just as Geronimo had done, and he would kill the one that chance selected for him. He pulled the helmet down over his head. Then he went over to his moped, which he had ridden there the day before and left parked under a lamppost, taking a bus back to Malmö. He started up the engine and rode off. It was already light when he buried his father's scalp underneath his sister's window. Carefully, he unlocked the door to the flat in Rosengard. He stood still and listened. Then he peeked into the room where his brother lay sleeping. Everything was quiet. His mother's bed was empty. She was lying on the sofa in the living room, sleeping with her mouth open. Next to her on the table stood a half-empty wine bottle. He covered her gently with a blanket. Then he locked himself in the bathroom and wiped the paint from his face. It was almost 6 a.m. before he undressed and went to bed. He could hear a man coughing outside on the street. His mind was completely blank. He fell asleep at once. Skåne, 29th June through 4th July, 1994. Chapter 20. The man who lifted the tarpaulin screamed. Then he fled. One of the ticket agents was standing outside the railway station smoking a cigarette. It was just before 7 a.m. on the morning of 29th June, and it was going to be a hot day. The agent was wrenched from his thoughts, which were focused less on selling tickets than on the trip he was about to take to Greece. He turned when he heard the scream. He saw the man drop the tarpaulin and run off towards the ferry terminal. The ticket agent flicked away his cigarette butt and walked over to the pit. He stared down at a bloody head for a moment, then dropped the tarpaulin as if it had burned him. He ran into the station, tripping over a couple of suitcases left in the middle of the floor, and grabbed one of the phones inside the stationmaster's office. The call arrived at the Ystad station on the 90,000th line just after 7 a.m. Svedberg, who was in unusually early that morning, was summoned to take the call. When he heard the agent talking about a bloody head, he froze. His hand shook as he wrote down a single word, station, and hung up. He dialed the wrong number twice before managing to get hold of Wallander. "I think it's happened again," said Svedberg. For a few brief seconds, Wallander didn't understand what Svedberg meant, even though every time the phone rang he feared that very thing. But now he experienced a moment of shock, or perhaps a desperate attempt at denial. He knew he would never forget this moment. Fleetingly, he thought that it was like having a premonition of his own death, a moment when denial and escape were impossible. "I think it's happened again." He felt as if he were a wind-up toy. Svedberg's stammered words were like hands twisting the key attached to his back. He was wrenched out of his sleep and his bed, out of dreams he couldn't remember but which might have been pleasant. He got dressed in a desperate frenzy, buttons popping off, and his shoelaces flopped untied as he raced down the stairs and outside. When he came screeching to a stop in his car, which still needed its MOT, Svedberg was already there. Directed by Noren, some officers were busy rolling out the striped crime scene tape. Svedberg was awkwardly patting the weeping ticket agent on the shoulder, while some men in blue overalls stared into the pit, now transformed into a nightmare. Wallander left his door open and ran over to Svedberg. Why he ran, he didn't really know. Maybe his internal police mechanism had started to speed up, or maybe he was so afraid of what he was going to see that he simply didn't dare approach it slowly. Svedberg was white in the face. He nodded towards the pit. Wallander walked slowly over and took several deep breaths before looking into the hole. It was worse than he could have imagined. He was looking straight into a dead man's brain. Ann-Britt Högland arrived next to Wallander. She flinched and turned away. Her reaction made him start to think clearly. "No doubt about it," he said to Högland, turning back to the pit. "It's him again." She was very pale. Wallander was afraid she was going to faint. He put his arm around her shoulders. "Are you okay?" She nodded. Martinsson arrived with Hansson. Wallander saw them both give a start when they looked in the hole. He was overcome with rage. The man who had done this had to be stopped. "It must be the same killer," said Hansson in an unsteady voice. "Isn't it ever going to end? I can't take responsibility for this anymore. Did Björk know about this before he left? I'm going to ask for reinforcements from the National Criminal Bureau." "Do that," said Wallander. "But first let's get him out of there and see whether we can solve this ourselves." Hansson stared in disbelief at Wallander, who realized that Hansson thought they were going to have to lift the dead man out themselves. A large crowd had gathered outside the cordon. Wallander remembered what he had sensed in connection with Karlmann's murder. He took Noren aside and asked him to borrow a camera from Nyberg and take pictures, as discreetly as possible, of the people standing outside the cordon. Meanwhile, the emergency van from the fire department had arrived on the scene. Nyberg was directing his crew around the pit. Wallander went over to him, trying to avoid looking at the corpse. "Once again," said Nyberg. He wasn't being cynical. Their eyes met. "We've got to catch him," said Wallander. "As soon as possible, I hope," said Nyberg. He lay down on his stomach so he could study the dead man's face. When he straightened up again, he called to Wallander, who was just heading off to talk to Svedberg. He came back. "Did you see his eyes?" asked Nyberg. Wallander shook his head. "What about them?" Nyberg grimaced. "Apparently the murderer wasn't content with taking a scalp this time," said Nyberg. "It looks like he poked his eyes out, too." "What do you mean?" "The man in the pit doesn't have any eyes," said Nyberg. "There are 2 holes where they used to be." It took them 2 hours to get the body out. Wallander talked to the workman who had lifted the tarpaulin and the ticket agent who had stood by the steps of the station dreaming of Greece. He noted the times that they had seen the body. He asked Nyberg to search the dead man's pockets to see if they could establish his identity, but they were empty. "Nothing at all?" asked Wallander in surprise. "Not a thing," said Nyberg. "But something may have fallen out. We'll look around down there." They hauled him up in a sling. Wallander forced himself to look at his face. Nyberg was right. The man had no eyes. The torn-off hair made it seem that it was a dead animal, not a human being lying on the plastic sheet at his feet. Wallander sat down on the steps of the station. He studied his notes. He called Martinsson, who was talking to a doctor. "We know he hasn't been here long," he said. "I talked to the workmen, replacing the sewerage pipes. They put the tarpaulin down at 4 p.m. yesterday, so the body was put there between then and 7 a.m. this morning." "There are a lot of people around here in the evenings," said Martinsson. "People taking a walk, traffic to and from the station and the ferry terminal. It must have happened during the night." "How long has he been dead?" asked Wallander. "That's what I want to know. And who he is." Nyberg hadn't found a wallet. They had nothing to help establish the man's identity. Högland came over and sat down next to them. "Hansson's talking about requesting reinforcements from the National Criminal Bureau," she said. "I know," said Wallander. "But he won't do anything until I tell him to." "What did the doctor say?" She looked at her notes. "About 45 years old. Strong, well-built." "That makes him the youngest one so far," said Wallander. Strange place to hide the body, said Martenson. Did he think that work would stop during the summer holiday? Maybe he just wanted to get rid of it, said Höglund. Then why did he pick this pit? Asked Martenson. It must have been a lot of trouble to get him into it. And there was the risk that someone might see him? Maybe he wanted the body to be found, Wallander said thoughtfully. We can't rule out that possibility. They looked at him in astonishment, waiting for him to explain, but he remained silent. The body was taken away to Malmö. They left for the police station. Noren had been taking pictures of the large crowd milling around outside the cordoned-off area. Mats Ekholm had shown up earlier that morning and stared at the corpse for a long time. Wallander had gone over to him. You got your wish, he said. Another victim. I didn't wish for this, replied Ekholm, shaking his head. Now Wallander regretted his remark. He would have to explain to Ekholm what he had meant. Just after 10 a.m., they closed the door to the conference room, Hansson again giving instructions that coals weren't to be put through. But they had barely started the meeting when the phone rang. Hansson snatched the receiver and barked into it, red with anger, but he sank slowly back in his chair. Wallander knew at once that someone very important was on the line. Hansson adopted Bjork's obsequiousness. He made some brief comments, answered questions, but mostly listened. When the call was over, he placed the receiver back as if it were a fragile antique. Let me guess. The National Police Board, said Wallander. Or the Chief Public Prosecutor. Or a TV reporter. The Commissioner of the National Police, replied Hansson. He expressed as much dissatisfaction as encouragement. Sounds like a strange combination, Höglund said dryly. He's welcome to come down here and help, said Svedberg. What does he know about police work? Martenson spluttered. Absolutely nothing. Wallander tapped his pen on the table. Everyone was upset and uncertain of what to do next, and he knew they had very little time before they would be subjected to a barrage of criticism. They would never be totally immune from outside pressure. They could only counteract it by focusing their attention inward on the shifting center of the search. He tried to collect his thoughts, knowing that they didn't have a thing to go on. What do we know? Wallander began, looking around the table. He felt like a vicar who had lost his faith, but he had to say something to spur them on again as a unit. The man wound up in that pit sometime last night. Let's assume that it took place in the early hours. We can assume that he wasn't murdered there. There would have been a lot of blood at the place where he was killed. Nyberg hadn't found a thing by the time we left, so he must have been transported there in a vehicle. Maybe the people working at the hot dog stand next to the railway crossing noticed something. It appears that he was killed by a powerful blow from the front that went all the way through his skull. Martenson turned completely white. He got up and left the room without a word. Wallander decided to carry on without him. He was scalped like the others, and he had his eyes put out. The doctor wasn't sure how, but there were some spots near the eyes that might indicate a corrosive agent. Maybe our specialist has some opinion on what this indicates? Wallander turned to Ekholm. Not yet, said Ekholm. It's too soon. We don't need a comprehensive analysis, said Wallander firmly. At this stage we have to think out loud. Maybe we'll uncover the truth. We don't believe in miracles, but we don't have much else to go on. I think the fact that the eyes were put out means something, said Ekholm. We can assume that the same man is involved. This victim was younger than the other two, and he suffered the loss of his sight, presumably while he was still alive. It must have been excruciating. The murderer took scalps from the first two he killed, and this time too, but he also blinded his victim. Why? What kind of revenge was he exacting this time? The man must be a psychopath, said Hansson suddenly. "A serial killer of the kind I thought existed only in the United States, but here? In Ystad and Skåne?"
"There's still something controlled about him," said Ekholm. "He knows what he wants. He kills and scalps. He pokes out or dissolves the eyes. There's nothing to indicate unbridled rage. Psychopath, yes, but one in control of his actions." "Are there instances of something like this having happened before?" asked Högland. "Not that I can recall," replied Ekholm. "At least not here in Sweden. In America, studies have been done on the role that eyes have played in psychopathic killings. I'll read about it today." Wallander had been half listening to the conversation. A thought that he couldn't quite yet grasp had popped into his head. It was something about eyes. Something somebody had said about eyes. What was it? He turned his attention to the meeting, but the thought lingered like an uneasy ache. "Anything else?" he asked Ekholm. "Not at the moment." Martinsson came back into the room. He was still very pale. "I've got an idea," said Wallander. "After hearing Mats, I'm convinced that the murder took place elsewhere. The man must have screamed. Someone would have seen or heard something if it happened outside the railway station. We'll have to confirm this. But for the time being, let's say I'm right. Why, then, did he pick that pit to hide the body?" I talked to one of the workmen. Persson was his name, Erik Persson. He said that the pit had been excavated on Monday afternoon, less than 2 days ago. The killer could have stumbled on it by chance, of course, but that doesn't fit with the fact that he seems to plan everything he does carefully. The killer must have been outside the railway station at some time after Monday afternoon. He must have looked into the pit to see if it was deep enough. We'll need to interview all the workmen. Did they notice anybody hanging around, and did the staff at the railway station notice anything? Everyone around the table was listening intently, making him feel that his ideas weren't completely off track. "I also think the question of whether it was meant as a hiding place is crucial," he went on. "He must have known that the body would be found the next morning, so why did he choose the pit? So it would be discovered? Or is there another explanation?" Everyone in the room waited for him to continue. "Is he taunting us?" said Wallander. "Does he want to help us? Or is he trying to fool us? Does he want to trick me into thinking exactly the way I'm thinking now? What would the alternative be?" No one answered him. "The timing is also important," said Wallander. "This murder was very recent. That might assist us." "For that we need help," said Hansson. Clearly he'd been waiting for an opportunity to bring up the question of reinforcements. "Not yet," said Wallander. "Let's decide later on today. Or maybe tomorrow. As far as I know, no one in this room is going on holiday soon. Let's keep it to this group for a few more days. Then we can seek reinforcements if necessary." "What about the connection?" said Wallander in conclusion. "Now there's one more person to fit into the puzzle we're trying to piece together." He looked around the table once more. "We have to realize that he could strike again. In fact, we should assume that he will." The meeting was over. They all knew what they had to do. Wallander remained sitting at the table while the others filed out of the door. He was trying to recapture that thought. He was sure that it was something someone had said in relation to the investigation. Somebody had mentioned eyes. He thought back to the day he had first heard that Wetterstedt had been found murdered. He searched his memory but found nothing. Irritated, he tossed his pen aside and went out to the canteen for a cup of coffee. When he got back to his office, he set the coffee cup on his desk and was about to shut the door when he saw Svedberg coming down the hall. Svedberg was walking fast. He only did that when something important had happened. Wallander instantly got a knot in his stomach. Not another one, he thought. We just can't cope. "I think we found the scene of the crime," said Svedberg. "Where?" Our colleagues at Sturup found a delivery van soaked in blood in the airport car park. A van. That would fit. A few minutes later, they left the station. Wallander couldn't remember ever in his life feeling that he had so little time. When they reached the edge of town, he told Svedberg to turn on the police lights. In the fields beside the road, a farmer was harvesting his rape. Chapter 21. They arrived at Sturup Airport. The air felt stagnant in the oppressive heat of the late morning. In a very short period of time, they determined that the murder had very likely taken place in the van. They also thought they knew who the dead man was. The van was a late 1960s Ford with sliding side doors and painted black sloppily, the original gray showing through in patches. The body was dented in many places. Parked in an isolated spot, it resembled an old prize fighter who had just been counted out, hanging on the ropes in his corner. Wallander knew some of the officers at Sturup. He also knew that he wasn't particularly popular after an incident that had occurred the year before. The side doors of the Ford were standing open. Some forensic technicians were already inspecting it. An officer named Valdemarsson came to meet them. Even though they had driven like madmen from Ystad, Wallander tried to appear totally nonchalant. "It's not a pretty sight," said Valdemarsson as they shook hands. Wallander and Svedberg went over to the Ford and looked in. Valdemarsson shone a torch inside. The floor of the van was covered with blood. "We heard in the morning news that he had struck again," said Valdemarsson. "I called and talked to a woman detective whose name I can't remember." "Ann-Britt Högland," said Svedberg. "Whatever her name is, she said you were looking for a crime scene," Valdemarsson went on. "And a vehicle." Wallander nodded. "When did you find the van?" he asked. "We check the car park every day. We've had a number of car thefts here. But you know all about that." Wallander nodded again. During the investigation into the export of stolen cars to Poland, he had been in contact with the airport police several times. "The van wasn't here yesterday afternoon," said Valdemarsson. "It couldn't have been here more than 18 hours. "Who's the owner?" asked Wallander. Valdemarsson took a notebook out of his pocket. "Bjorn Friedman," he said. "He lives in Malmö. We called his number but didn't get an answer." "Could he be the one we found in the pit?" "We know something about Friedman," said Valdemarsson. "Malmö has given us information. He was known as a fence and has done time on several occasions." "A fence?" said Wallander, feeling a flash of excitement. "For works of art?" "They didn't say. You'll have to talk with our colleagues." "Who should I ask for?" he demanded, taking his mobile phone out of his pocket. "An Inspector Sten Forsvalt." Wallander got hold of Forsvalt. He explained who he was. For a few seconds, the conversation was drowned out by the noise of a plane. Wallander thought of the trip to Italy he planned to